Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this joint public hearing on rental assistance. This is a joint hearing of the Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development, the Committee on Social Services, and the Committee on Aging. I'm State Senator Brian Cavanaugh, the chair of the Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development, and I am joined by our esteemed chairs of the other committees, Roxanne Prasad of Social Services and Cordell Clear of the Aging Committee. Thank you both for your partnership on this, and we'll be hearing from my colleagues shortly. It is a busy day here in New York, but we do expect several other members of the respective committees will be joining us as the day goes on today. Today, we are focusing on the critical need for increased availability of rental assistance in New York State. We're going to particularly focus on three programs that are intended to provide that. One is the proposed Housing Access Voucher Program. The second is the existing Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program, which was added to the through the budget last year and serves all the counties outside of New York City. And lastly, the Senior Citizen and Disability Rent Increase Exemption Programs, SCRE and DRE. So the purpose of this hearing, of course, is to gather insights and perspectives on these programs as we seek to address issues related to evictions, homelessness, housing instability, and the burdens of excessive rent. We want to hear from a diverse range of perspectives, both many people who support these programs and also those who have concerns or suggestions as to how they might be improved. We recognize that housing is a fundamental need, and our goal today is to engage in a constructive dialogue about how to address that need. We also recognize that housing is on the cutting edge of the larger crises that people face. Many people in our state face in affordability. It is one of the number one drivers of the increasing unaffordability of our state and indeed of our country. We have taken great steps in the last few years to try to address the housing crisis. In 2019, when the Senate Democrats formed the majority for the first time in some years, we got right to work with the Housing Stability and Tenant Protection Act that dramatically strengthened the rent regulation laws that affect about half of all market rate renters in New York. And in addition, we added protections for people throughout the state. Some of that has been sort of little recognized, but just for example, we added protections for the 180,000 or so households who live in manufactured mobile home parks throughout the state, which is a huge source of affordable housing. We've continued that work during COVID. We had the multi-billion-dollar, nearly $4 billion emergency rental assistance program. We had an eviction moratorium to keep people in their homes during the public health crisis. And last year, we passed a very broad package of housing reforms, including good cause eviction, which applies in New York State, and many localities have opted in, as they're permitted to do under the law. We also passed a wide range of bills that are intended to increase the supply of housing, extending tax breaks in New York and making some regulatory reforms that'll permit more housing to be built, which the city of New York has taken advantage of in a broad package called City of Yes for Housing recently. We also, New York State is exemplary in terms of putting cash behind our housing development efforts. We have one of the largest capital budgets for producing housing in America. The city of New York also has a very large capital budget in addition to what the state is doing, and we deliver very large volumes of tax credits to support the construction of housing. Notwithstanding all of that, we know that we are not going to produce housing at a rate that will get households in New York State out of this crisis in the foreseeable future. We have enormous numbers of people. We're going to hear stats from various witnesses today, but we know we have enormous numbers of people who are facing what sometimes is called rent poverty, when you're paying 40 or 50% of your income in rent and therefore cannot afford basic necessities beyond housing, medical care, child care, food in some cases. We also know that our housing market, even in the most optimistic scenarios of projecting increases in the housing supply, will remain very tight for the foreseeable future. We are not going to build in such a way that people are not living doubled up in our city, that are not struggling when they lose their home. So We have already, made it clear, it's no secret that we think rental assistance is a critical part of the equation. And today's hearing is very much about our efforts to date and our efforts hopefully going forward to dramatically increase the supply of rental assistance. And with that, I'll ask my colleague, Senator Prasad, if you have any opening comments.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for being here this morning. I am Senator Roxanne Prasad. I represent the 19th Senate District, and I'm also the chair of the Social Services Committee. And today we're here for a very important topic about rental assistance and what is it that we need to do to ensure our housing market and the people who are renting are secure. You know, the housing programs that are funded across many, many agencies. So we have OTDA, we have OCFS, we have OPWDD. So it's not just in one agency that rental assistance and housing issues are under. You know, as the chair of the Social Services Committee, I've also directed numerous programs across and bills, including the former Housing Stability Support Program legislation, bills to require New York State pay 100% of FMR for rental programs, legislation to allow New Yorkers to receive eviction prevention funding without having a court proceeding. I have a bill to waive requirements that the one-shot deal for eviction prevention not be repaid. That's another barrier that, we're placing people at a disadvantage when we give them a one-shot deal, and this burden of repayment is hanging over them. And we know that they are coming to us for the assistance because they could not afford it. If they could afford to pay it, they're not coming to us. So in addition to them having the burden of this repayment, they're have to remember to be paying the rent. And if they don't repay, there's court proceedings, etc. We are also looking at what is it that necessary that we need to do. In the budget, we're negotiating to ensure that housing assistance funding is there. We understand the importance of it, but we also have to recognize, I also always talk about us recognizing that for our housing voucher system to work, we have to be willing to ensure that the homeowners or the property owners are made whole. Too often, property owners who are accepting our vouchers, when they are not being paid completely, they are unwilling to continue accepting vouchers. And hence we have people saying, okay, we're warehousing our apartments because we're not getting our money. So we have to ensure that the person who is going to rent the apartment so that the voucher holder is made whole. So again, I thank you all for coming today and to give us your insight into the things that we need to do. Thank you all. Now, Senator Cordell Clare.
Good morning, everyone. I'm New York State Senator Cordell Clear, representing the 30th Senatorial District, proudly representing Harlem, West Harlem, East Harlem, El Barrio, portion of the Upper West Side, and a small piece of Washington Heights. One of the biggest challenges we face today is our older New Yorkers. They are the fastest growing population in the state, and so many of them are rent burdened. And the SCREE program needs to be reimagined and redesigned. It is one of the most heartbreaking things as I talk to seniors all across this state who talk about how they are compromising their food and medicine. Some people taking one pill and they're supposed to take two, cutting pills in half because they are trying to make sure they can pay rent. Some not taking their medicine at all for a day or 2 days at a time to make it stretch out, or some of them skipping meals. This is not the way it's intended to be. This is not the way it should be. These are the people who built this city, built this state, and now is the time for them to be able to live with a quality of life and be able to pay their rent. So I'm not going to be very long because I think everybody understands that. And housing is our biggest challenge. Everything we can do to make sure that New Yorkers can live stress-free and safe, affordable, quality housing is what we should be doing. So I want to get right into the testimony and hear from our agencies. Thank you so much. I also chair the aging. Did I say that? I chair the Committee on the Aging. Thank you.
And Senator Clear and Senator Prasad both mentioned their districts, which I failed to do, but just welcome to the 27th Senate District here in Lower Manhattan. We've also been joined by Senator Bridgeport, who will be yielding his time for introductory remarks, so we can get to the meat of the hearing here. So. The structure of today's hearing is going to be such that during the earlier part of the day, we're going to focus on the Housing Access Voucher Program, and then we're going to focus on the so-called SAFE program, the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program, and then thirdly, we're going to talk about the SCREE and DREE programs. But our first panel is a panel of representatives of various city agencies who have expertise in all three of those programs and would be involved in running the HAV peer program if it were enacted, and of course have great experience running the SCREE and DREE program. So we're going to hear from a panel of city officials here first up on all topics. And so I'm going to ask, we have a wide panel. I'm going to ask folks who are at the table and prepared to testify to just briefly introduce themselves for the record, and then I think we'll hear from Ahmed Tighani on behalf of the panel, and then we'll take questions for all.
So I'll start. My name is Ahmed Tighani. I'm the first Deputy Commissioner and the Chief Diversity Officer for the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and I'll actually start tomorrow.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Lakeisha Miller, Executive Vice President for NYCHA's Leased Housing Program.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Andrea Reed. I'm the Deputy Commissioner at New York City Department of Social Services, Human Resources Administration.
Pierre Dejean, Assistant Commissioner for Property Exemptions Administration at the Department of Finance.
Good morning. I'm Charlie Anderson. I'm the Director of Government Affairs with the New York City Department for the Aging.
Great. Good morning, Chair Kavanaugh, Chair Prasad, and Chair Cleary, as well as members of the New York State Committees on Housing, Construction, and Community Development, on Social Services, and on Aging. My name is Ahmed Tighani, First Deputy Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing, Preservation, and Development. I'm here speaking on behalf of senior leadership at NYCHA, Department of Finance, DSS, and the Department of Aging. We appreciate this opportunity to discuss the pivotal issue of rental assistance in the state of New York. We really do appreciate and thank the New York State Senate's deep interest in expanding the availability of residential rental assistance to prevent evictions, homelessness, housing instability, and rent burden through a variety of legislative initiatives introduced thus far during this year's state session. As the members of the State Senate are well aware, New York City's housing crisis is felt far and wide. The net rental vacancy rate in 2023 was 1.41%, one of the lowest vacancy rates recorded since the New York City Housing and Vacancy Survey began in the 1960s. The data in the Housing and Vacancy Survey suggests that we must continue to do more. The survey shows that there are a very limited supply across all price ranges, and that of the few units that were available, most were not affordable to the typical New Yorker. Among households without rental assistance who earned less than $50,000 a year, 86% were severely rent burdened. 13% of New Yorkers reported missing a rent payment in the last year. Of those, 29% were still behind on rent. 12% of renter households reported food insecurity. City agencies offer rental assistance directly to New Yorkers through several means. First, HPD and the New York City Housing Authority, which I'll note HPD is the fifth largest PHA housing provider in the country, and NYCHA is the largest, acting as public housing authorities, administers Section 8 vouchers allocated by the federal government. The Department of Social Services, DSS, administers the City Fighting Homelessness and Eviction Prevention Supplemental Rental Subsidy, better known as City for HEPS. City for HEPS is a component of the larger strategy of providing an integrated continuum of client services to create a path to long-term, stable housing for low-income New Yorkers. City for HEPS is the largest municipally funded rental subsidy in the nation and a vital tool in the agency's pursuit to promote housing stability for all New Yorkers. On rent freeze programs, HPD, along with the Department of Finance, administers the Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption, SCRE, and the Disabled Rent Increase Exemption programs, DRE. These programs are targeted toward eligible low-income New Yorkers living in rent-stabilized units to ensure they can remain in their homes by freezing their rent. Both HPD and DOF assists over 70,000 New Yorkers each year through these programs. In addition, NYC Aging works to connect older adults to SCRE, Section 8, Housing Connect. For those who don't know, Housing Connect is our consolidated centralized portal for affordable housing units subsidized using public dollars, and other resources. Aging Connect is New York City Aging's in-house call and information center where older adults can access information about all of their resources. HPD, DOF, and New York City Aging have incredible outreach teams that host and attend hundreds of events each year. We are proud to turn out for any constituent-facing events. If you invite our agencies, we will be there. Turning to another topic of today's hearing, the city supports the State Sense mission to increase access to vouchers for more New Yorkers. Rental assistance is a necessary tool to combat the affordability crisis. In the past, there have been concerns about the administration of a new program, including its potential costs, administrative capacity, logistical complications, and long-term stability. In addition, we do worry about drastically increasing the number of new vouchers into a limited housing market without also addressing the supply-side tools necessary to make vouchers effective. If the program simply created fiercer competition between new vouchers and vulnerable existing voucher holders, then we would be left with a less effective solution and more challenges. Finally, we would want to consider the difficulties that could be magnified if a program was created and did not have the certainty of a long horizon and with the expectations for renewals down the road. We appreciate working with Chair Kavanaugh and other members of the Senate on the legislative bill text in the past years and look forward to ensuring that all parties that participate in the voucher program, including tenants, owners, and advocates, can easily navigate the system and its ongoing administration. Additionally, we also appreciate the Senate's leadership in expanding rental assistance opportunities throughout New York State, especially during a time when federal resources for housing vulnerable New Yorkers may be jeopardized. As we continue these vital discussions with the state legislature, we must also continue to lay the groundwork to increase the supply of housing, especially affordable housing citywide. The legislature was pivotal in passing an extension for 421A, J51, and passed landmark legislation to create 485X last season. Two key programs, two of which focused on spurring the creation of affordable housing, J51 for preserving the housing that we have across New York City. Additionally, the state's support to see City of Yes for housing opportunities succeed on the local level was pivotal to unlocking new housing opportunities citywide. This year, we will continue to build on the efforts by advancing the over 12,000 units of new and preserved housing on public sites initiated through the 24 and 24 initiative and adding to that list with new RFPs and designations. Without these and other continued efforts to expand the supply of housing, New Yorkers with rental assistance will continue to struggle to find safe, equitable, and high-quality housing options throughout the city. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. All of us here, we look forward to continuing the partnership moving forward, and we are happy to take any questions that you might have.
Much. And again, we'll take questions for anyone in the panel I understand is available to take questions. Let me just note we've been joined by Senator Robert Jackson. So I'll begin with a couple of questions and then see if my colleagues also want to ask some questions. And then, Robert, a few of us began with opening remarks, but maybe we can do that during the transition to the next panel, if that's okay. So first, on voucher programs, so we understand your testimony, you're suggesting that production, increasing the supply of production and vouchers are both essential aspects of this. You wouldn't want to do, you do a lot of vouchers because rental subsidies are necessary both for stabilizing people and also for getting people out of shelter. But at the same time, these production programs that the city is doing are critical to expand the supply. So basically, people with vouchers aren't just competing for the same apartments. Is that right?
Yes. Just to put it another way, the linkage comes with the fact that given our current study and analysis that shows that the vacancy rate of available units is so low, we are seeing in our own programs that we have individuals with vouchers, we have individuals even in areas shopping with enhanced voucher payment standards, which puts them at an even higher competitive standard, where they continue to go hundreds of days without being able to find a suitable unit. And so the increase and uptick of new units and production allows these vouchers to have an even greater effect.
And you mentioned in your testimony specifically the issue of ensuring that if you have a voucher program, that it be permanent, that there be an expectation of renewal. That can you talk? I think you might be speaking from a particular experience that the state and the city had a few years back with a program that was discontinued. A rental assistance program was discontinued. But can you just talk a little bit more about the importance of designing a program so that it meets that standard, that it's permanent and expected to be renewed over the long run?
I think, and speaking earlier to comments made by Chair Cleary, in our partnership, we want to make sure that we're respecting the investment that owners are making. Many of which are not large building owners. There are many 2 to 4 family homeowners who also make their homes available for renters using voucher programs. So across the board, both for the tenants and for the owners, we would hope that through the state conversations, something's created where the voucher recipients can see a longer horizon, so that the expectation is that they have that stability for a longer term. Right now, we are constantly making sure that we express that to owners, and we find that in our current programs, that expectation is a source of success for us.
And this, I don't, maybe for anyone in the panel, but one of the topics today is the so-called SAFE program, which has an odd spell. We spell SAFE oddly in the name of that program, but the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program. We found that the word forestallment was being underused, so we wanted to bring it back, and so we added to the program name. But no, seriously, we're trying to do an eviction. We're trying to do a emergency rental assistance program at scale around the state. Some of the inspiration for that is the great work that's been done in New York to make sure there are vouchers available and rental substance available at a large scale for people who are experiencing homelessness and maybe facing eviction. I don't know who to direct this to, but anyone on the panel want to talk about the role that emergency rental assistance plays in preventing evictions in New York?
Andrew, do you want to speak on that?
Yes, sure. And thank you, Senator, for that question. Whoops.
And just for the record, for the people who are going to have to transcribe this, if you could identify yourself who's speaking.
Andrea Reed, Deputy Commissioner, HRA. Thank you for that question. So New York City, DSS would encourage that this bill be amended to include New York City. Currently, we are excluded from that bill. And certainly, while rental vouchers is the biggest impact for our families facing homelessness, expanding additional resources is helpful as well. There are folks who don't have vouchers, but they have arrears, and so you prevent evictions through paying the arrears. And so that would be helpful for New York City. It's not just a voucher, it's a full toolkit of all the available sort of housing supports that we need. Yeah.
The only thing I would add, Senator, is that during COVID, this was the emergency housing voucher program was another pivotal short-term assistance that the federal government provided, injecting 7,800 new vouchers into New York City between NYCHA and HBD. We successfully were able to put those vouchers in 7,800 households and get them housing at a time of immediate need. So the influx of new assistance would be valued across the board.
So, and just to not to make too fine a point, but sometimes people say, you just can't use vouchers in New York. It's too crowded. There are too many vouchers already. There's not enough housing. There's no point. I'm hearing from at least 2 agencies here that additional rental assistance resources would be welcome here, although there's always challenges in getting people into apartments. Is that a fair summary?
I would say that there has been significant changes since we first started the discussion, and new tools implemented at the city level in order to spur, again, the supply side that makes vouchers more valuable. So between the work to pass 45X, which is a tax abatement program for New York City, 421A has been the tool that has created some of the highest numbers of new construction. Last calendar year, we produced 14,000 units of new construction. 5,900 came from the tax abatement program that was the type of which extended by the state senate. The inclusion of increasing our residential floor area cap so that we can build greater density of residential buildings in neighborhoods through the Euler process will allow us to create new units and make it possible for those vouchers to have a home. The fact that we have City of Yes for housing opportunity, now creating a 20% density bonus at rental levels that actually align well with the vouchers that we have already, and vouchers I think that are contemplated in the bill will allow us to have new units to put people into those homes. So I think the conversation toward more tools around supply side dynamics puts us in a place to be more ready to get these people into homes faster rather than what's happening now, which is that they're waiting hundreds of days in order to find housing that they can get into.
Just to respond more directly to Deputy Commissioner Reed's point, we are very much, we're all New Yorkers here. We're very much New York City residents and representatives. We're very committed to make sure New York City has the resource they need. In this case, we've been very impressed by the very substantial resources, city, state, and federal resources that the city has managed to organize and make sure are available at the moment somebody's facing eviction. The problem we were particularly trying to address with this program is that it is rare that those resources are available to pay arrears at the moment somebody is going to be evicted in the rest of the state, and it is a $10 million program. We had pushed for a $50 million program last year, and I think maybe pushing for additional money this year. But given part of the reason that we excluded New York is because hundreds of millions of dollars are flowing already in New York, and we wanted to make sure that we're basically trying to learn from and replicate what New York City has done in other places. But certainly I would not be averse to spending additional resources in New York for this as well. Great. Do you want to jump? Go ahead.
So, my question starts with NYCHA. We know that we keep hearing that there's a large block of apartments that are unused. Can you address that?
Hi, so for the record, Lakeisha Miller, Executive Vice President for Leased Housing. Unfortunately, I do not work on that side of the agency, but I can definitely.
Brian is right behind you.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know.
Brian
where
is right
was.
behind
So,
you.
Brian, do you want to answer?
You want to answer that, Brian?
While Brian is
Did everybody hear the question?
While Brian is coming, there's some people standing and maybe even outside. There are some seats over here. If you just come around, there's some seats. There's a good 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Come on in.
You'll get on television.
Come on.
Don't block the doorway.
Yeah, if you want to get out the doorway, you can come have a seat over here.
There's another seat up front.
Come on, it's okay.
We're all family,
There's a couple
right?
of others over here.
There's several.
Ma'am, there's seats over there. Okay, Brian.
Thank you so much, Senator. Brian Honan, NYCHA Intergovernmental. Appreciate the opportunity.
Speak in the mic.
Oh, okay. Yes, our vacancy rate is slightly higher than the city's vacancy rate. But I think one thing you have to keep in mind is the average NYCHA family lives in their apartment for about 25 years. It takes a lot of wear and tear on each vacancy. We're also doing something that we never did before, in that a new family coming into a NYCHA apartment comes into an apartment that is lead-free, that is mold safe, and that is asbestos safe as well. Those hazards were not abated previously, and so we're doing much more work. It also costs a lot more, but it meets the demands of the 2019 agreement that we signed with HUD in the Southern District. So it's the additional work that's taking longer to turn over apartments, but in the end of the day, we're ending up with much better apartments.
What is your wait list like? Can you give an estimation of how many people are on a wait list for
Sure.
apartments?
Yes, on our public housing waiting list, we have about 200,000 people. And on the Section 8 waiting list, it's about the same, and we just had an invitation for people to join the waiting list, and that was overwhelmingly popular, and closed almost as fast as it opened.
Did he say 200,000?
Yes, that's correct, on both sides. On both
Can we
sides.
not, please, let him just answer, please? Thank you. So, what's the average time someone is on a wait list? Because we know the wait list was open after an extraordinary amount of time of being closed, but we still have, people. What's the average time someone is on a wait list?
It all depends on
And how
pri-
how often do you purge that list?
Sure. It all depends on priority. So it's not like you get on the list and you're on a line, right? So if you're a family living in shelter, you're what is known as you have a zero priority, and your wait is not going to be as long. And if you're a domestic violence victim, your number one priority. Again, it will cut down on the wait time as well. Most people are what is known as 4 and 4, and those folks are people who are housed, but not ideally housed. So maybe they're living with family, maybe they're living in a overcrowded or undercrowded situation, but those folks can wait quite some time right now. We are really hitting people in those top 2 categories mostly right now. And then also we have to keep in mind too that there are a lot of transfers too in the system too. So we're moving people. It's a bit of a checkerboard.
Okay, thank you. So for HRA, can you tell us how many approximately pending one-shot deal approvals are there? Do you have those numbers? And do you know for the app, and how many applications, do you have a breakdown saying of how many of the applications are from the older adults and how many are for families? And how do you prioritize them?
So, thank you for that question. There's several ways to answer that question. If the question is just about the rent arrears, which includes both people on a recurring caseload or those who are just applying for rental arrears, there were over 56,000 households who received those arrears funds. And it's not necessarily associated with a denial rate.
So how many applications are pending?
How
So
many?
someone is applying. We're on the state. We're talking about. We know the one-shot deals, and there's a problem with it in terms of people having to pay back. How many applications do you have for a one-shot deal at this time? How many pending applications?
I don't have
you-
that number with me.
Okay,
but,
can you get us that
we will
number?
get- we'll-
And
I'll
can you get us a
break it
breakdown
down.
of the number of applications that are pending? How many are families and how many are older adults? And what's the time frame that it's been pending?
Yes, I will.
Our interest is that someone should not have to be in a court case, have a court case for them to be able to apply and receive a one-shot deal in a timely manner. And can you define what a timely manner means from HRA? Thank you very much. Senator Claire?
Sure. It's one of the things I'm concerned about, and this could be HPD or whoever. As I said earlier, our older New Yorkers are the fastest growing population in the state. Are we preparing in terms of building housing or making housing available for many of my baby boomers who next year will be my super seniors across the state? As we are, you talked about 25 years is the average. I guess we start to downsize at a certain point, and I have seniors, older New Yorkers, who can't afford to leave where they are. And these are units that might be able to be made available and put online for larger families where they have raised their families already. So one of the challenges is there's just seems not to be a supply of housing. Can anybody talk about what that is like? The last time I looked at the list, I think it was like a 7-year wait list for senior housing. If that's incorrect, please tell me what it is.
I can start for HPD and invite colleagues to add. So from a numbers perspective, we are building more senior housing at HPD than we have in the past. Last year alone, we financed a little over 2,900 units of senior housing. It was among our largest demographic categories. But the one thing that we're trying to pull back from is that any one of our units should be universally accessible and should be a unit that someone can age in place in. It's the reason why 2 years ago we worked to update our design guidelines, both in our new construction and in our preservation projects, to include universal accessibility, allowing these units to go beyond just ADA accessibility, but to be units that we've allowed people to age in place. We worked very close with DFTA on those guidelines. We did focus groups. We worked with our developer partners. So when you're using public subsidy, you now have to build at a higher standard. And that was actually codified into law with the support of Chair Hudson, who's your counterpart on the city level for aging. Separate from that, in addition to updating our design guidelines, in addition to building more senior housing across the city, we're also looking, obviously, to leverage our vouchers to support that population. The majority of voucher recipients in our program are over the age of 55 at HPD, and so we work closely not only to make sure that we're getting vouchers out there, but also keeping the vouchers in their hand. These are often the households that have maybe a difficult time with recertification. These are often the households that have a difficult time connecting with us in case they need help to avoid eviction. So we have eviction prevention contracts. We work both with our client services team and our CBOs on the ground to make sure that they have assistance. And of course, we get a lot of assistance from elected officials where these calls also come through. So using our voucher support, we try to keep them in their home. And I think, in even our new construction, we're thinking beyond just age, but then there's the mixture of those who have mobility challenges and our older New Yorkers. And so we actually added a new category where older New Yorkers who represent that they have mobility challenge. We're trying a 3-year pilot to see how to bring them into particular units that are better fits for them. We're going to study that pilot, see its effect on the lottery overall, and try to advance new ideas on addressing the issues that older New Yorkers with mobility challenges particularly are facing in accessing appropriate housing.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chair. Charlie Anderson from the Department for the Aging. You're correct. Housing is a key component for community care for older adults. We view community care as the compendium of services between the agencies that are represented here today and our other agencies and partner agencies in city government, as well as on the state level. And that allows for older adults to be able to age in place. This administration 2 years ago enacted the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers, which brings together other agencies within city government as a collaborative measure to be able to address some of these issues, and we're happy to be able to partner with HPD on some of that. Additionally, we did work with them on universal design measures to make sure that older adults are considered so that they can remain in those homes long term. A key area of community care is recognizing its cost efficiency. It is far more efficient and cost effective to allow older adults to remain in their homes long term rather than go into institutional care, which presents an outsized cost both for that individual and their families and also for the public. And so it is important to us to sort of to continue to maintain their ability to remain in their home. Where we come in at the Department for the Aging is connecting older adults to those resources. And so we are constantly working with your offices as well as internally just in the older adult centers where older adults receive case assistance on a daily basis. Hundreds of thousands of older adults walk into an older adult center every day. If they have an issue with either applying for any of these programs, we can help them, and our providers do work with them on a daily basis.
So this is the challenge that I'm getting, the wait list.
So the numbers vary, depends on which program, but it is several years before people. It also depends largely on your log number. So if you're applying for age-restricted housing on Housing Connect, and you have a low log number, you have a higher chance of being called into housing more quickly than you have if you have a higher log number. And that's largely when you apply to Housing Connect. Everyone who applies is randomized into a list to make sure everyone has a fair chance. It's not that you came
So
in early.
it doesn't go by number. If I'm Brian applies, I apply, Jabari applies. That's 1, 2, 3.
Well, yes, because you basically are given, let's say you're given 2 months to apply for housing. Just because someone applied on that first Monday, but that doesn't mean that they should have a better chance than the person who applied on the last Monday before the lottery is finished. So within those 2 months,
You're
everyone...
talking about Housing Connect, okay.
Yeah. So
Is that the method that's used
for-
to place everybody in
for
senior
for
housing?
publicly subsidized housing where we use taxpayer dollars to build the senior housing. And again, this is only going to people who are eligible for senior housing. If you're, yeah, so yes, that is the way we populate our list so that people have a chance to be able to come into that senior housing.
All right. Well, that's I need a little more understanding of how that works because people are on Housing Connect and seem as if they never get into housing. And for older New Yorkers, 5 years is a long time.
Absolutely.
You're already an older New Yorker, and for you to be able to afford the rent where you are and be able to age at home, that 5 years is an extremely long time. And I'm hearing that the wait list is more than that.
I couldn't agree with you more. I think that we live in a city where we are hundreds of thousands of units behind where we need to be, and we have focused almost exclusively on publicly subsidized housing as our way to get there.
Right.
We need to do more of it. We have a budget that rivals states in terms of what they're able to put forward to advance publicly subsidized housing. It's the reason why we're trying to use other methods like mandated affordable housing through zoning or mandated affordable housing through tax incentives. Those housing units will also become available to people who are income restricted and help address the fact that we have too many seniors who do not have access to housing. We need to increase the supply of new housing.
I'm going to shift a little bit, but please get me the exact number on that wait list. I'm very concerned about that. I'm just going to shift a little bit to SCREE, the Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption Program, which is a great program, but I think there's more that it should do. I want to hear from you on what you think expanding that program. Every year we try to expand the eligibility, income requirements, but we realizing that some people, when we freeze their rent, it's already more than 30% of their income. So even though we've frozen it so that it doesn't increase, the fact is they are already struggling because it's already above 30%. Do you think that if we change that program to make it a program that says if you're age eligible, that we should start maybe just making sure that, yes, you have certain requirements, but also make sure that people are just paying 30% of their income? Do you think that would help with the crisis that we're seeing in the wait list?
I would defer to our colleagues at Department of Finance for that.
Sure. Especially considering the fact that, like you said earlier, people do better if they can age in place, if they can live at home, if they could be in their community, not going into a facility. This saves us money, and it saves lives.
Thank you for the question, Senator. Every year, when the Department of Finance administers this program, HPD plays a role for Mitchell-Lama units. Can you hear me now? Mm-hmm. As you mentioned, the current program talks about we cover the exemption. That's the fundamental, we cover the rent increase. That's the fundamental purpose of this program. The shift that you're talking about would shift the program that we operate and administer fundamentally. There's a bill being put forward today that speaks about this, and we're happy to have that conversation. But we're talking about a fundamental shift in the role that we play in administering this program. And so I think it would warrant a long conversation. I think there's initial cost impacts here as well, because currently, like I mentioned, we just covered that increase, and now covering the cap of 30% and over, we handle, I think, 50 to 60 to 70,000 people a year, and so that cost increase is something we'd all have to discuss.
Right, but do you think this will help our seniors be able to thrive? That's my question. Would that help with the housing crisis that we're facing, especially for our older New Yorkers, and keeping them in place longer at home? And also with considering the wait list that we have for new apartments, and like I said, 5 to 7 years is what I'm hearing, and no one has told me anything different. Not looking at it, I know your agency's answer, but I'm looking at the health and the quality of life of older New Yorkers. Is that something that you think would be helpful? DFTA, anybody can answer this.
I do want to say, from the Department of Finance, I think as well as the sister agencies here, we all work incredibly closely to make sure, older New Yorkers who are aging, to get them on program. We have a lot of outreach events. We proactively work together. We're always looking at ways to get more people on program. And so I think this is a conversation we can continue. I think this will be very helpful to continue this conversation, but we work incredibly hard, especially with the Department of Aging, and make sure New Yorkers are aware of our programs and to increase enrollment.
I thank you for your hard work, but I got to fight for my older New Yorkers. Your hard work
Understand.
has not reached their need. And my hard work, I'm in that category too. We are not where we're supposed to be when it comes to our older New Yorkers who have built this city, who have done their part, who come to a point in life. And mind you, I didn't even ask about, I have many older New Yorkers who are raising their grandchildren, who are taking care of families. So we need that housing to accommodate those people as well. So I'm just saying, I don't think we're anywhere near where we're supposed to be, and we have to do much, much, much more.
And I'll just add another thing that we're looking at into our housing is the inclusion of larger size units, specifically in senior buildings.
Absolutely.
Particularly because we have older New Yorkers who are serving as caretakers for their families. So we hear you on that, and I think the only thing we're saying is that there's a larger budget discussion during the state session where we have to decide how we figure out how to pay for all of these things. So we look forward to
I just asked you if you
continuing.
think it'll be helpful.
Yeah.
Okay. You can.
That was good. It would be helpful hypothetically.
Thank you. I'm good for now.
Okay, I think I will want to return to a couple more questions about scree injury, so sit tight. But before that, first of all, I want to acknowledge we have an esteemed guest in our audience. Senator Lester Chang is here with us, sitting in to presumably learn a few things about these programs. Thank you for being here. Did I say?
Yeah, you promoted him.
Did I demote you to being a senator? Forgive me. I may be recalling 2020, but anyway, it is great to have you here. And next up, Senator Jackson.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm glad that I know that you hear me because I can hear it loud and clear. I just wanted to say that we're looking at the various agencies up here. I need, an index in order to basically determine who does what. But who do you all report to? And is there one individual that really deals with housing and all type of housing that you report to in order to, refocus about where the needs are? And I've heard talk about 200,000 on this one, 200,000 on this one, waiting list I'm talking about, and the amount of time it takes, and it's like people that are not involved in this process, all they know is they're not being called. At least 99.5% are not being called because of you don't have the capacity as far as the housing that's there, what have you, and so forth. But who do all of you report to? Is that one individual? Is it Eric, or is it somebody else, a deputy mayor? Whom?
I'm happy to answer that question for the table, sir. So we all report, obviously, we all report up to the mayor, and this administration's focus on housing has been crystal clear, both through the first deputy mayor, Maria Torres Springer. She had started as the deputy mayor for economic development, then became the deputy mayor for housing and economic development. And as you remember, we started off with a chief housing officer, and we continue to have, and executive director for housing. Layla Borzog, someone who comes with both federal and local housing experience, extensive expertise, and she is the point senior administration official that largely brings many of us together on a regular basis through working groups and different task forces where we have worked to improve the rate of people coming into housing, repairing the housing so that it becomes more available. It's the reason why we have seen, triple-digit percentage increases in the number of people who are placed out of shelters into new homes. Last year, we placed 14,000, over 4,000 of which came from homeless shelters. That's largely through the coordination from the mayor to the first deputy mayor and the executive director for housing, Layla Borzog.
How has the federal government under the new administration of Trump impacted the money that you were receiving from the federal government, if at all? Can somebody just...
I can start and others should fill. So we are obviously watching very closely the moves of several actions that the administration has taken over the last couple of weeks. There was originally the actions taken by the federal OMB to pause funds, at which point the administration and agencies mobilized to make sure we had access to the funds we needed to continue things such as paying Section 8 rental payments or being able to draw down funds like home funds, which we use for senior housing, home funds that we use to pay for the staff that support our housing production figures. I think right now we're watching closely the budget reconciliation discussions between the House and the Senate. I will say that if we're still waiting for top line figures, but we do assume that if they move forward with the House estimate, which in itself is around 87% proration, or 87% of what we estimate we need the voucher program to be at in order to meet the national need and the local need, the city could see somewhere in the name of $349 million less in funding than we need to run our Section 8 funding alone. And that would be disastrous for us being able to move forward with that program. Separately, there are discussions about impacting home funds, which could undermine our ability to deliver new construction on products like senior housing. It can affect our multifamily housing. There are infrastructure investment funds, green energy and weatherization and rehabilitation funds that could also affect both deals that use partially that money in order to move and advance the projects, and in total have been a lifeline for coupling together and partnering with the development funds we use on the local level to advance new construction. So we are watching very closely the actions of the administration and advocating strenuously that these are funds that we use every day to deliver housing for New Yorkers.
Senator, I think so far the pause that my colleague mentioned, that happened a few weeks ago, caused uncertainty in our program, and because it caused uncertainty, NYCHA's Section 8 program.
Thank you.
Yes,
So
exactly.
everybody can be on the same page.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
that's okay.
apologize. Yes. So in NYCHA's Section 8 program, and because of even though that 48 hours of confusion, we didn't feel confident in issuing subsidy payments to landlords, and they received them, a few days late. Now that could just tell you that, we need to feel confident that this funding is coming in, and because on our Section 8 funding, we're basically a pass-through. The money comes in, it goes out to the landlords, but we can't confidently write those checks unless we know the money's coming in. And so, as my colleague said, we are watching over the next few days. The president's budget is due to come out. We have a CR coming out in March. So we're balancing both the 25 and the 26 budget at the same time. But I think over the next few weeks, we'll have a better idea of where we're going.
Anyone else? You're good? Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate the work that you do. That it seems as though that all of us are in a juggling situation. I mean, moving forward on programs that you have, as long as you said, as long as the money pours in, you're, transferring it out where it's supposed to go. But if not, then there's an emergency crisis that you have to deal with. So I appreciate what you're doing. Please just continue doing what you're doing on behalf of the people of our city and our state. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. Next up, Senator Brisport.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had just a quick question about HPD violations. A lot of my constituents feel as though they don't go anywhere, that they can file 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 50 on their landlord, and doesn't lead to any results. What are the escalations or the enforcement procedures that follow HPD violations?
I'm happy. Thank you for the question, Senator. So when violations are first, 301 complaints are filed, and I would say that to anyone who is familiar with our practices, that typically around the heat season, we make sure that we are prioritizing heat and hot water complaints, things that have to do with the habitability that can be affected due to strenuously cold conditions. So we respond to those complaints. However, we are not only issuing complaints about heat and hot water. If we see other violations like vermin infestation, cracked and peeling paint, things of that sort, we issue out those violations. Each violation comes with a B, or C level, C being the most life and safety hazardous condition. Each of them have a clock that is associated with them, anywhere from, it could be 90 days to something of a lesser condition to 24 hours for immediate life safety. The information for all of this, both the complaint that's filed and the violations that are issued, can be found on an updated version that we have now of HPD Online. You can actually see the due dates, where there's a date for when the condition needs to be corrected, and then the owner has to certify to us that the condition has to be corrected. And it's not complete until a dismissal is requested and we re-inspect. And so for those conditions, especially the life safety issues, some of them may trigger other enforcement programs. So if it's a life safety issue, we have programs like the Emergency Repair Program that may trigger us using city dollars to make the repair on behalf of the owner, and then we actually bill the owner for both the administrative fee and the cause of the failure. Then you have buildings that rack up violations, and we use a number of different tools to go after those owners as well. We have the Alternative Enforcement Program, which on January 30th of every year, we look at the most the largest violators, building owners with the largest violations, and we bring 250 buildings into a higher concentrated enforcement program where AEP coordinators work to try to get those violations directly dealt with by the owner over a course of 4 months, at which point, if they do not complete those repairs, there are escalating levels of higher violation fees and payments that owner has to pay, and if they don't pay, those charges are moved over to their property, and DOF administers that information. We also have other programs like our underlying building condition program that puts owners into other areas where staff scrutinize and go after owners who are not making those repairs. Separately, we have our Housing Litigation Division that takes thousands of cases every year to court on behalf of tenants. My numbers are a little rough, and I can get you the updated ones, but I believe at least about a year and a half ago, we were up to issuing over 7,000 cases in housing court, trying to get these violations dealt with. And so we have a mixture of our initial inspections. We do prioritize based on the life safety and hazardous condition. We have a clock that we have owners stick to. When the life safety and hazardous conditions aren't dealt with, we do leverage programs like the Emergency Repair Program. We also have citywide programs like AEP that we use for our most egregious situations, and this is in parallel to the Housing Litigation Division that brings cases to court to try to get these issues repaired. And and I say this to anyone, we have amazing inspectors. We had a number of years where we didn't have enough, but we've been able to rebuild the program slowly, and I think we're back up to fighting strength. But especially during the cold months, it can be difficult to keep up at the pace that I know New Yorkers deserve. So if there are issues coming into your office, please contact HPD, either Intergov or myself directly, and we will follow up and we'll prioritize these cases.
Thank you. And did this turn off? Thank you. And when someone does make a complaint about their landlord or their building, do they get this list of information sent back to them?
Yes, we
They
do. We do mail information. We
Okay.
post information online, and often there are many instances where we're trying to make calls to either get access to the apartment if the 311 caller identifies their unit. Many identify as anonymous for reasons whether they don't want to be known as the person who made the call, or they believe it's a building-wide condition and we need to be looking at multiple units. So when we get to a building, if we don't have a name, we'll try to get access by reaching a couple of people in the building, or if we do have information, we'll contact them directly. But they do get information in the mail, and we do post this information available online.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Bridgeport. I'll take a few more questions, and then we'll have another round, I think, from some of my colleagues. Just on scree and DREE, can you just, let's just basics. How many households are currently participating in scree, and how many are currently participating in DREE?
So for the program that DOF runs, which is non-Mitchell-Lama units, these are rent-regulated units. For last fiscal year, is 53,611 scree units, and for DREE, it was 10,547.
Okay. And how many new? Actually, do you have? We'll do the non first. How many applicants were accepted into each of those programs in the past year, or in some period you may?
The numbers I just provided were the folks on program.
Right, but presumably some people go off the program and some people are added to the program.
So you're asking for new applicants
Right.
in the last year? I don't have those numbers with me, but I'm happy to follow up and provide to them. So you're just looking for the new applicants in the last year?
Yeah, I guess I'm looking for applicants in, applicants out. How many people are in the program? How many people have come off the program?
So just since COVID, numbers have, so pre-2020, our numbers for scree, just for example, were in the low 60,000, 61,000. And then after the pandemic, numbers dipped to 52,000, 51,000, and the numbers I just cited were 53,000 for scree. And so we've been working tirelessly. Our assistant commissioner here runs the exemptions unit. We've been working with our partners to try to get these program benefits in front of New Yorkers, specifically worked with DSS directly mailing to constituents that might be eligible. Last year we mailed directly to 19,000 constituents that might be eligible for scree DREE. This year the mailing is about 42,000. And so we're trying to get those numbers back to the pre-pandemic levels.
Do you have a sense of why the numbers have declined?
Assistant Commissioner, if you have any ideas, I think it's...
Well, it's a variety of reasons. I mean, a lot of people were displaced because of COVID, and so that was a major factor for us in the last couple of years. Also, the housing makeup has changed considerably in the last couple of years. So in terms of the way we qualify someone for the benefit, it's not only just them, the tenant owner, who would be the senior person or the disabled person, but also their household makeup. So households have changed considerably over the last couple of years, and that has contributed to the big variety right now. So if your income, because of other household members in the household, increases your income level, you may not qualify for the program.
I see. And so you mentioned that you had a pre-pandemic level of scree of roughly 61,000, and now it's down to 53,611. Have you seen a comparable reduction in DREE as well?
Our DREE program is a little bit smaller, obviously. For example, FY20, we had 11,639 folks on program. In last fiscal year, it was about 10,547.
So not as steep a decline, but
Yes.
a meaningful decline, about 10%. So if I could just, given the reduction over time, if I could just broaden my request for that data, if you could give us
Yeah, we can get you the new applicant.
the sort of end of year census sort of for each program, and then how many households were added and how many were subtracted, how many came off the program. If
Yep.
you could do that, maybe back to, I don't know, fiscal 2000 or something.
Okay.
Sorry, fiscal 2020 or so.
I was say
2020 would be a long time.
2000 would be a while, but we can most certainly do it to 2020.
Okay, we'd
We can
appreciate
get you a
that.
rather quick answer.
I just want to talk a little bit. Have you done estimates, or have you seen reliable estimates of how many New Yorker households might be eligible for these programs?
We do a report. I believe it's every 3 years. The report is due. That talks about the population that you're referencing, the eligible population for our programs. I do not have the number memorized off of hand. Assistant Commissioner may, but we can most certainly get it to. It's in a public report we put out every 3 years. It came out in December of 2024, maybe.
We have a new one coming up this year.
Yeah, so we're issuing a new report in the next couple of months, which we can get you an updated eligibility number.
Person's report that is done, or is that separate?
That's a separate.
It's a separate report. This
Okay,
is
this
done
is-
by the exemptions unit, and this is a report to determine. It was mandated by the city council years ago, but this report will put out how many New Yorkers that we are aware of that would potentially be eligible for Screech Re. It's a little difficult to predict. Renters, we have to source their income. It's also based off their lease and what units they're in. So it's a little bit. It's not
And when do you expect the newest version of that to be available?
in the next couple months.
Okay. A couple months is a highly significant time frame for us, so because the budget is due
Of course.
in about 10
I can
weeks.
send you the most recent numbers we have, and then I
Yes.
can
Yeah, we would-
just to give you a frame of reference, and then we can send you the most updated.
Yeah, we
numbers.
don't need to wait for a formal public report, but if you can get us numbers, both
Understood.
of estimates of eligible New Yorkers and then actual participants, and again, who's come on and who's come
Yep.
off.
Just to, if I
Okay.
could, just to frame, for example, so as working with DSS, we directly mailed last year 19,000 households. Of those households, just to put in a frame, 3,900 responded to us, and 3,300 were accepted on program. So that just paints a better picture for who we determine might be eligible for those then who return to be on program.
And on what basis are you choosing the 19,000 to mail to?
I'll have to defer to our assistant commissioner if you can remember right now, but if not, we can get you the details.
The 19,000, we'll get you that
Okay,
information.
but roughly speaking, those are things, you have some data or some other reason to believe that those households might be eligible? Is that the idea?
Yes.
So you look at tax data,
It's age, income,
rent
and
data,
rent. Yeah.
age, income.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And there's others. There's numerous programs that are administered by these other agencies that have similar qualifying criteria, and so we kind of all work together to see what information can be shared.
Okay, so a few questions about the issue you were discussing with Senator Clear a moment ago. If I turn 62, I've been living happily in my apartment where I pay $1,000 a month for a number of years. My income has declined when I retired. I now have an income of, $21,000, and I apply for SCREE.
Yes.
And you determine me to be eligible, and you add me to the program. I should emphasize that SCREE injury programs are pursuant to state law. So there are several aspects of the program where the city is not making a policy choice. You're just implementing a state law, and we have bills that we'd like to change the state law.
That's exactly
so,
correct, yes.
So not casting any aspersions on any choices the city might have made here, but just so people understand, if I am paying $12,000 a month in rent, $12,000 a year in rent, $1,000 a month. If Cordell pays $12,000 a month in a lavish apartment, no, I'm paying $12,000. I'm paying it $12,000 a year in rent, and I have $21,000 in income.
Mm-hmm.
That means my income is solidly over my rent. My contribution to my rent is solidly over 50% of my income, and we consider that person severely rent burdened. And the program freezes my contribution at that level, right?
Yes. Your frozen rent. Yes.
And pursuant to the law and the rules of the program, you don't have any choice to say
We freeze you at $1,000.
right, and you have no flexibility about that.
So if you were to apply on program, we cover the rent guidelines board that they issue an increase every single year. We then cover that increase. It's 3-4% or whatever, and so that is the number we cover.
And so, from the perspective of the program, you're not spending any money in year one because you're just freezing it, and then in year two, as the rent goes up,
We do spend money year one because they look at their rent increase and they go, I cannot afford this. I'm now eligible for the program, and so
I
they
see, right.
apply, and we we cover.
You're paying the initial. You're basically covering the difference between
Yes.
the current rent and the initial rent
Yes,
increase.
and we call it a
which in-
tax. Yeah.
In my case, in my example, might be $25 a month, 2.5%.
Could be
of that,
75. I think
right.
the average, I can get you all this, but I believe from the last numbers I looked at, it's about $278 is the average benefit per person.
per year.
Yeah.
Right. I guess, you presumably have the contribution rate of all, the amount that each of your participants in the program are contributing now, and you have the legal rent data, and you have their income data.
Yeah.
So you would be able to presumably reliably estimate how much one of the changes that's proposed here, which is to say, rather than freezing that rent, we set the
Yes.
household contribution at a third of their current income. Have you had an opportunity to make? I realize that the invitations this hearing were very short, relatively short notice. We pulled this together, but have you had an opportunity to estimate the cost of that change in the law?
And so, like I said earlier, this is a fundamental shift in program. It's just a fundamental shift in program. And our benefit, just to be very clear, does not go directly to the tenants. It goes to the property owner. We call it a TAC. It's a tax abatement credit. Right. And so that will then flow through to the tenant because of the benefit we're providing to the property owner. But to your specific question, I can get you specific numbers, but it's to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars.
Hundreds of millions of
Yes.
dollars just for that change.
Yes.
Okay. Can you how much is the program foregoing in tax revenue? How much is each of the programs
Last fiscal
foregoing
year
in taxes right now?
For Screedry alone last year, we spent $155 million.
And can you give us a breakdown of Scree versus Dree on that?
Scree was 127 million to be exact, and Dree cost 27.6 million.
Okay. I guess I'm having trouble understanding it. You're saying hundreds of millions of dollars.
An extra cost per year, yes.
Meaning you'd more than double the cost.
Yes, sir.
By paying the difference between.
Yes.
In my example, so how many of your tenants how many households in the program are currently rent burdened? Paying more than. Do you have data for how many are paying more than 50%? How many are paying more than 40%?
That is not something I have today. It's not a number we run.
Okay. Is that number presumably is, again, you have all the data to determine that, right?
Presumably, but I have to check with our tax policy team.
Okay. So again, just if you could give us a sense of that. I'm careful not, I recognize you can't accept that this has a substantial cost to the city. I represent, there's nobody at this table who's authorized to spend hundreds of millions of dollars. But you can give us the math to indicate why it would cost. That's a surprisingly large number. That would more than double the cost of the program, since many people have presumably had their rent frozen for quite some time, and you're paying a substantial amount. Am I right to say that you have about 64,000 households on the program, and you're paying $155 million? The cost per participant in the program, do you have that figure?
I don't have it with me today, but I can certainly send it to you.
But roughly speaking,
we could do some
okay,
back of the napkin math here.
I will try not. I will forego the opportunity to do the arithmetic in my head. Recognizing that you can't, no one at this table can accept this as a policy. I would also note that changes in state law need to be adopted by the city. So the city has adopted in each case. When we raised the income level from 29,000 to 50,000, the city adopted that change. There are some localities that did not. But recognizing that city has adopted every change that has made the program more generous over the course of many years now, I think there's one issue with implementation of a particular provision regarding how Medicare, how certain income is counted towards income limits. Can you talk about that issue?
I'm not exactly familiar with what you're speaking about.
Okay, there's a city.
We've made numerous changes to the income definition over the last 2 years. We've tried to make it easier for us to administer the program, but also more generous or expand eligibility. I believe 2 years ago we amended the definition to either that there was a new and better definition versus the old we gave people two different paths to qualify for the income definition. That was 2 years ago. And then last year, and I can get you the specifics on that, but then last year we amended the income definition because we have to do eligibility checks, and we depend on other agency data at the federal and state level, and sometimes that data is delayed. And so we gave ourselves more flexibility administratively to help people who apply to get them on program faster.
Okay. Just the thing I'm referring to is actually, it was a change in state law that would, as I understand, would need to be, it was a bill we passed by Senator Kruger that would
Yes, I believe-
actually would need to be accepted formally by the city council. So it's actually not been on your plate, but
Yes, and I as soon as I do remember that bill. I think we have some questions and concerns about it. But we're trying to, as I just mentioned, we have amended the income definition to make it easier for us to administer the program. And I think changes that would make it harder, the checks that we have to do for eligibility, we want to make this as seamless as possible for New Yorkers.
okay. When again, if you do have technical concerns about that, I think we'd be, Senator Kruger's not here, but I think we'd be interested in hearing them. Just, is anybody on the panel aware of any program where it's an affordability program, somebody enrolls, they are found eligible, they are found to be severely rent burdened, and then they're admitted to the program and they continue to be severely rent burdened indefinitely?
Could you repeat the question? I'm sorry. Perhaps I don't understand.
So if I am rent burdened and having trouble affording my housing, and I enroll in SCREE, I remain rent burdened, severely rent burdened in some cases, for the foreseeable future. That's an odd, again, we love SCREE and DREE, but that's an odd aspect of this program that, we take the trouble to find that you're eligible. We have a mechanism to subsidize your rent, but then we only use that mechanism to the extent of freezing you where you are, even if you are severely rent burdened. And I'm just, again, this program's been around for a long time. It's very unusual. Is anybody aware of any affordable housing program that leaves people paying 40 or 50% of their gross income toward their rent?
Just from a Department of Finance perspective, just to take a step back, our program is not traditional rental assistance, I would say, right? There's more traditional rental assistance that our other sister agencies offer. We, like I mentioned multiple times, we just cover that rent increase. But we do, when folks come in and seek assistance from us, we have an amazing taxpayer advocate who handles a wide range of cases. But if a person, in the case you just described to me of yourself, of a hypothetical of yourself, if they were to come into our office and we were to take a look, we don't just accept them from our application and never look at their case again or never assist them. We would take a look and say, hey, maybe there's some better options for you. We'd point them to our sister agencies. We have a great relationship with the HPD. Our taxpayer advocate works very closely with HPD and other sister agencies that offer more traditional rental assistance. So from the Department of Finance perspective, if someone were to come in with a scenario and we would not just leave them at the door. We do point them to other agencies that provide, different rental assistance.
Is more about what happens after when the situations arise, especially in our preservation programs. And we haven't talked a lot about that here in this hearing, but both from the perspective of I'm a voucher holder looking for an apartment, having buildings that have had preservation investments happen, open up those units so they actually are available to new renters. That's one. But two, through when we do have the opportunity to put project-based voucher contracts on the street. So every, a couple of times a year, assuming there's availability, HPD, NYCHA recently also did the same. We will find ways to work with existing buildings to lay over vouchers to help control the rising cost of rent. In fact, in Mitchell-Lama, even though we run a separate SCREE program, we have about 7,100 people who benefit from that program. Separately, we have about 5,500 vouchers in our Mitchell-Lama building, specifically there to help control the cost of increasing that piece of their overall budget. So there's a couple of different ways we try to attack it, but it is a phenomenon that happens especially in buildings that see regular increases depending on how those increases are governed.
Great. And I'm not casting aspersions on anybody here and the efforts you're making or that you're working within the current law. But just to say, the hundreds of millions of dollars that the change that we're talking about is a measure of the extent to which people enrolled in SCREE and DREE are paying rent that is above a third of their income, which is, a standard that we considered to be indicative of excessive rent burden. So it's just factually, many people are paying a great deal more than a third of their income, even though they're enrolled in this very important program, which we all love and support.
If I can offer, Senator.
Please.
So certainly for households with rental supplements in the community who are low-income households, they struggle with paying their share all the time. And that's the cohort that's included in the one-shot deals that we get all the time. So irrespective of which supplement or support that you're getting, they're struggling with their share.
So you sometimes have people who are enrolled in SCREE or DREE but are still finding themselves in a situation where
Absolutely.
they might be evicted because they can't pay the rent.
Absolutely.
And then the city steps in with
The
different
one-shot deal.
resources, with a one-shot deal to forestall the
Help.
emergency.
Yes.
Okay. Just one more, just want to focus a little bit on one more aspect of this. There's a proposal here. I was around when we raised the income maximum from $29,000 to $50,000. That seemed like a big, important change in around 2014 or so. We did it for SCREE and then subsequently for DREE. That number has now been stuck at $50,000 since 2014. Inflation would have gotten it to $67,000 by now. So we have this bill that would raise that to catch up with inflation and also index it going forward. Again, I'm not asking you to, bless that as an approach today, but can you just talk about the dynamics of having an income level, a maximum income that doesn't change, and yet people get cost of living adjustments, their rents go up. Can you just talk about how that plays out? Does that not mean that some people are become ineligible for the program because they get cost of living adjustments and their income exceeds $50,000?
I think there's a line in the sand. The line in the sand is $50,000. It's state law.
It's set by us, right?
Yes. Your proposal would increase it to $67,000. Then I believe annually after it would adjust to the CPI. I don't think anyone at this table would sit here and say we don't want more people on these programs. We directly interact with the New Yorkers that are trying to get on these programs, and I think the expansion conversation, increasing that income threshold, is a budgetary one as well. There's cost implications there, but we're happy to continue that conversation.
And you mentioned that the program has gone down from about 73,000 participants to about 64,000 participants now. Presumably that means the city has saved quite a bit of money, maybe inadvertently because it wasn't your intention for the number to go down. But to the extent we're talking about changes that would increase the participation in the program, to some extent we would just be getting the costs back to where they were a few years ago. Is that a fair way of thinking about it?
I cannot I'm unsure. I cannot commit to that. I cannot comment on that. I'm not sure of the cost implications of raising the income threshold to $67,000. We've not modeled that.
Okay. Again, we appreciate any insight you can give into the effect of that. Please.
Money that was not spent on one program ultimately is diverted into another program. So funding that we have had in past years largely helped us contribute to a larger housing budget than we would have had if we didn't have those funds. So I think we can obviously talk to OMB to get into greater detail, but we have continuously, I think, tried to push the envelope and increase the amount that we put toward housing or eviction prevention programs. It's just a matter of which programs you fund and how you make that mix work.
Right. And I think New York City, I said at the beginning, but New York City has done an extraordinary job of finding every tool available and putting enormous resources behind these things, and I'm certainly not suggesting otherwise.
Of course. Thank you, sir.
Senator Clear, I think, is up next.
Yeah. So, thank you for that. So last year we sent notices out to 19,000 people, and roughly 3,900, I think you said, responded. So that's like 15,000 people didn't respond. What's happening?
And the assistant commissioner can correct me where I'm wrong, but these are direct mailings, and so these are right to their household. I don't think we can sit here today and testify on what exactly happened for those 15,000 New Yorkers.
No, I mean, if you just had a sense of what what is it that I don't know? Do we have to do more? Do we have to do another mailing? Like, because in this day and age and the climate we're in, and for 15,000 people not to take advantage of something that can be really useful.
And yeah, and just to be very clear, these are households we're not 100% certain they're eligible. This is just it is with the information that we have available, trying to cast as wide of a net as possible. That is the sole goal of these mailings. Is we are not sure if these people qualify, but we have continued to. We did another mailing this year. We expanded it to 42,000 households. This is something that the city has been committed to year over year of doing these mailings, and we'll be very excited to follow up with the results from this year. Hopefully, the results are better because folks perhaps they didn't apply the first year. Maybe they see the mailing again. They go, oh, okay. You know, when people get government mailings, we all get government mailings. Sometimes we look at them a little funny.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah, because I think your return rate, I think you said of the 39, a high percentage was eligible. I think, was it like 36?
33.
33. So that's pretty good. Is there anything that you would recommend that we could do? I mean, I promote both programs all the time. I'm getting ready to do a commercial because it would really help, and I see the need. But is there anything else that we can do, maybe even cross-agency? I know we had a bill that said that required the notice be put on rent receipts. I don't know where we went with that, but just is there anything else that we could be doing even with the other agencies? Is that something that you send out with your mailings and so forth, just to make people understand? And then a step further than that, sometimes in our communities, it's like you said, people get government mailings and they're not sure, and especially our older New Yorkers who we tell, don't answer the phone, don't respond to this, don't do that. How are we getting the message? Are we going to our senior programs? Are we going? I think this is something I'd really like us to be aggressive with, I guess, that I'm saying. And I think at one time, I think you was talking to me about, maybe it was the Bloomberg administration, there was a large amount of advertising at that time. I don't see it out there. So tell me, and again, like Senator Kavanaugh always said, this is not about casting dispersions. For me, it's my passion about finding solutions for New Yorkers, and I want us to work together to do that. So if there's something you have, please let me know.
Hello. I would just say, yes, please continue the promotion. That's very important to get the word out. I think as many different faces from that side of the panel that's out there pushing this and helping us push this is helpful. I also think we've been doing a lot of work with community organizations and training them on how to inform their constituents about how to participate in the programs. I think that's also very important, and that has helped us a lot in getting the word out and getting folks actually signed up. But I also think you also need to look at a lot of the household compositions, because if anything, that's probably slowing down a lot of folks that could otherwise be eligible for the program. That household makeup is very critical, and I think that needs to be looked at.
I also just want to add, before I kick to the sister agencies, we have a very effective and aggressive outreach team. And if you all want to partner, we'll partner to do town halls, office hours, what have you. We do hundreds of events a year. We talk to thousands of New Yorkers a year. We partner with the Department of Aging. I think all of our agencies have very aggressive outreach efforts to the extent that we can, and try to get out into every community possible.
I would. Okay, so a couple different ways to break it down. So we have at least 3 different teams at HPD that works on events. So we are either using our tabling work, doing across the board. We're doing hundreds of events a year, both virtual and in person. So we have our tabling team that goes out, usually partners with a nonprofit or an elected official. We send out a letter often at the beginning of the spring season, inviting people to get us on your calendar or tell us where to go. We also have the HPD van. We have 2 vans, great drivers, really nice decked out system that has materials that include directly how to connect with the SCREE injury programs in New York City.
I invite y'all to every event. Yeah. I've never seen the van.
Well, the van.
You didn't tell me about the van.
We can't get the van inside, right? So you gotta guess.
I do it outside.
Well, this year is the year of the HPD van Cleary mashup theme up.
Better be
That's
sure
what's happening.
that you will get that van to the next thing I do.
Separately, we have a number of different booklets, the ABC for housing, for renters. We have our homeowner manual that both have programs about the SCREE and SHREE program, respectively, for those individuals. On the homeownership side, you also can get information if you're eligible for SHREE through the Homeowner Help Desk, which is now a citywide program built under this administration. Our colleagues at the Office of the Public Engagement Unit, they do both days of action around SCREE and DREE. They have a tenant helpline where you can get answers. There's also a tenant portal online which you can get information about this. And just recently, Charlie and others around this table worked together on a series of older New Yorker forums and town halls that we did across the city in order to get some advertising and energy around information to publicize this. These are a couple of things that we do as a group and individually to get the word out.
Okay, we will have.
And then because I heard a question behind me, so you can get information about these events typically online. Also, additionally, we have been working with our colleagues at OTI to get more publicity on the linked kiosks across the city, where there's a lot of advertising both from us, from community boards, and other CBOs.
Okay, you were going to say something. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. So, Difta, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
no, it's okay. I'll just add and I'll say, it is a partnership and it's a collaboration between these agencies. And I want to be very clear with you all that we also do a lot of, we share data in the sense that we're actually hitting the neighborhoods and communities that we know are in need of this. And so we work with your offices as well. I know Senator Kavanaugh, we have an event coming up with you in about a week or so, I want to say. Next week we'll be at an older adult center, which is where we know a lot of these individuals are. But we worked with HPD to have a housing resource fair, and it was fascinating to watch older adults be able to be walked through the Housing Connect process, which was incredibly helpful for them. We've also, along with this mayor, hosted 19 older adult town halls throughout the city. PEU has been at every single one of those, and PEU does registrations for SCREE. And so there's been 19 communities throughout the city that's had an opportunity for older adults who may not be in that program to be able to register. So we really are trying to be out in the community on this.
I appreciate the work you're doing, okay, but my questions always come from what we can do more of and where we're not. And when I heard 15,000 or 16,000 people didn't respond, it just makes me know that we could do more. This is not to be critical of what you're already doing. I know the work you do. Y'all were just with me in Albany. I do my senior day every year. We're going to do more of those, I guess. But another question for finance, and if you don't have it now, it's okay. You could get it to me. But do you see any particular patterns, trends, neighborhoods, ethnicities, race, anything that in those unanswered in those mailings that you send out that might indicate just maybe I don't know, an area that we might need to focus on? And if you don't have it, could you just take a look at it if you have that ability to, maybe it's language, I don't know, maybe it's something, but I just know that programs like SCREE, DREE, we need those, and it's probably, housing is the most asked about thing. I tell you this, in my district, all day, every day, hands down. Mm-hmm. I can't go to church, I can't go to supermarket, I can't go to laundry, I can't go anywhere without hearing about the need for housing and the need for affordable housing. And I get a lot from my seniors, my older New Yorkers, who are really, really struggling and finding it hard to survive. So a program like this, I'm worried that we may not be getting to the right, we might not be hitting it. I always say it's us, because I don't believe that it's them not wanting it. There's something we have to do more. So it's not that I know now I know you got the van. But we're going to be on it. But if you see any patterns or any things that we should be paying attention to, okay?
And I know, just to start, I know I mentioned earlier that we don't do traditional rental assistance, but we do understand our vital role that we play here and how we assist it. We want to continue to play that vital role and try to get as many people on program as we can. today I did not come prepared to speak about that specifically, but we're happy to follow up. Assistant Commissioner has an amazing team here, and we'll follow up with communities that we know that, where we direct our outreach. Because as the First Deputy Commissioner of HPD mentioned, everything we do here is targeted, and we don't want to waste any of our efforts.
Thank you, and this is going to be my last question. This is really directed to all of you, and it's something near and dear to my heart. The New York Times did an article a few years back, and this is very general, 200,000 blacks left New York State. I look at the rent burden and evictions across the country. Blacks are leading in that area. What are we doing that's addressing race disparities in terms of black people not being able to find housing? And other groups are not, some other groups are not that far behind, but this is particularly alarming when you look at blacks being 12% of the population, but making up so much of those who are rent burdened and also being displaced, being evicted. It's very frightening. So if I'm asking, is race a factor that we're looking at in terms of making sure that people are getting access to information, getting in housing? When you see these trends, you have to, again, question what is happening that's causing this.
So I think that when you're figuring out, if you're thinking about this from a campaign perspective and how you get information out there to help people who need these tools, understanding your communities both from a demo ethnographic perspective is really important, right? So we know, for instance, in our homeownership work, we know that issues like deed theft or access to accessible home loans have been something that have hurt low and moderate income neighborhoods, especially those that have high ownership by Black or African American families. So that's why in the homeowner help desk work that we've been trying to do, we've now baseline and expanded the money we put into deed theft and legal services. It's the reason why we have the Home Fix program and expanded that, which provides low interest, no interest loans, especially if you are a senior and low income, you are put in a category where we really target and try to work with you. So our homeownership programs, invariably target the neighborhoods that have been hardest hit by these issues, and they just overlap, and we understand through the data that we look at that they also overlap with neighborhoods that have large amounts of African American families that reside within.
But I'm also talking about, and thank you for that, but I'm also talking about rentals as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the renter side, I think for us, we are looking at those neighborhoods, especially when it comes to the preservation side, about how to keep people in place.
Yes.
And we are taking into account what are the factors driving people into a place where they can't stay in place. It's the reason why our Article 11 programs, again, I mentioned how important J51 is, and our preservation rehab programs are targeted to areas like Harlem, areas like Bed-Stuy. We've been doing extensive work in areas in East New York. We just did a hundreds of $1 million deal in East New York to preserve a Mitchell-Lama there that has a high number of African American families.
Preservation.
In Senator Prasad's district. So we are trying to put our dollars into places where we're seeing greater vulnerability of stabilization and longevity for those families, and using those preservation dollars to attack this problem directly. And that's affecting renters and homeowners, and we're trying to address both.
Well, I'd like to talk more, maybe beyond this sitting, because we are seeing a definite decline. West Harlem saw 14% outmigration of blacks. And part of the problem is not just, and I'm happy for the preservation because that's very important, but even in new construction and stuff coming in, I come from a community where we were told for generations, stay out of trouble, keep on the right path, go away, or stay, study, go to school, get an education, come back, give back to your community. And we have several generations who have done everything, but they cannot come back. And that's not fair. And that is really being seen in especially our younger black population and families and people who want to start families. We are losing talent. and we're losing people who need to be in our communities and have a right to be in our communities, who were raised in those communities and want to come back and contribute. So we have to really take a look at that. When I see the new construction and people moving into them, it doesn't reflect the community.
I mean, the only thing I'd add here is also making sure that we're working with individuals who look and represent the neighborhoods that they come with. So as you know, we work with you closely on the Shabazz Market project,
Absolutely.
109 units, a new ground floor market that retains the history of the neighborhood, and doing more projects. I'm working with a minority-led team. It's powerful, it's impactful, it's getting to what you're doing, and we're hopefully going to do more of it. And this actually gets back to something the senator talked about earlier about enforcement and
Yes.
making sure that we're doing inspections and we're following up. And I actually have the numbers more specifically for calendar year 24, for fiscal year 24, with tenant actions that we were party to, we did 12,000 and 13,000 respectively. Self-initiated was 3,400 and 3,800 respectively. I could get you those numbers, but the inspection piece is really important. If we're not there enforcing, people will turn a blind eye to protecting those homes and those families, and they also will be part of the displacement and the diaspora. So we have to do both.
Thank you.
I think Senator Prasad has a couple. Well, I think Senator Prasad has a couple more questions, but just for the record, I'm getting the signal from my staff. We want the van also.
Yeah,
So-
van is coming. I am in so much trouble with the drivers of the van right now.
And I think if you need additional funding for vans, you should go to Senator Clear.
I'm gonna have to get my CDL license in order to make this happen at the end of this.
Yeah, it's interesting. None of us knew that you had the van. We all partner with you on community projects, but we didn't know you had the van.
I'm in so much trouble.
You are in trouble, but that's okay. We will work it out.
Okay.
I just want to get back to the people who are unhoused and living in our shelter system. What services are we adding to ensure that once they leave the shelter system, that they are equipped to remain housed? You know, we see, and tell me, what is what are you doing? We see that the funding for homeless services is being cut. We do not want the current funding that you have diverted to cover anything else. We want to ensure that the people who are in the homeless shelters are given the services they should. We want to also, thank you. We stop, guys. Yeah, we want to make sure that the services that they should be receiving, that they're receiving. We see the numbers are increasing. We heard the number that said the number of people who are moved from homeless shelters into permanent housing. But I think the number who moved into the homeless shelter system is greater than that number. So we have a serious problem. And then we're talking about, apartments that are vacant, that's taking a long time to be renovated to move people in. What are we doing to address all of these things?
So that's loaded. Thank you for that, Senator. So just in reference to households who have exited the shelter system into the community, one of the things that we have in place is that at renewals, the income level increases to 80% AMI, so that helps to keep folks stable in the community. We see about a 90% retention rate, and the 10% is folks who either have left or maybe have passed away. Very little return to the shelter. We do have our home-based community organization. It's a network of CBOs that are available to provide aftercare support, for households who have exited the shelter system. And so certainly, more would be welcome, but they are available to assist with that. Intentionally.
But also, when people are in the shelter system, preparing them, I've gone to shelters and you don't have enough staff, in my opinion, to work with the residents of the shelters to ensure that they're on the right track. And also, I want to ensure that, you hear people saying, I'm getting a voucher, I'm given a voucher and told to go on a website. Who is helping them navigate that process? We want to ensure that we have people helping them to navigate that process because, people become frustrated when they're not having, sometimes we have to hold their hands because they're frustrated because of. I don't think anybody wakes up in the morning and says, "I want to be homeless." So when they're not being given that opportunity of given that guidance, it frustrates them, and hence we have additional issues. So I want to ensure that we're increasing the number of counselors, etc., to guide them through the process from beginning to end and after.
Certainly, we are always exploring a staffing model that's conducive to the workload, and we know that we need to grow in that area. But intentionally, households in shelter do have access to housing navigators and case management, so we need more, yes, maybe. We also partner with our HPD partners and everyone at the table around housing stock, and certainly PEU, which was mentioned earlier, do dedicated sort of like search for housing for the households that are in shelter. And so intentionally, all those efforts are in place. We also partner in ensuring that the screen and dry information is available to the household. I mean, the toolkit is very stocked, but there's always more that we can do. So.
If I can just add to Andrea's comments. So in the publicly subsidized housing that we have our set-aside units, where at least 15% of those units in our buildings go to homeless referrals, so coming out of the homeless system into permanent housing. We actually underwrite, we actually finance in those projects a certain amount for retention and stabilization services. It's called the Our Space Initiative. You have to be a pre-qualified provider. That list is on our website for developers who work with us, and it provides, and it is light touch, it is not extensive long-term assistance, but it is the initial transfer support to make sure that we are getting people settled into that housing. Again, there's additional pieces that come with it around the physical structure of it, like the furniture voucher or the security voucher to help with some of the technical aspects and to settle them. But then going beyond that, there is casework support for them. Around the voucher program, we've been, I think, as a city, advocating for more funding to get federal dollars that can be used for housing search support. We have seen that applied in certain programs. So we have federal programs like the Mobility Demonstration Project, which focuses on fair access and mobility for people with vouchers into any part of the city that they would like.
Well, we know right now the federal government is talking about cutting those funding. What are we doing?
Sure.
So we, without talking about what the federal government is going to do, they're already talking about cutting the funding for public housing, etc.
Yep.
So we have to have a contingency plan. What are we doing?
Well, one, I would say I would not concede the idea that we should, and there have been both Republican and Democratic administrations where we have seen support for using administrative funds to do different things, but I completely agree that we're not resting our laurels on that alone. So in our publicly subsidized housing, where we also use vouchers, we're able to rely on the Our Space initiative as a way to help with that stabilization services. And as I also mentioned, we do have contracts with CBOs that help with eviction prevention. If we see people starting to teeter in the place of instability, having difficulty with the compliance requirements, we will activate the eviction contracts. And we can, and as Andrea said, we always can do more with more. We can always fund it at greater levels. But we are trying to meet the tide as we can with the funding we have available.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Go ahead,
Just
yes.
to add, NYCHA Section 8 program, we actually formed a housing navigation unit where we work with voucher holders who haven't been successful in their first 60 days of searching. We try to link them to apartments and, at least 3 times to try to help them in their efforts to secure a unit.
Okay, why I ask that question is because on a daily basis we get constituents who are calling saying that there's no one to guide them, and so they're frustrated. And then your offices, no, my staff is always on the horn with all of your offices, especially HPD, about that. And so we want to ensure that you have the team in place to assist those constituents who need that help, because it's frustrating to them. It's frustrating when I go to a shelter and there's a parent there with kids and they're like, we have no help. That should not be. So that's just why I'm asking. So thank you all very much, and I look forward to continuing the working relationship with all of you.
Okay, we have Senator Jackson and then Senator Clear, and then I think we will wrap. But go ahead.
Hello.
No, you don't have to press that. They're
Hello.
controlling it.
Yeah. I have two quick questions. As far as the SCREE and DREE, is there a unit that just deals with SCREE and DREE? And how long does it take, for example, how long does it take an application to be processed, even though the waiting list is yay long?
Thank you, Senator.
Can you speak up a little louder?
Yes, I
This thing here is.
Perhaps I can. Okay, there we go. The Department of Finance handles a majority of the SCREE cases. There are a specific amount of units, the Mitchell-Lama units, HPD handles those, but for most of the SCREE applications, they come through the Department of Finance. You referenced how long does it take and a wait list of some sort. The Assistant Commissioner can talk about that.
Yeah, the question was, how long does it take to determine whether or not somebody's entitled to SCREE or DREE, even though the wait list is yay long?
Well, we have a service level agreement for initial applicants to come in to the program of about 10 days to review the application and make a determination of either being accepted, denied, or revoked out of the program. And so it's about 10 to 15 days is our,
So basically about 2 weeks, something like that,
about.
3 weeks?
About.
But not 5 months.
Oh, no,
and
no, no,
then,
no, no.
You know, they're not on the list and what have you and
No,
so
no, no,
forth.
And
no.
just for how it works, it's based off the rental agreement that they have, and so it's by lease expiration. So if
Yeah.
you're a renewal, you have 60 days prior to your lease being that execution of the renewal lease. You have 60 days to come in and apply. If you're for some reason late to that, we have a standard period of accepting them back to the lease term. So we are not aware of this 5-month wait period, but it typically takes, as the Assistant Commissioner, 10 to 15 days. And you know,
No, I didn't say that people waiting 5 months, but I'm just saying, you know, I just needed to know about
Of course.
how long does it take to process it? And you'd say about 2 to 3 weeks, give or take.
Yep.
Be
And for initial applicants, you know, the Assistant Commissioner can speak more about this, but when folks determine they're eligible and maybe their lease execution started of January 1st of this year and now it's February 18th, we will work with them to date back to their execution date of their lease if they're an initial applicant. And so we work very closely with the tenants to try to get them on program as soon as possible.
So initially, finance handles the approval of whether or not you meet the qualifications.
Yep.
And then, is that HPD or is it?
We do the whole thing.
Oh, the whole thing.
Yeah, we do the whole thing. For the units that we manage, we do the whole thing. For the 7,100 units they manage, they do the whole thing.
The Mitchell-Lama program, this is typically something that's triggered when there is a rent order increase. And so it's a little bit longer for us. It's about 6 weeks, but it coincides with the program where the rent order is in place. So we time it so, again, the timing is such that we try to make sure that there's no impact felt by that individual, but it's not the same process as they're experiencing.
Okay. Now, and the next question is, I represent Mitchell-Lama, Amalgamated Housing,
Yeah.
which is like 2,000 people in there, and they're, in my opinion, on the verge of collapse because, in my opinion, they're not getting enough help from the agencies that deal with that. They're not only city agencies, but the state agencies also. And so, can you talk about what are you doing to support people that are in seniors that have retired and what have you, and don't have the means in order to continue at the rate in order to survive in amalgamated housing, the Mitchell-Lama housing?
Well, I can't. If you're talking about a specific development, I think I would prefer to talk offline because I don't know all the details of any particular project that you may be referencing. But overall, we are trying to do a tremendous amount for Mitchell-Lama housing. As I mentioned, we are leveraging both scarce vouchers. So about a fifth of our vouchers, or about a sixth of our vouchers, go to Mitchell-Lama housing alone to make sure that when increases are triggered, we're trying to stabilize the income in those homes. Separately, we're also spending preservation dollars where we can rehab the buildings, sort of control the costs that they would normally normally have to go to the private market to lend and borrow for and make the repairs so that they remain habitable, and they can actually continue to re-rent or sell units so that they can keep their reserves and their building in strong shape. There are programs that we've worked with the state. J51, we're working especially to help control for legislative mandates, whether it's sustainability issues, Local Law 11, Article 11 tax abatements are used here. So there's a couple of different tools: tax abatements, vouchers, preservation dollars, public subsidy, to make sure we stabilize these buildings in the long term. Each building is definitely a very specific story to its own, so we end up using the toolkit to figure out how to stabilize each building. Our preservation pipeline is long. We are at a point in the city where there's a lot of physical and financial distress, and so we try to march forward and do as many buildings as we can every calendar year. If there's a particular building you'd like us to look into, I'm happy to get the team on top of it, and we can meet with your office to discuss in more detail.
Thank you. Thank you.
Similarly, I'm concerned about Esplanade Gardens in my district, which is New York City, Mitchell-Lama, and probably one of the largest, if not the largest, spaces for middle-income families who want for them to be able to live affordably, and they're in trouble. That development is in trouble. So I'd like to have a conversation. And Assemblyman Al Taylor, I know he talks about this all the time.
Yes.
I'd really like to see what we can do. But I had 3 quick questions. And this, the SCREE Mitchell-Lama money, that also is what you use for HDFCs as well?
I mean, it comes out of the general, it's all the general fund, so we're pulling from it for all the city's programs, housing, non-housing.
Okay, and maybe this is for you, DFTA. I'm looking at all these people at the table. My seniors can't get all of you together anywhere. Does DFTA convene or have maybe a one roof, one stop shopping type place that people, when my seniors that are looking for housing, I'm telling you, they don't want to do, press 1 for the operator. And then online, they really don't want to do that. So many do. I'm not saying that they don't, but it's a little different. This is a unique and different population. Is there a way that they can find all the senior housing that's available to them and under one roof, so that they're not, looking here, looking there, looking everywhere? You get what I mean?
Well, what we can do and what we do, and thank you for that, Chair, we definitely do a lot of work trying to point older adults in the correct direction. We have a no wrong door policy at the Department for the Aging. Wherever you enter and we come into contact with you, we're going to refer that case to the appropriate agency or make sure that we're getting you connected with those services and programs. Aging Connect is our in-house call center and information center. You actually talk to a real human. You talk to an aging specialist. These are folks who are trained and understand the different programs and services that exist both in-house, but then also are well-versed in what exists outside of the department as well. You can connect to that either just by calling or connecting through 311, so there's multiple opportunities to get in touch. Additionally, and we're very proud of this, is many of the folks who are around the table today are part of the Cabinet for Older New Yorkers, which is a way that we collaborate. Just last week, our agency liaisons, these are the actual staff members, not the agency heads, but these are staff members at various agencies, meet on a quarterly basis where they talk about cabinet initiatives, and these are the various committees. There's a housing committee, of which HPD is part of, NYCHA is part of, HRA is part of, and we are part of, where we discuss these various issues. It's cost neutral, revenue neutral, and so we definitely are working toward addressing some of those items, and so it's something that we work with. So there's that's one way where we're constantly in contact and discussing these issues with each other. But additionally, if there are older adults who are looking for specific housing opportunities, they can find those through Agent Connect or any of the outreach programs that we've discussed here today as well.
Would you consider, if you could, Brian is looking for an apartment. I don't want Brian to have to call this one, mail that one, email the other one. Would you consider Brian hands in one application and DFTA or whomever looks at that application and everything that is available for Brian, he can apply for one shot? Because that is something that's frustrating for a lot of older New Yorkers, you know, and we're trying to cut that with even our prescription drug programs. If you're eligible for one thing, you're eligible for another thing. You don't have to fill out 1 million applications and 1 million forms. So I'm saying, can we do something like that within, and I'm just picking you because I think you'll do it so well. If there's a way that I could just hand in the one application, and if I'm available for, the Mickey Mouse program, then I'm there. Donald Duck. I don't have to do all of this. It can be burdensome. Is that possible, or is that something you'd consider entertaining something?
I think that we consider anything that gets us to a point where we're helping older adults be connected to the programs and services that we need. I love to brag on the agency, and I think that we do a
You're
fine
great.
job in terms of making sure that our case assistance specialists who are working in the centers are really talking through what older adults need. Those that are homebound are receiving case management services. They go through a whole checklist of things that they are looking for and making sure that they are connected to those programs and services. And I think that is where we're really getting toward the notion of that one-stop shop, which is essentially what you're describing, about making sure that we understand everything that an older adult may qualify for and really getting to that point. Did you want to add anything about my city?
I just also wanted to add that as we think about this idea, we should also think about incorporating both the home-based program that DSS runs, and then I also want to mention and remind people, HPD works with 60 housing ambassadors across the 5 boroughs. You can go to our website, you can find the housing ambassadors in your zip code in your borough, and those are also 2 places where we have these really talented CBOs, some of which are focused exclusively with seniors, whether it's Langs Hill or it's Goddard Riverside, and they do some of this work. So we're happy to be part of any conversation around this and bringing these tools there.
Thank you, and I promise this is the last thing. We talked about voucher assistance, but there is voucher discrimination as well, and I have so many people that have these vouchers, and they can't. It takes years. What are we doing to make sure that landlords are taking these vouchers and not discriminating against people with vouchers, source of income? I mean, other than even the law, like, are we, even when we're talking about tax credits and funding and other things that we're giving people, are we making sure that, okay, you're getting this, but you're going to take some people with vouchers?
So Section 8 at NYCHA, we have partnered with the Commission of Human Rights so that people can report those instances of source of income discrimination.
I got that, but you'd have to have certain information to know you're being discriminated against, and that's great, and we should have that. But in cases where I'm getting people that they're not taking it, I mean, I think that if you're getting any kind of public benefit, you should take these vouchers. So what if anything are we doing when it's suspected, or when we see this pattern, or there's bad actors, whatever the case is, it shouldn't take that long. I've known people who've had vouchers for years.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that base level, from a legal and from a legal perspective, both the state attorney general's office, the state CCHR Human Rights Commission, the local CCHR, all have tools to be able to go after when referrals are made. Additionally, I think DSS has a unit that looks at this, especially when City of HAPS is involved. Separately, there have been a number of CBOs that some of us here have worked with. I'm not recalling the full acronyms to them, but they're both the Fair Housing Justice Center, Aaron Carr's group, which is Housing Rights Initiative, HRI. They've been doing both means testing and bringing cases against realtors and owners where they find evidence and allegations have been found. And we've worked and partnered with them on some of these pilots. HPD is working on finalizing a contract that will put several million into means testing and source of income discrimination, work to ferret out.
And
this.
if and when you find that people are bad actors, what will you do in terms of them?
Often the settlements that I'm aware of include setting aside, mandating a certain number of apartments be set aside for affordable housing and opportunities and things of that sort. And in our own work, we're always constantly screening to making sure we're
I
working
think
with the
I'm
good actors.
looking for, we're going to penalize those people.
No, and I mean there are
If we see that and you won't participate in any public programs if you are doing that, because the whole point is to create affordability or create units for New Yorkers. I'd really like us to be aggressive about that, because it does not take that many years to find an apartment.
Yeah, no, I think we have been aggressive. They've pushed for settlements in cases where they've found this out, and we want to do more, which is why we're launching this next effort with HRI and others.
Thank you.
Okay, so I think seeing no further questions, I just thank the panel. We are really blessed with. Oh, sorry, we have one more comment. Forgive me.
DSS would like to encourage. I'm sorry.
Yeah, talking.
Oh, this is too far away.
Close.
I'm sorry. Thank you. So one thing that New York City would like is for the Senate to explore reversing the clawback for RSP. That is something that would be helpful to expanding, resources to all the households in New York that's in need.
I appreciate that comment, and that is something that I have worked on for a couple of years now and will continue to do so. But thank you. Thank you for surfacing that. I do think we do have one stray question from Senator Jackson.
We've heard that people that have vouchers, they're not getting the unit, and people, when they're going there, people are asking under the table $5,000, $10,000. And so I'm sure you must have heard this. What can we do to prevent that, in essence, overall?
Of course, we also partner with the Human Rights Source of Income Discrimination Unit, but it's just really a really challenging situation, because you have, say, an apartment viewing and you have 30 people show up. Here's the person with the voucher and here's the person with cash in hand. So it's very hard to then prove discrimination when the landlord is trying to rent. So that's one of the big challenges that we face with this whole situation.
Yeah, but if someone is illegally asking for under the table $5,000, $10,000 to get the unit,
Yeah.
do you report it?
I do.
And to, when I say you, any of the city agencies or state agencies report it to appropriate investigators? Just like, for example, when the black couple went up to Riverdale many years ago. It was in the New York Times for an apartment, and they said, "I'm sorry, we already took a lease on there with somebody else." And they thought that the people that were lying, they sent up a lead, and the white couple with same type of education, college education, and they wind up getting the unit. Discrimination. This discrimination is under the table illegal, and so it should be reported to the agency, and you send out, they should, in essence, we need to stop that.
When it's brought to our attention.
Excuse me?
When it's brought to our attention or we're aware of it, we certainly are passing it on to the Source of Income Discrimination Unit at Human Rights.
Who you reporting it to?
The Human Rights Department, yeah.
And Senator, I think, and Lakeisha can add more to this, but what you're describing, if it came to our attention, not only would go to Human Rights, but would go to our IG as well, because it sounds like it's a criminal matter.
And I'm just saying, I hear what Senator Jackson is saying. There is a need. Send in the decoys. The people in search of an apartment cannot do that. Let's send people in. But in addition to that issue, Housing Connect is a very, very complicated place. And I get a lot of calls regarding people who said they've applied, they heard something back, then they didn't hear anything back. Then when they finally got to talk to somebody, they said, "Oh, we called you, we wanted you to send in this, or you want to send in that," and they're like, "You never told me," or they'll say, "You didn't have this, you had." I really want to find a way to fine tune that and make it a little more transparent, because it's very hard to figure out where you are on these lists. It seems like the rules change, and that's the complaint I'm getting from the community, from many people who feel that they cannot take advantage of this. It's like we keep moving the bar, it's making it up as we go along.
I would say two things. One, I agree that we could always do better to communicate what the rules and regulations. Some of it comes from the fact that the eligibility of these units are based on sort of the funding sources and what those requirements are. So if it's low-income tax credits, sometimes that requires a burden of eligibility that's very difficult. Or if it's a voucher, then that requires a certain level of eligibility. What we've actually been doing as a city over the last 2 years under the prior administration is trying to streamline these requirements, and we've not only removed pages from that work so that there are certain things you don't need to provide. We are working to use information that we already have. For instance, income that may exist if you have another, as you mentioned earlier, if you're already in a program somewhere else in the city, is there a way for us to grab that information and check it on the back end? And then the last piece of it is sometimes people provide information and the process takes so long that the documentation that they have ages out.
Right.
And then you're forced to go get that documentation again. So we've actually been slowly streamlining some of these rules, we're going to come out soon with a new marketing handbook. And then separately, we do get thousands of calls a year from individuals who are asking us to intervene because they're confused about the conversation with the marketing agents. And the marketing agents, of course, themselves, like city agencies, also saw turnover. They have new people in their shops, and so we are constantly thinking about the kind of training and communication we can do. We'd love to talk to your office more. It starts with education with the public, with the folks who are helping us on the front line educate people about this. It's the reason why we did the town hall forums to teach people about Housing Connect, and then separately we're trying to figure out ways to limit the amount of material individuals have to give us in order to be eligible and move through the process. But we can talk. We certainly are working and thinking about how to make it a better
about
process.
transparency too,
Yeah.
and being able to get to information. Thank you so much. That's it for me.
Okay, so with that, seeing no further questions, I just want to again thank this panel. We really are blessed with so many people, public servants in New York, trying to work within the law and provide the services people we need. And really appreciate all your testimony and all the work you do every day. Thanks.
Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you.
And next up,
Make sure, Lucas, can you make sure he has your card?
Brian Honan.
Miss Lakeisha, and please make sure he has your card. Ahmed, I want that van information.
Okay, so next up, in addition to Cordell trying to get all the vans, we have a panel of Ellen Davidson, Brad Greenberg, Sam Stein, Laura Lazarus, and Chris Mann. If you could all come on up. Thanks, man. Good.
When is pizza coming? I want mushrooms. That's where it's going to be right on there. They're going to be indoors.
Okay,
Okay, I'm sorry.
we have a fashion. We can end the fashion consultation.
We were talking about housing over here.
No, the next one is ready.
Apologies to the panel. We're running a bit later than expected, but hopefully perhaps catch up a bit. But yeah, I guess we'll just again begin if each person, we'll actually just do one at a time. We're going to have 5 minutes for spoken testimony. Feel free to abbreviate if you want. And we have all of your written testimony. Most of you have submitted written testimony in advance, but if you could just identify yourself for the record and then proceed.
Okay. Hi. My name is Ellen Davidson. I'm a staff attorney at the Legal Aid Society. I have a 22-page written testimony, which I will not be reading from.
Thank you.
I want to point out that part of that testimony is about SCREE and DREE and reforms that we support that are the subject of this hearing, as well as a suggestion for a reform that was not on the agenda. But I'm here to speak about the Housing Access Voucher Program. And I want to start by thanking you for holding this hearing. 5 years ago, it could have been 5 years ago today, the two of you held a hearing on homelessness in New York State, in, I think, the room across the way. But I was there then to urge you to enact the Housing Access Voucher Program. Spoiler alert, I'm about to do the same 5 years later. And I want to say, start by saying the Housing Access Voucher Program is a program that was modeled on what Connecticut has had for decades. They've used their voucher program not only to bring rental assistance to Connecticut, low-income Connecticut renters who need it, but they've also, with their established program, project-based those vouchers in order to allow low-income Connecticut residents to have access to affordable housing projects, most of which are built and rented at rates that low-income people cannot afford. And so in order, they're built with low-income housing tax credits at 60% of AMI, at rents that are out of reach for low-income New Yorkers. And this is a hope, if we could establish this program, this is a hope we would have. I know I'm in some ways preaching to the choir. The Senate has made clear that this is a priority of theirs. It has been in the One House budget, I think, for the last 3 years. I expect that it will end up in your One House budget this year. But I'm coming to ask that it not be a priority of many, but maybe move to the top of the list and be the housing priority this year. Because like, as much as I appreciate the support we have gotten from the Senate, we need more. We need more support. And so as we go into negotiations, your negotiating partner has made it clear that affordability is the watchword this year. In her State of the State, she talked about housing costs as being a large part of the affordability crisis. Indeed, she said the rent is too damn high, which we agree. And so I'm coming to the end. I want to leave you with a couple of things to think about. As First Deputy Tigani mentioned, 86% of people who earn less than $25,000 a year are severely rent burdened, meaning they pay 50% of their income toward their rent. The Furman Center did a report which showed those same income levels, what their rent burden is with vouchers. 89% of them have no rent burden, and another 8% have a slight rent burden of up to 40%. Vouchers are life-changing. The last thing I'll mention is in the HVS, we talk about how the vacancy rate is so abysmal in New York. Part of the idea of this program is to provide people who are currently housed with vouchers to be able to afford their housing. One of the things the HVS showed us is that when people move out of their apartments, they are replaced by higher income people. And so those apartments, even those low rent apartments, are lost to people who are low income. We have a homelessness crisis, and we need these vouchers for people who are homeless, but we also have a housing instability crisis. We need these vouchers for the low-income New Yorkers who are struggling. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brad Greenberg. I'm the Deputy Director at the NYU Furman Center, which was just referenced, so very good. So thank you for having me here to submit testimony on the Housing Access Voucher Program. The Furman Center has been in existence since 1995. We submitted longer testimony also, but we'll try to keep this brief. We don't take a position in support or opposition to the proposal, but we want to help inform policymakers about the costs and benefits associated with the HAVPP proposal. And we have 3 sections in the written testimony, so I'll just briefly summarize each section. First, research, both NYU Furman Center research and prior research from other researchers, shows there's a huge array of benefits and positive outcomes associated with the very similar Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program. It's very similar in design, so we do want to kind of talk about the research there. Research shows that households provided priority access to a voucher were significantly less likely to be homeless relative to a non-assisted household with no priority access at both a 20-month and 37-month post-intervention. Other research has found that the HCV program lowers rent burdens, helps ameliorate overcrowding, improves access to better quality units, and has a broad set of benefits for children. So it's an effective policy tool in that way. As the Legal Aid Society mentioned, we did also do a report in May 2024 focused on how HCV vouchers are used in New York City. We analyzed over 90,000 households that use a tenant-based voucher program at both NYCHA and HPD. At a high level, I would highlight 4 findings. One is the voucher program in New York City is serving an increasingly vulnerable population. The median income of voucher holders and other poor renter households has been stagnant. Voucher holders have a combined median income at this point of $13,255. Number 2, voucher holders are also staying in the program for much longer periods of time. Between 2010 and 2020, the median length of time in the program doubled for current voucher holders in New York City from 7 to 15 years. A third finding we had was that voucher holders have a significantly lower rent burden relative to other poor or very low-income New York City renters, which Legal Aid Society just made reference to. A fourth finding that you talked about with the prior panel is that voucher holders in New York City and nationally are finding it increasingly difficult to find and lease a home on the private rental market. We measure things called success rates, which have declined, and the median days is about 171 days to find an apartment with a voucher, which is significantly higher than the past. And then finally, the last section of our testimony details our January 2023 brief that we published, which analyzed the legislation you all introduced in 2021 to create the program. At a high level, over the first 5 years, we found the program would cost a total of $1.1 billion over 5 years in total. We haven't updated our model since then, so I'm going to talk a little bit about ways it might change relative to based on the ways you've introduced the bill now. One is the legislative drafting changes you've introduced would affect the model because it's a little bit less prescriptive in setting aside different amounts of vouchers based on the percentage of people that are homeless versus at imminent risk of homelessness. In the past, it was a 50-50 kind of allocation. Now it's deferred to DHCR, so it's a little harder to model. The other thing that's changed is that the program now allows, like they're doing on the Section 8 HCV side, to pay up to 120% of FMRs, which probably directionally would increase costs slightly. The other things that have changed is things that we now know about the program's operation, especially since COVID, which is the success rates being lower, which means you're going to spend less in the first year or 2 of the program in terms of being able to utilize the voucher. And the other thing that has changed directionally is FMRs and actual rents have increased. So this is kind of what we found to be the main takeaway from our model, which is as rents continue to increase at a higher level relative to incomes, especially for this population, the program gets more expensive. And so HUD's FMRs are higher now, and so are the actual contract rents, we think, from what we modeled previously. So directionally, it's probably a little more expensive of a program, but that's something to keep in mind. The main takeaway is, as our model shows, a voucher program is not a one-year commitment. It's a long-term commitment. It should be considered along with other long-term housing-related priorities. In addition to all of these considerations, you should obviously take that budget environment into account. And we do also see benefits to the voucher program. So we hope that's helpful context for you all as you make this decision.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for holding this hearing and inviting us. My name is Samuel Stein. I'm with the Community Service Society of New York. You all know CSS, so I'm going to skip that section for the sake of time and share some data on statewide need for HAVP. And just say briefly that we also support the SAFE Act and the changes to SCREE and DREE, but focusing on HAVP for right now and echoing Ellen's call that this be the #1 priority. We do a survey, an annual survey. It used to be just of New York City residents. Now it's the entire state. It's called the Annual Survey of Housing and Economic Security. We fielded it last July. New Yorkers from around the state told us that affordable housing was the top factor holding them back from economic advancement. And they told us if they could spend less on housing, they'd be able to save for emergency expenses, pay for food, and save for retirement. More than a third of our respondents, again from around the state, said they were experiencing housing insecurity, with parents, non-college educated New Yorkers, and people with more than one job, and working women being the most vulnerable. 15% of respondents and more than 25% of those making less than 200% of federal poverty said they were behind on housing payments and at risk of eviction. These vulnerable households were more than twice as likely to have children than those who are currently on time with their housing payments. Recently, CSS and Vocal New York published a brief on evictions and homelessness around the state. In 2022, the most recent year accounted for in the data, the counties with the highest eviction rate, as in the most eviction filings per renter households, was Rensselaer County at 10.7%. Then the Bronx at 9.5%, Schenectady very close at 9%, Niagara and Suffolk at 8.6%. So clearly evictions are a crisis throughout the state. Meanwhile, we looked at HUD data from 2014 to 2024 to show 10 years of changes in homelessness. New York showed a distressing 107% rise in homelessness over the course of that decade. But during that same time frame, many other parts of the city saw an even more explosive growth in homelessness. Tompkins, Wayne, Ontario, Seneca, Yates, and Chautauqua counties, homelessness jumped by more than 300%. In Oneida and Madison County, the leap was over 130%. In many places, the rise in homeless children was particularly steep. For example, in Orange County, child homelessness jumped by over 200%, and in Onondaga, Oswego, and Cayuga counties, the increase was almost 130%. That's just homeless children. This underscores the clear, pressing, and immediate need for state-level rental assistance, like the Housing Access Voucher Program, which would create a simple, easy-to-administer rental assistance program modeled after Section 8. You all know this. This would be a lifeline for the thousands of New Yorkers currently facing homelessness and the over 1 million more who are at risk of eviction. We strongly encourage the Senate to continue prioritizing HAVP and the state to include it in the budget this year. Thank you.
Laura.
Good afternoon, Chairs Clear, Kavanaugh, Prasad, and members of the Joint Committee. My name is Laura Lazarus, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Anthos Home. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and share insights about how we can improve housing outcomes for New Yorkers who use housing vouchers. Anthos Home is committed to helping New Yorkers using vouchers transition into permanent housing as quickly as possible. We know that housing vouchers are one of the most effective tools to address homelessness and housing instability. Still, they can be challenging to use. In partnership with New York City government, Anthos Home is focused on changing that. the New York City Department of Social Services has made significant progress in expanding access to rental subsidies. In just a few years, the department successfully launched the City FEPS program and scaled it to become the nation's second largest rental subsidy initiative, placing 14,000 families in housing in the past year. By raising income eligibility limits, expanding access for single adults, and streamlining administrative processes, DSS has made it easier for more households to move out of shelters and into permanent housing. These changes have also helped organizations like ours to better connect voucher holders with available units, work with landlords to facilitate placements, and provide the long-term support necessary for housing stability. Anthos Home is focused on solving for the remaining barriers that prevent voucher holders from accessing stable housing. These issues are decades in the making, can prolong shelter stays, and leave families in unsafe conditions. They include finding landlords willing to accept vouchers, delays in processing approvals and payments, and the need for more robust services to help tenants succeed in maintaining their homes. Our model helps tenants and landlords overcome those common roadblocks. Here's how it works. We proactively reserve and prepare apartments through a network of landlords and brokers, ensuring families with vouchers can access housing options immediately. This is the first and only initiative of its kind in New York City. Additionally, our flexible funding model allows us to cover moving expenses, make necessary repairs, and furnish apartments, removing common barriers that prevent families from moving in quickly. Our expert team also provides a lot of handholding, guiding tenants and landlords through the often complicated housing journey. From assisting with paperwork to ensuring units and tenants are move-in ready, we streamline what can otherwise be a slow and disjointed process. Once families are housed, we provide wraparound services for at least a year. This includes monthly checkups, help with repairs, and intervention if payment issues arise. By offering this ongoing support, we reduce the burden on landlords, allowing them to focus on property management while we handle tenant-related challenges. The model has been especially effective for vulnerable populations, like foster youth and individuals with complex health needs, who often need specialized support to navigate the system and achieve stability. In 2023, we partnered with the New York City Administration for Children's Services to support young people who have aged out of foster care. Our approach worked. To date, we have helped more than 100 former foster youth secure dignified, quality housing, and all of them remain housed. Each element of the model, our partnership with government, direct support of tenants, and working relationships with landlords made this possible. We're in active discussions to bring our approach to other agencies. Programs like City FEPS are a critical resource, and their impact could be even more significant with targeted improvements. As we have been operating for just 18 months, we just celebrated a major milestone, placing our 250th family in housing with a roadmap to place thousands in the years to come. They are all still housed to date. We have also significantly reduced the average wait time for tenants to as little as 2 months. This has created long-term stability for families and individuals who might otherwise cycle through unsafe conditions. As our team and partnerships grow, we expect to unlock new efficiencies, bring down costs, and wait times even further. These successes demonstrate that targeted, well-supported interventions can make a measurable difference. The success of City FEPS further demonstrates that rental assistance programs are an effective tool for combating homelessness. The challenges that voucher holders face, finding landlords willing to participate, delays in approval, and the need for support are not unique to the city. They exist in communities across the state. Creating a statewide voucher program would provide much-needed relief to households struggling with housing instability. Anthos Homes' work has shown that when landlords are encouraged to participate in the program, and tenants have both the financial support of a voucher and the wraparound services to help them navigate the system, they are significantly more likely to secure and retain stable housing. By scaling this model beyond New York, we can create lasting housing stability for families throughout the state. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I appreciate it.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairs Kavanaugh, Prasad, and Clear for the opportunity to testify today, and to the members of the committees. My name is Chris Mann. I'm the Assistant Vice President of Policy and Advocacy at WIN. We're the largest provider of shelter and supportive housing in New York City. More than 7,000 people call WIN home every night, including some 3,800 children. WIN's also a proud member of Housing Access New York, a coalition of more than 70 organizations from around the state that have been fighting for the Housing Access Voucher Program for the last few years. We know that New York is facing the worst homelessness crisis in its history. Last year, homelessness doubled, with nearly 160,000 people experiencing homelessness statewide. Since 2022, the number of children experiencing homelessness has also doubled, reaching over 50,000 kids in 2024. This is not just a New York City issue. Homelessness has skyrocketed across the state. We've seen in communities like Glens Falls, Orange County, and Rensselaer County, as Sam noted before, huge increases in homelessness. Families with children make up 60% of the state's homeless population and around 70% of the homeless population in New York City. The faces of homelessness in New York are children. At WIN, more than 50% of the 3,800 kids in shelter are under the age of 6. So we're talking about very young children making up the majority of kids in shelter. Additionally, there were just under 200,000 evictions filings statewide last year, and 2.9 million renters that are cost burdened, meaning they're at more risk for homelessness. As a statewide rental assistance program modeled after Section 8, HAVP would help fill critical gaps, supporting families regardless of immigration status or criminal justice involvement. The need is obvious. When New York City opened the Section 8 waitlist this summer, for the first time in 15 years, over 600,000 people applied in 6 days. You can't get that many people to apply for anything. We also know that vouchers reduce child poverty, stabilize communities, and prevent homelessness. Governor Hochul's own CPRAC has recognized vouchers are one of the best ways to cut child poverty in half in the next 10 years. Their recommendations included a voucher program nearly identical to HAVP in terms of eligibility requirements. An analysis conducted by WIN last year found that a $250 million investment in HAVP would provide nearly 13,000 households with vouchers, offering stability and preventing evictions. That equates to around 30,000 individuals statewide. We need to be honest. Homelessness and evictions have substantial associated costs that are skyrocketing due to inaction. WIN's analysis found that HAVP would save New York $96 million in emergency shelter costs in the first year alone, plus millions more in additional savings in healthcare, child welfare, and criminal justice costs. With those savings, we found that over 5 years, HAVP would save New York more than $1 billion in downstream costs associated with eviction and homelessness. Our analysis also looked at the regional impacts of HAVP and found it could reduce sheltered homelessness substantially across the state, which is, as we know, incredibly important with the rise in homelessness outside of New York City. In Western New York, for instance, we found that HAVP could reduce sheltered homelessness by as much as 82%. Vouchers are the most effective tools that we have to move families out of shelter and keep them housed, reduce evictions, and ensure long-term stability. But existing vouchers are not meeting the needs. At WIN, there are many families not currently eligible for existing vouchers, but would be eligible for HAVP. One of those moms who's been stuck in shelter for years has had to watch her daughter grow up in shelter. She told us how her daughter sees other people come and go and asks why her friends get to move out, but she doesn't. We urge you to, again, continue prioritizing HAVP, and as colleagues at the table have said, make sure that this is the top priority this year and not just one of many. Investing in HAVP is an investment in New Yorkers' future, reducing homelessness, strengthening communities, and saving taxpayer dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So let me just begin by first acknowledging the extraordinary expertise and knowledge on this panel. Really, we have several organizations that are, practitioners actually serving clients directly, but all of you really have participated for a long time now in the conversation about how to get policy right with legal analysis and with, a lot of very strong analytical work that really has shaped a lot of our work in rental assistance and many other areas. So just thank you for that, and thank you for being with us here today. One of the arguments that we have heard, and as Alan Davidson noticed, we introduced this bill for the first time in February of 2020, and we are still at it. So it's been a 5-year quest at this point, and we have yet to, although both houses of the legislature have pushed for this, we have yet to get it into an adopted budget. One of the arguments we get is that a program like this essentially will have uncontrollable spending and uncontrollable growth. Can anyone want to talk about how you structure a program like this, and is there several of you done financial analysis of its cost? Maybe Furman could start, but just how you analyze the likely cost of this program and how government agencies that run voucher programs control costs.
Sure. So, is this on? Yep. Okay. So that's a very good question. So one thing I would say is you obviously have growing costs over time in a voucher program if you continue to have the trends we've had, which is that you have rents outpacing inflation and income. So if rents continue to grow larger than incomes, you will have a larger dollar amount you'll have to appropriate year over year. And that's what Congress has done over time for the Section 8 program. Just to keep the contract renewals going. So the folks you currently have on the program, if you want to keep them on the program, you'll obviously have to allocate more money each year in the out years because their rent is outpacing their income, and especially in the New York City market. There are ways, obviously, like if you had asked Lakeisha when she was here for NYCHA, who gets a yearly budget authorization to try to control costs. The most common one is you could obviously terminate people's vouchers. That's the way you would probably control costs year over year if you didn't get the appropriation that you need to continue to have renewals. So you could take people off the program. You could also change the geographic distribution of the program. So you could say, okay, I'm going to, which has downstream effects in terms of concentration in neighborhoods, but you could say I'm going to basically allocate my vouchers to a geography that is cheaper from a rent perspective. You could change the population, so you could say I'm going to have it go to people with smaller bedroom size needs, for example, which is a cheaper rental amount under HUD's FMR calculations. So if you have, we tend to define in our model that if you had more folks that were disabled or elderly, whose bedroom size demands were 1 unit or studios, it's a cheaper program, so you could over time change the population that's served by the voucher. So obviously there are levers you can pull to try to control costs over time. But the basic finding is that you are seeing, obviously, rents outpace incomes, especially in the voucher population, and that does make it expensive year over year.
And in your analysis, I'll let others answer this too, but in your analysis, you assume that if we invest in covering the rent of somebody in year one, that we will continue to cover that person in that household in the out years through.
Yeah, we
through
tried
year
to
5.
keep this number of households consistent in the 5-year period, which is how the Section 8 program operates now, where you have up to 15 years on a voucher as the median. So we did try to say, okay, if we have this population entering the program, we expect them to be here through the end of the 5 years.
And Commissioner Tagani, Deputy Commissioner Tagani made the point before that an important aspect of one of these programs is ensuring that if you're going to pay the rent in year one and you're going to get a landlord to agree to house someone, that they can have a reasonable expectation that the program will continue. That's not a temporary infusion of cash that will then leave them trying to figure out how to cover their costs.
Yeah, that's right. It's important for from the landlord perspective and the tenant's perspective. I mean, one of the things I referred to was HUD did a study just tracking the folks over time who had gotten the voucher intervention, and they found obviously you were less likely to be homeless at 20 months, even relative to 37 months. So if you stay on the program longer, it obviously is good for the tenant as well. So we wouldn't want the tenant to get 1 year of assistance, have the appropriation not come through the following year, and then have folks kind of scrambling to get assistance.
And so having modeled that more generous version, which is, the way HAVP is structured, you've estimated that over 5 years, the entire cost of the program would be a little over, you mentioned the figure, $1.1 billion over
right.
a 5-year
That was
period.
based on the prior bill and also based on prior rental amounts in 2023. So we haven't updated it with HUD's latest FMRs and the current rental amounts for actual rents, which would happen on a renewal of an existing lease. So it's more expensive now, probably directionally, but that was our model a couple years ago.
So another concern we hear sometimes is that we hear that there's a saturation of vouchers that are available. We also hear, not infrequently, that it's very difficult for tenants to get. It's fine they have a voucher, but getting them into an apartment. Laura Lazarus in particular is focused on that question, but just for all of you, we heard a little bit about navigator services that the city has adopted. I think we're going to hear more in later testimony today about those services. Maybe I'll just start by directing this to Laura, but can you talk about the services you're offering and just like the vocabulary here? Is what you're doing, when people talk about navigators, are they talking about what you're doing? Are you doing more than providing navigator services? And to the extent we're designing this program going forward and planning on putting hundreds of millions of dollars in it, should we be dedicating specific funds for those kinds of services?
So what we are doing is probably a lot more hand-holding than existing city staff or nonprofit staff who are running a shelter have the ability to do, just because of their kind of workload. And so we provide a lot of support for landlords and tenants from the very front. We go and look at units. We make sure that they can meet inspection standards before we start working with the landlords. The landlord already knows what those issues are. We also offer support if needed for the repairs or identify what those repairs are needed. They aren't usually high-cost repairs, but as you know, every voucher program requires that these units meet inspection standards, so we help them with that. We also just help them with the bureaucracy, the paperwork that can be daunting, both on the landlord and tenant side. So we're going to walk them through all those requirements. Here in New York, there are many different kinds of voucher programs, so I think it can be quite complex. Even a NYCHA voucher versus an HPD voucher, they're the same Section 8, but they're going to go through a slightly different path. So helping them understand that, because we have experts on our team that really understand that. And then once a voucher's been approved, we assist with the entire move-in, the process, and then making sure that kind of everything is sorted out for that next year to make sure that that tenant understands how to recertify. And there are things that happen along the way. There can be payments that are missed that we can actually use our flexible funding to help address, so that the landlord is not missing a payment while we sort out what the issue is and restore that payment if possible, or we make sure that it kind of gets turned on again. There's just a lot of complexity to these programs, and I think having that support during the process is really important, and I think that it creates a lot of trust with landlords who are then more willing to participate in the program. So certainly there are landlords that are discriminating, but what we're trying to do is kind of incentivize them to participate. Say, look, this is a guaranteed source of income. This is a way to help support bringing in these tenants who need the housing. You need to rent the units. We act like a matchmaking service for landlords and tenants.
Great. Other thoughts? Go ahead, Alan.
Just add. So I think to the first part of your question about voucher saturation, right? So with city FEPS, for instance, we've seen year-over-year increases in utilization. So we know that, yes, the market is very tight, but the fact that each year the city has been able to place more people with vouchers than the previous year shows that there is more capacity to keep moving people into housing with vouchers. And then just quickly on the second part in terms of navigation. So in the shelters, there are housing coordinators that help work with our clients to get them out. And that's an essential service. And we know that in other places like Boston, for instance, where they've invested in navigators for Section 8, their utilization of Section 8 is higher than in other parts of the country. So I think those services in shelter are necessary, but also, outside as well. So we know that those are essential services. So I would say definitely we need to invest in those.
And then just 2 points. The voucher program that's being proposed is different than Screedry, right? Screedry, if you meet the qualifications, you get it. You don't have to wait on a waiting list. You apply, you get it. The Section 8 voucher program, not everyone who is eligible will get the voucher. And so, unlike other sort of programs that can balloon because you have to keep coming up with money for everybody who's eligible, this can be a program that has costs that increase over time, but it's not. We go through a financial crisis and suddenly there are 100,000 people on the program. You decide how many people are on the program by your the decisions you make in the budget. The second thing is there are going to be a group of people who are not going to need the help of people to find housing. Because part of the way this program is designed is to keep people who cannot afford their rents in place. And so there are going to be a sizable percentage of people who are going to be using their voucher with their current apartment, right? So they're not going to have the 6 months of going out and finding an apartment. We've seen this work. When the city got their emergency housing vouchers, the Legal Aid Society had access to about a couple hundred vouchers that our clients who were in housing court were able to use to stabilize their housing. Now, there were certainly some landlords who discriminated against them, and we sued them. We have some cases that are ongoing, but the vast majority folded as soon as we brought them to court. Not that we can do that for thousands of people, but there are those tools. But most landlords took the voucher because they had tenants who couldn't afford to pay their rent and a guaranteed source of income. They were excited to be able to have a family who was going to be able to pay their rent in the future. All of the problem with oversaturation that's a real problem. But don't forget that some of these vouchers are going to be used in place. So those vouchers are not going to become part of the oversaturation issue.
And I would just note that we made an amendment to the bill last session, actually in response to some folks from outside New York City who wanted to make sure that it was clear that you could use the voucher to pay some existing arrears and then keep the person in the same apartment. And so we added a provision that makes that clear. But that was in response to the fact that there are fewer resources to pay arrears outside New York City. But thank you for that point. Go ahead.
I could add my 2 cents on the cost control question. As we've heard, rents might go up a bit every year. In the real estate world, they generally assume a 3% rent increase per year. That's all been modeled into this bill. There's really no scenario where it increases by 24%, which was the figure that the governor threw out a couple years ago from nowhere. That's not going to happen. And if we want to make rents more stable, my personal favorite way of doing that is through rent stabilization. And if we had more of that, then the cost of vouchers would stay quite controlled.
The subject for another hearing, perhaps.
Sure.
I will note we have people who are going to be representing other localities during the course of today, and also an organization that's looked at voucher programs nationally that will testify shortly. But just to your point, I think, Sam, you made these points particularly, in your testimony specifically, about how eviction rates and housing instability are playing out in other parts of the state. Can you just talk a little bit more about, I don't know, what has been changing in the numbers and how a program like this would be responsive?
Yeah, so every year HUD does this annual count of homelessness, and they do it by county usually, some counties clustered together. So you can look and see the numbers going up. And there were places where 10 years ago, homelessness was a very small number, and now it's just substantially larger. And if you're comparing raw numbers, of course, New York City, it has a much higher homelessness number. It's a much larger place. But in terms of rate of growth, we're seeing it all over the state at even higher levels than New York City, and no place did it go down. In terms of evictions, again, people think of New York City first, but like I said, Rensselaer County has the highest eviction rate in the entire state, and other places have just under the Bronx before we get to Brooklyn. So New York City is in no way an outlier in New York State. And in fact, in New York City, we have a lot of programs that can help people who are either in crisis or just staying in place that are not available in the rest of the state, and they urgently need something like HAVP, in addition to other things that are on the table, to make that a reality.
The state controller put out a report in January about homelessness rates in New York State. And in the last 2 years, the numbers of homeless New Yorkers have doubled in Glen Falls, Saratoga Springs, Saratoga, Washington, Warren, Hamilton counties, Newburgh, Middletown, Orange County, Jamestown, and Dunkirk, Chautauqua County. So I know because it's held in New York City, we're only seeing your colleagues who are from New York City, but this is a statewide program, and obviously the sponsors of the bill from your conference include many senators from outside of New York City who recognize the importance of this issue.
Right. I will just note we do have a screen here for people for witnesses to appear. Under our rules, we don't generally have senators appearing remotely, but this is a bill that has about 3/4 of all Democratic senators are formally sponsors of the bill, and we've gotten very broad support. And again, every single member of the Democratic Conference of the Senate has voted for HAVP to be included in the budget for several years running now. So, it is something we have a lot of support for. I think Senator Prasad?
Thank you. Thank you all for your continued advocacy. Yes, Ellen, we know. We see Ellen every day. We understand the importance of this piece of legislation. I think what people think when we're talking about funding homelessness services and rental assistance, that we tend to focus on New York City, and hence the hesitation for them to be very supportive, because we have colleagues who continuously say it's all about New York City. But how do we get across to people that this is not about New York City? This is about the state of New York. And if you're interested in assisting the people across the state of New York, we will invest in the HAVP program, and that's what we're committed to. Laura, you talked about incentivizing landlords. What exactly are you doing to incentivize them to be accepting of vouchers? Because too often, landlords will say, we are not willing to accept vouchers because if the tenant can't do X, we're on the hook. And Ellen, I'm going to ask you to answer that also. Go ahead.
So we do a lot of explaining what the program is, what it means, what that guaranteed income requires. We also educate their future tenants. We walk through the lease with them. We explain what their financial obligations are, and they're kind of to be a good tenant, a good neighbor in their house. So the landlord knows that the tenant that's coming to live in their house has been prepped, they understand their obligations, and then we stay there with them for a year, for the landlord, for the tenant. We have a 24/7 hotline. Just got an email from a landlord this morning who wants to talk about his concerns about his tenant. So we are responding to those questions. We can also access the government if there are challenges. Let's say a government payment is missed or a tenant has missed their payment. We have a flexible fund that comes in to make that payment so the landlord doesn't miss that payment while we sort out what the problem is. Typically, the payment will be reimbursed, but that way the landlord both doesn't have to figure out who to call, how to figure it out. It is a vast bureaucracy. And two, they're not going to miss that income while we kind of help dig into the problem. And then on the tenant side too, if they've missed a payment or let's say they've fallen off public assistance, we're going to help them understand what happened, how to get back on, how to make sure their payments continue. So it's a lot of kind of understanding the process, making sure the landlord feels confident that we're supporting them and that we're going to be there at least for a year to kind of make sure everybody's gone through the process for an entire year. And we're not going to be there beyond a year for most clients, but we think 1 year is really a great amount of time. I think, and I also think just for anybody, when you're moving into an apartment or a new house, there are things that you have to fix and sort out. But people who are on the lowest incomes, it's hard to do. If they need to make a repair, they may not have any resources to do that. So, and we also come in and actually help advocate if the Landlord has not been making the repairs that they should be making. So we're advocating for them. So we've had a young family move in, and the apartment all looked fine. It met all the inspection requirements, but when they got there a few months later, there was a leak that came out of the bathroom ceiling. So we helped the tenant move out into a hotel, paid for that, while the landlord fixed the problem, which couldn't start right away in the weekend, but we're advocating for that tenant with the landlord. The landlord is accepting the responsibility because of that relationship with us, in part, because we can kind of advocate in a different way than the tenant can. And so, you know, it's not that the landlord's off the hook for providing property management. They still have to do what they're supposed to do, but we're there to kind of help them support both landlords and tenants.
Let's see if I remember. In terms of speaking to your or people from outside of New York, I really recommend. The CSS did an excellent report on this that really focused on outside New York City. The state controller did a homelessness report this year, and last year talked about rent burdens. Also, he did a housing instability, and there's just an amazing amount of data that has a very statewide focus. But there are only 6 senators not on the bill, not co-sponsors of the bill, and 3 of them just got elected, and I'm just assuming that they haven't yet figured out how to do that. So we're talking about a very small amount of folks, and you've gotten more and more colleagues from outside of New York City, and they've just signed on to the bill. Senator Fahey went from her co-sponsorship in the Assembly to her co-sponsorship in the Senate within, one of the first things she did when she got there. Look, landlords are always worried that tenants aren't going to pay their rent. The thing about Section 8 is it is a guaranteed funding. I mean, it was very unusual and horrifying to hear that NYCHA held its payments a couple of days because they were getting cut off from federal funds. That is shocking and unusual. And when tenants are only paying 30% of their income, it's easier for them to do it. But of course, if a tenant doesn't pay their rent, a landlord can bring the tenant to court in a non-payment case. A tenant who doesn't pay their share of the rent is subject to eviction. And we've certainly had clients who come through our doors, and when it's in a matter of a problem with an interim recertification that we needed to get the rent set, we'll get the city is usually very interested in keeping people with rent subsidies housed, pay off the arrears, make the landlord whole, and then get the tenant's rent set at the right amount so that they can continue to pay their rent.
You talked about the landlord that's moving for eviction, and we know the problems that we have with that, and we know the backlog, and that hence people are still hesitant, even though we've done a lot of adjustments. We have to continue working on that. I want to talk Wynn. You have all the services there, and you have a number of sites in my district. Are you seeing that with the additional services that you're bringing in, that you're able to move people out of the shelters in a quicker manner?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. If you look at our track record over the last couple of years, our move-outs have been increasing, and I think that really speaks to the services and the need for those, housing navigation services. So, it's not easy, right? I mean, I think we all acknowledge that there is a need for additional housing supply, but I think the really important thing is we understand that even with all of the interventions that we could do in housing supply, those will take years to really materialize and make a difference for people that are experiencing homelessness today. So we just need more support for the families that are homeless right now, and that's where HAVP comes in.
Yeah, and it continues to be shocking, the number of families that are still living in shelters, and particularly with young kids. You talked about the person with their daughter. Well, we had a young man who actually reached out to us to his frustration because the only housing he knew was a shelter system. And then his he got other siblings while in the shelter system, and he reached out asking for help because he no longer wanted them to go through the living situation that he did. He says he never had a space of his own. He never had a backyard to play it, and so we're trying to ensure that this does not happen. So do you look at families who are in the shelter system and the length of time they're there, and make sure you prioritize moving them out the shelter system?
Yeah, I mean, one of the really difficult things is that our longest term stayers tend to have the least access to vouchers, right? So particularly undocumented New Yorkers don't have access to City FEPS, don't have access to Section 8. And so when you look at that length of stay, it tends to be longer for those individuals. But certainly we're aware of who our long-term stayers are in shelters and prioritize additional services for those families to try and figure out what services are available to them to help them move out as quickly as possible. But there are a number of challenges, but I think the main thing is just having access to a voucher. The majority of families that leave shelter now leave with a voucher, and most of those are leaving with City FEPS right now. So the city is picking up the bill for that, and it's a critical program. Most of the families that leave with a voucher don't return quickly, right? Families that leave without a voucher, 15% are back within 1 year. For those leaving with a voucher, less than 1% return within that same year. So again, we know that the vouchers work. We know that they stabilize families, but it really is largely a resource issue.
Okay. And my final question to you, do you also have the services where you partner with homeowners or landlords to ensure that you've pre-screened apartments before your clients are going over there?
Certainly, and we do work with Anthos Home. So, we have a lot of relationships with landlords in the community. I talk to our housing managers on a regular basis about, who they're working with, what they do. We've also partnered with REBNY. We partnered on a report to try and figure out what are the issues with City FEPS and the administration and how we can fix them. So there's a wide coalition of groups that are focused on, looking at the challenges with administration and things like that, including how do we connect with landlords more effectively. And so we're certainly looking at it from multiple angles, but that is definitely a critical part of it. We need the landlords.
That they've given to you? Like the REBNY suggestions and stuff like that?
I have a whole report that I can send you, in fact. Yeah. And also to your question before about connecting with people outside of New York City, the report we did on HAVP last year, we really focused on that as well. So there's a full regional breakdown of how many vouchers each region would get and the expected reduction in homelessness. So that's in the folder, but I'll happily share the WIN REBNY report as well.
Thank you. I'd love to see that. Senator Claire?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank all of you for what you do all the time. So many things come to mind. Earlier, we heard the city testify and refer to a very small vacancy rate in city housing and slightly higher in NYCHA. Do you agree that is what we are? That's what we have, Ellen Yip?
I mean, do we have a very low vacancy rate?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So the New York City studies its vacancy rate by law every 3 years. Mm-hmm. And it's the last HVS came out, was it last year? The citywide vacancy rate is 1.4%, which is less than it's been, I think, since the 60s. And it's low. It's low at every single income level. It's not just low-income apartments. I had let's see. It's sorry, it's, yeah, for apartments under 1,100, it's 0.39%. Between 1,100 and 1,649, it's 0.91%. And the vacancy rate for units between 1,650 and 2,399 was 0.78%. Yeah, and even the high rent apartments came down precipitously. Yeah, in the previous vacancy survey, it was like 12% for the high rent apartments, and now it's like under 5. It's like 4%.
All right. I'm always trying to think of ways and the cause of things, and I'm going to put some real numbers in some things that are happening in my district, where somebody's rent is $6,000 a month. Why? The building has been built for many years. It was not new built. This is an old building. It's been there. What is happening because I think that's really at the root, and if anybody hasn't studied this or has studied this, can we study why we have rents? What part of this is need and what part of this is greed? And that is troubling to me because that pushes people out. And mind you, I'm very concerned about my small homeowners. I'm not talking about them. But I love that you have this program that works with them because many of them are seniors. They're older New Yorkers, and they're trying to hold on to their property. And I'm aware that there's situations outside of New York City as well. And, a problem could cause them their whole, everything they have. So that's not what I'm talking about. But when I have people that have to leave my district and go God knows where because rent is $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 a month. If anybody could just help me.
Well, I can't answer the existential part of the question, but need versus greed. But what I'll say is it's a supply and demand issue, right? So like Ellen just said, if you're at a 0.7% vacancy rate, even for those rents around $2,000 a month, the demand is incredibly high for a very low supply of units that are on the market and are available, which is why even voucher holders who go onto the market with their voucher are often struggling to find an apartment or are concentrated in particular neighborhoods, is because the HUD FMR, which is in the 40th percentile, is only going to even get you so far. It's not going to get you to $6,000 for that apartment. So it is a supply issue that we face. It's a supply issue that we especially face in particular parts of the market, like larger bedroom size apartments, but in general, kind of across the city, we just face a supply issue, especially of deeply affordable units that has just grown over time as we haven't built enough. And as the vacancy rate kind of goes down and down.
I'm going to stop you right there because that's what I'm looking for. So fully understanding that a priority must be HVAC, housing vouchers. With the rise continuing, are we just trying to support landlords? Is that what we're doing? Because when will it stop? When will what is going to happen for low income? And some people think low income is somebody on benefits. What was considered a good income is now poverty when people have to pay rent. I have a project going up in my district that they say is going to be affordable at $3,700 a month. And my staff did the math because I'm not good on math, but so that was like $44,000 a year. With an average income of $50,000 a year, okay, I don't understand how we are really building for people who are working people in this state. Now you're telling me in this state. So I'm asking you, because you're the policy people, you're the people with the numbers, what can we do to turn this in another direction and not just keep supporting greed? I don't want to support greed. I want to support need. I don't want to support greed because greed never ends.
One thing Ellen mentioned, what I think is important, is that you can have a voucher that you use on the market, or you can have a project-based voucher. Project-based vouchers are a tool for development of affordable units that are obviously tied to the particular development where you're using it. So the Section 8 program kind of increasingly actually is being used for project-based vouchers. You can kind of go over caps that used to be in place. So you can build with a voucher too, and you can develop with a voucher too. You have to have a voucher program that's existed for a long enough time where the development and the lending community know it's consistent over time and you're going to get that voucher. But you can leverage vouchers too. So so that is one thing to keep in mind, which is why Connecticut has been using it as project-based vouchers, because they need to increase supply as well. Like everybody around the country needs to increase supply.
Honestly, it costs money to both build housing and to have a subsidy, a subsidy for it to operate. You know, if I were in charge, if I were the dictator of New York State, I might enact a bill such as the Social Housing Development Authority, which is the prime sponsor, is sitting right here, and to me that is an answer. I mean, I think you know the answer to the question because you introduced that bill. But the answer is that if we want affordable housing for the people who live in our city, our state, we actually need to spend money. We have to decide it's a priority because if we let the market build housing, we see that it is market forces don't build housing that anyone can afford.
If I can very briefly add to that, just to see these things together. If we had a social housing development authority that was building new social housing like our old Urban Development Corporation used to do, we could be using HAVP to make them more of the units deeply affordable. So it's not like we're going to do this and not that, or that and not this. We can and should be doing both of them, and they're mutually supportive.
That's great, thank you. And just lastly, I know you gave some statistics on homelessness, and it has not gone down anywhere in New York State. I think someone shared, which is so alarming. And I know this relates to, it's not just a New York City thing, but New York City has a problem with homelessness. And I think I just did a workshop at Caucus Weekend on ending childhood poverty, in which I heard numbers like 43,000 children. 43,000 children in New York City are homeless. And what I'm imagining HVAP is something that would be very helpful to those families.
Yes.
Okay, all right. I just had to put them in there because
the CPRAC, again, recommended
Yes.
a statewide voucher program, and they found that if enacted, it would reduce child poverty by 15% alone, right? That was very similar to HAVP, but on a universal level.
Yes.
But still, we know that HAVP would have a significant impact on childhood poverty.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a couple of questions from panelists. Just to remind folks that we have, as we say in the Senate, we need to be mindful of time, as we have a total of 38 witnesses, and we are on numbers 8 through 12 right now, and we're in the risk of starting a socialist dictatorship with Ellen Davidson in charge, which is always a risk. But without further ado, speaking of socialism, Javari Brisport.
Well, why'd you say that right before I started talking? Okay. So I had a quick question for Wynn about some of the numbers you cited on savings. As a huge supporter of HAVP, I didn't find the numbers as helpful as I would have liked, and I was hoping you could explain the methodology to me more, just because what I'm seeing in your testimony was a $96 million savings, but we would be spending $250 million to get that. And then over the 5 years, you said $1 billion in savings, but we would need to spend $1.25 billion. So I mean, I obviously think we should do it anyway, because I want people in stable housing, not shelters. But for someone who has expressed fiscal concerns before, such as the governor, I am concerned they might see this as an excuse to keep the status quo because it's cheaper. So just can you explain this to me, like the methodology of how you came up with the savings numbers?
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for asking. And so, I didn't go into very much detail in my testimony, but the report that I've included in the folders has kind of the deeper explanation of the methodology. But basically what we were trying to show is that, when you do nothing and you allow people to be homeless, there are significant costs associated with that. And so, this idea that if, we don't spend $250 million, then we're somehow off the hook, right? We know that in New York City, we have a right to shelter, and we have had the highest number of people living in shelter than we've ever had in the past. And that has significant costs, especially as we've opened up more emergency hotels to house people. So there's that aspect of it, is the reduction in costs associated with shelter costs. And then there's also the other costs that people generally don't quantify, right? Because they're not necessarily coming from the same pot of money. But we know that when someone gets evicted, for instance, there's all kinds of costs associated with that eviction. We know that there's higher levels of involvement in criminal justice costs and things like that. We know that there's higher healthcare costs associated with people experiencing homelessness. So our model attempted to quantify some of those costs. And so, again, the methodology is laid out in more detail in the report. But there are striking costs, right? One cost that really popped out at me in when we were doing that report was for youth criminal justice involvement, right? So the costs for one person, for one child to be incarcerated is astronomically high, right? And we know that when youth are experiencing homelessness, they're more likely to be involved in that system. And so I think it was like nearly $1 million for one child for 1 year to be in that system, right? So when we look at the alternative of just providing them with housing, right, it's much cheaper to house people than to send them to jail, to put them through these systems, things like that. So that's what we tried to quantify, and that's kind of what we get at, and that's where a lot of the savings come from, is those indirect costs associated with homelessness and eviction.
Got it. So when you incorporate those additional savings, does it total to more than $250 million a year?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Great.
Yep.
And I will not ask any questions, just to be mindful of time, although our chair seems to be preoccupied.
Senator Jackson.
So, Ms. Davidson, you mentioned that there are members in the Senate and the Assembly that should be on the bills in order to give it more weight, and there are many people, not many, there are people that are not. Well, if in fact you find that I'm one of those that are on it, I was going to say slap me on this side. Oh, and slap me on that side. Okay, I'm okay.
No, Senator Jackson.
No.
You are definitely a co-sponsor of this bill.
But if you can talk to me offline, I would definitely speak to the individuals that need to be spoken to. I will ask them.
No, I actually think it's a matter of not getting to people rather than people not supporting.
Yeah.
And so, yes, I will definitely ask all of your help in getting your colleagues on the bill, because I think once people learn what it is,
Yeah.
they want to co-sponsor it.
I agree with you. People may think that, I should know that, but there are hundreds of bills. In fact, I have to leave a little early myself because I have an education work group that's continuing from 3 to 5. And that's not only with K-12, pre-K to 12, but that's higher education too. So, I mean, it's extremely busy, but it's important to know that you're doing the work. And I tell you, thank you on behalf of all of the people that you serve. But can somebody tell me, why is it so that the HAV is, amongst all of you, is saying is so important to have compared to some other programs?
Because
in my opinion, because housing stability is the most important thing to set someone, a family, on the road to success. It impacts people's health, their educational achievement, their ability to get and maintain jobs. Once you have stable housing, everything else is achievable. But if you don't, then it's just hard to it's hard to raise your families. It's hard to keep yourself healthy.
And one of the things before you answer is when I was listening to all of you giving testimony, I was saying I know how it is. How important is education coming up? Because you've heard it that the more education you receive, more than likely you will be successful. And so, if you can. I mean, when you're dealing with people that are in need of housing, education, all of the things that they rightfully need, especially children, when parents are, I think about how important education is in children growing up. I'm sorry. Chris, you were going to answer a question.
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to try and punctuate Ellen's point, right? I mean, when I first started doing this work, I worked with people living with HIV who were also experiencing homelessness, and my program was focused on health case management. And they would come, and we also had housing services, and they would come not for the case management, but for the housing services, right? And so it just again shows that it's housing is fundamental. Like, if you don't have your housing needs met, it's so much more difficult to meet any other needs. And so that's why I think, this is so critical. You have to have that fundamental base of housing before so many other key and critical needs can be addressed.
And I just want to add that.
No, do you mind speaking up a little? I have
Sure.
this thing right underneath me. It's kind of difficult to hear.
I mean, I would just add housing stability is, of course, I think just the key element to anybody being able to figure out their life, right? Your kids going to school. If you're being shuttled from shelter to shelter, it's impossible to focus on that. But I think the other thing to think about is that there just aren't enough resources in New York right now based on the need, and that's why your bill is so important. And I do think that the federal government potential changes to the federal Section 8 program is really a concern. And that's another key reason, and maybe hopefully one that the governor will listen to really help with the advocacy of this program, is to continue to support New Yorkers.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. And I guess we will tee up the next panel, which is our first remote witness, Marie Castaldi. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
And just while we're in the transition, just to note that there has been a lot of talk about Senate support for this bill. Just to say, we've said it a couple of times, but the Assembly also has been very supportive of this, particularly in the person of the chair of the Housing Committee, who is also the sponsor of HAVP, Linda Rosenthal. So again, this has been very broadly supported in both houses of the legislature, and both houses have in the past put this in the budget resolution, which is how we express how we should be spending money, at $250 million. So I just wanted to emphasize that this is a bicameral effort. Okay. So can you hear us, Ms. Castaldi?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Wonderful.
Okay, so thank you for being here and also for your patience. We're running a little bit behind here, but if you're ready to go, if you could just introduce yourself and for the record, and then provide your testimony. We're giving 5 minutes for oral testimony and then additional time for questions from the panel.
Sounds great. Thanks so much. So my name is Mari Castaldi, and I'm the Director of State Housing Policy at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The Center on Budget is a nonpartisan policy and research institute based out of Washington, D.C., but I'm joining from Sacramento, California today, so thank you so much for accommodating my remote testimony. In addition to working on federal policy, the Center on Budget works with state-level organizations to advance equitable policy at the state level. And I'm here to bring a bit of a national perspective on how other states are handling the need for more rental assistance. Because I know you're running short on time, I'll keep my testimony pretty brief and just direct you to my written testimony for any more details. I know much of the conversation today has focused on the widespread impact of housing cost burdens for too many New Yorkers. We've heard a lot about both the research and the on-the-ground impact of rental assistance and how rental housing vouchers reduce homelessness, prevent evictions and overcrowding, improve educational and child welfare outcomes, support people with disabilities living in community settings, reduce recidivism among people exiting incarceration, and more. We have also heard a lot about the problems that arise from the drastic underfunding of critical federal housing programs like the Housing Choice Voucher Program and other forms of housing assistance, which are currently funded such that they only reach around 1 in every 4 households who would be eligible. And to a question from earlier, HUD data shows that New Yorkers across the state applying for federal rental assistance wait on average 29 months before getting assistance if their local agency's wait list was even open. We know that housing agencies in New York are currently spending every dollar of their voucher funding they receive from the federal government, but it's simply not enough. And because of this federal underfunding, an increasing number of state-funded housing programs have been established across the country in recent years. A 2023 survey by the National Low-Income Housing Coalition found around 106 state-funded rental assistance programs across the country. And we really see the Housing Access Voucher Program as proposed in S72 as another promising approach that really aligns with evidence-based practices and could do a lot to increase housing and economic security for thousands of New Yorkers. Most closely to New York, 7 states, including 3 of your neighbors, Connecticut, Massachusetts, and New Jersey, use state funding to operate programs like the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program and the proposed Housing Access Voucher Program, meaning a program that provides ongoing, need-based, voucher-like rental assistance for a more general population of people with low incomes. And while these state programs in your neighboring states also wouldn't fully address the unmet need for assistance, they extend the benefits of housing vouchers to thousands of additional households in their state. The Housing Access Voucher Program, as you know, would extend rental assistance to thousands of New York households and reduce their odds of experiencing homelessness and other housing-related hardship. And in synthesizing the existing research and engaging stakeholders around the country about implementation of current state-funded rental assistance programs, we've identified a number of promising practices that we recommend states consider when designing rental assistance programs. And the Housing Access Voucher Program really fulfills many of those recommendations. And I outline that in more detail in my written testimony. And further, though there's been discussion of the potential of increasing costs over time, we're compelled by the analysis around the potential to shift costs away from emergency interventions and harms from evictions and emergency shelter costs into permanent housing, and therefore realizing the benefits of those stable housing outcomes. Finally, I'll just point out that investing in the HAVP would help New York be more resilient in the face of a very imminent potential cuts to already inadequate federal housing and homelessness programs, including the Housing Choice Voucher Program. For example, current House and Senate appropriations proposals, because they failed to increase funding for Housing Choice Voucher commensurate with rent increases, could prevent as many as 71,700 people across New York State from using federal rental assistance as soon as in 2025. So state policymakers' leadership is more important than ever in assuring that no more New Yorkers fall into homelessness. Like I said, I have more details in my written testimony, but just want to be respectful of your time and all the great conversation that's already occurred today.
Thank you very much, and both for your oral testimony, your detailed written testimony, which we do have, and for also being succinct here. Just a couple of quick questions. So your organization has studied this nationally. Is it fair to say that states funding rental assistance is not a particularly new thing in the United States?
That's true. And actually, our federal housing choice voucher program was modeled after Massachusetts state housing voucher program initially when it was first established decades ago, now just about 50 years ago. And so, this is an approach that's been taken sort of alongside federal programs, but we have seen a significant increase in state investment in housing, particularly over the past 10 years. I mentioned that sort of national survey of state-funded housing programs, which included rental assistance programs as well as sort of capital subsidy and tenant tax credits and the like. And there was sort of a 14% increase in just the number of programs in the past 10 years. And we suspect that is a response to the fact that federal funding has really stagnated and in some cases has decreased for housing assistance programs in the face of increased housing hardship. And like was mentioned earlier, just that kind of persistent and in some places increasing gap between housing costs and incomes, which have really stagnated.
Great. And those programs, from your perspective, are, I think your written testimony says, just about one of the most effective ways of stabilizing people in their homes and preventing the kind of negative outcomes we've been talking about today. That's true, and that's particularly true if it's you. Actually, let me just ask you a little further into something. So you mentioned that you have recommendations for how these programs work, and that HAVP meets many of those very well. Can you just quickly, and maybe in summary, just what are the attributes of an effective program, and how do they compare to HAVP?
Yes, absolutely. I'm just going to pull up a little bit more information. So, one of the main things is that when we look across state-funded rental assistance programs across the country, only about 35% of those 106 programs provide ongoing assistance to households. Many other programs provide sort of shorter-term transitional assistance or even one-time assistance, more akin to sort of emergency rental assistance. So our analysis included all of those different types of programs, but we really see that the commitment to aid a household as long as they need assistance rather than implementing arbitrary time limits is really important. Evidence shows that ongoing rental assistance gleans better outcomes for households in terms of long-term housing stability and those increases in sort of economic and educational attainment, et cetera, compared to time-limited subsidies. So that's one way that this program stands out. We also think it's compelling to have a voucher that's a statewide approach instead of limiting eligibility to just local jurisdictions. That's an issue that actually exists with many of the federal vouchers around the country, is that they're limited to a certain public housing authority and can't easily port from different jurisdictions. But having a statewide program, makes some of that possible to increase choices for families to living in the communities where they want to live. There was a lot of talk today about sort of pairing with well-enforced source of income discrimination protections, as well as housing navigation and other supports to increase successful lease-ups. It sounds like, that is, there's still lots of issues with landlord discrimination in New York, and issues with sort of landlord hesitancy to work with vouchers. That's true across the country, but we're encouraged by a lot of the attention to pairing those different things. And then, finally, I think expanding eligibility for populations who are excluded from federal housing programs, but who still benefit from access to housing supports, is something that we find really promising. And then, actually, one more thing, which is just there was a lot of talk today about the importance of pairing supply strategies with rental assistance. You know, we see that among capital programs or housing production programs that are focused on building below market rate housing, many of them still are have rents set much too high for people with the lowest incomes. So without an additional rental subsidy, many of the housing added through that new supply won't actually be accessible to the folks who need it most. So, you know, there's a lot of encouraging conversation happening today just about how New York is working to pair those important forms of assistance, which we think is really important in designing strong programs.
Thank you. I think we have a question from Senator Clear.
You know what? Actually, I just want to thank you for this
she
report.
answered mine.
Yeah, you answered
Jackson?
my questions, and there's so much in this report, in your testimony, and I'll refer to it, and hopefully I'll be in touch with you. But I find it very interesting that 35 states and Washington, D.C. fund their own rental assistance programs. And I think some of this information is stuff we can look at. This is very good. Thank you.
Senator Jackson.
Sure. Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I just have a question. I mean, my colleague raised the issue of that the $50,000 limit as far as SCREE has been in place since 2014, and that if in fact it was brought up to date, it would be up to like 67,000 or something like that. Is there any state or municipality in the United States of America that has SCREE at more than cap of $50,000, if you're aware?
So, SCREE, I'm not as familiar with the SCREE program. That is a state program, right, to sort of limit the impact of rent increases for older adults who are in housing. So, you know, I don't know exactly the answer to your question. Okay. I do know that among the state-funded rental and housing assistance programs across the country, a significant percentage of them, I think it's around 72%, focus on certain populations who are at specific risk of housing hardship or homelessness, and older adults is one of the sort of top populations of focus, along with people experiencing homelessness and people with disabilities. So I don't know enough about sort of how those programs are structured or have changed over time to answer that question exactly. But I certainly could provide a sort of list from what we have of programs in states across the country where older adults are the focus population to provide some additional context of what we could look at.
Okay. So, but also, as far as the voucher program, you've heard, if you've been on this Zoom since earlier, the issue of people go with the vouchers and basically they're told if they want it, they have to under the table $5,000-$10,000. Do you hear that else at other places around other than in New York?
I have not heard that before. But I mean, it sounds consistent to me. A lot of what's come up today is just around the fact how, you know, the sort of fair market rents that are set by HUD for vouchers have not kept pace with how quickly rents are increasing across the country, and especially in tight housing markets like New York. So, you know, I could imagine, right, landlords seeing neighboring rents go up at a higher rate than the sort of voucher payment is accommodating for, and creating that kind of potential for sort of exploitation. But that's not something that I've specifically heard of before.
Okay. I didn't know exactly. I mean, under the table is normally dealt with at the level of the super or the person that are dealing for the landlord as far as the voucher program goes. And I was just curious as to whether or not you've heard about that as someone that has been involved in other states. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for your testimony. We appreciate it, and also all of your work all year round on all these issues. Thanks. Next
Thank
up,
you so much for having me.
thanks. We have a slight departure from the schedule. There was some communications confusion, but we're going to have Reverend Dietrich Blue come up from. Well, you can introduce yourself from the New York Interfaith Commission for Housing Equality.
Good afternoon. 1, 2, 3.
Thank you.
First of all, let me take the opportunity to thank you, Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Clear, and Senator Prasad, and Senator Jackson, Senator Brisport, for conducting these hearings today on this most important subject. I'm here to speak specifically about SCREE and DREE. I'm here representing the New York Interfaith Commission for Housing Equality, which is an organization, a coalition of faith-based institutions and individuals committed to community development and empowerment through advocacy for true, affordable workforce housing and community-based businesses. My name is Dedrick Blue. I'm the Ministerial Director for the 220 congregations in the Northeastern Conference of Seventh-day Adventists, and I serve as the Vice Chair for the New York Interfaith Commission for Housing Equality. Last night, I slept in a warm bed, and I ate a very nutritious meal, and I lived in my own home. And I counted my blessings because that was not always the case in my life. As a child, I stole food to eat, and my mother sat up at night and beat the rats off the bed so I could sleep. We did not have secure housing sometimes, and sometimes not secure food. And so, as I think about SCREE and DREE, I think about those individuals who are the most vulnerable in our communities, our seniors, as well as those who are other-abled. So today I'm just simply here to support the expansion of SCREE and DREE programs, to maintain stable housing and prevent displacement and prevent the subsequent increase of mental and physical distress in these vulnerable populations. The New York State Interstate Commission for Housing Equality supports the following expansion of SCREE and DREE. Number one, income eligibility. We have to raise the current income cap to allow more seniors and disabled individuals to qualify. The combined household income must be raised to reflect what is truly happening in these households. There are multiple individuals living in the same household, and their little trickles of money that are coming in does not offset the runaway inflation in the housing market. Number two, housing eligibility. We have to expand the housing types that are included, including privately owned rental units, co-ops, and new-to-market housing developments. And we have to do this also, as has been said earlier, by providing greater incentives, protections, and oversights of small landlords, which provide a significant portion of our housing stock. I would say about housing eligibility, and this is important to know, it is possible to build housing, and it is possible to do it if the state chooses to engage in this. I mean, in my conference right now, I said the Northeastern Conference, we have 220 churches. We have housing units in Queens. We recently did a development there, 158 units of very low housing, under 50% of the AMI for the region, and very low and very, very low. And 58 of those units were for people who were coming directly out of homelessness. It is possible to do it. New York State just must roll up its sleeves, and we can't keep chasing the tail. We're chasing the tail right now. Senator was talking about a little bit earlier. No matter what we do, we're just throwing money at a problem that we cannot solve until we get more stock that's developed. So we have to develop that stock. That's another issue for another day, right? The application process, it has to be streamlined, and I'm glad to hear that we have navigators who are on board to assist with this. However, we need more participation from local organizations, including the religious community, to reach out and touch those most vulnerable populations, especially in the African American community, as Senator Clear was talking about a little earlier. And then funding. We have to increase government funding to support both the expansion of SCREE and DREE. And finally, the Interfaith Commission asserts that the role of government is to be the voice of the citizens, especially for the aged and the other abled, whose megaphone has been muted by those whose money and power has allowed them to influence public policy. So tonight, as I sleep, I want to do so knowing that even though I am blessed, that there are others who can also sleep on a secure pillow tonight.
Thank you, Reverend Senator Clear.
All I can say is amen. Amen. Thank you for that. And, you know, I really want to learn more about how you were able to develop that housing, because every time I ask, I'm told, you know, oh my God, what are you asking us to do? It's like I'm asking somebody for a kidney or a lung that we can't seem to be able. No one can develop housing that is affordable to people at a decent rate. And as you heard in the prior testimony, New York City, the rent, I don't have it in front of me, but I do from memory, 27% is how much rent has increased, which and incomes have only increased 7%. So we're at 3 times the amount of the increase in income in terms of the rate of income compared to the rate of rental increases. So I would really love to hear more about what you have developed for New Yorkers. And no one's asking for anything for free. This is not a free rent. This is just, can it match the income of the people who live here? Thank you.
So thank you again for being here. I just wanted to ask about the kinds of housing that you built. Was that the land owned by the church, or
it was an attachment to a previously developed HUD 202 that we owned the land. So we already owned, I think it was about 100 or so units. We added 158 12-story building to that existing footprint.
I know churches are asking to be able to use part of their land to build. Is your coalition, do you have members with that ability to do that?
I believe that we can bring to bear developers who have done this that could help inform others who want to do this. But let's keep in mind, land is at a premium in and around New York City.
Right.
The state has got to take a particular stand to begin to say, we will get into the development business. The state has got to get into the development. We can't wait on the federal government anymore. Or if we do not do this, we're going to find ourselves in a situation where the mass exodus out of New York State will leave us as a third world country in the middle of the United States of America.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Sure. Yes. First, let me thank you for coming in and giving testimony about, especially about your experience growing up in New York City. I made the assumption, but there's a church in Inwood that had their church and a parking lot, and they connected with a developer to develop one, to tear it down, and they put a new church there, modern as can be, and build affordable housing for homeless individuals that are now not homeless, and low-income housing. And they did a great job, in my opinion, up in Inwood, right near the post office, up near 190-something Street. So where there's a will and partnership that the church leaders can agree upon, there's a way.
Where there's a will, there's a way, but also state regulators and city regulators need to monitor some of these developments as well.
Mm-hmm.
You have private, for-profit developers coming into churches asking to use their land to
Right.
build a church on the first floor, then market rate above with 30% set-asides or 20% set-asides. That does not solve the problem. That only exacerbates the problem. by increasing rents in the neighborhood and driving those who are marginalized further out.
Thank you for coming in.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Pastor.
Okay, next up, our next remote witness.
To my chairs, I apologize, I have to leave. I have an education work group meeting that I must attend.
Okay, go fund the schools, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Housing and schools.
Okay, so thank you for being with us. We're going to have 5 minutes of. Can you hear us? Okay, great. Can we hear you? Do you want to speak?
Yes, I hope so.
Oh, terrific.
Good afternoon.
I got you. Okay, great. So we're going to have 5 minutes of oral testimony each. So if you could introduce yourself for the record and then proceed with the testimony, and then we'll have additional time for questions from the panel.
Okay. Good afternoon. Senator Kavanaugh, members of the Senate Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development and Social Services and Aging. My name is Aqua Porter, and I serve as the Executive Director of the Rochester Monroe Anti-Poverty Initiative, or RMAPI. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today and to speak about this issue that affects thousands of families in our community, the urgent need for expanded rental assistance. RMAPI is a multi-sector community collaborative committed to breaking the cycle of poverty. Listening closely to our community is one of the most important components of what we do. And when we listen, we hear the same messages over and over again. Housing instability is one of the greatest barriers to economic mobility. I want to share some of what we've heard directly from our community members. 1, decent, affordable housing is essential and should be a right. There isn't enough affordable housing in Rochester. The waiting lists are too long. Living in rundown housing takes away your dignity and fosters instability. There's no affordable housing for minimum wage workers. These words are not just anecdotes. They are the reality for thousands of families. And the numbers confirm what we hear. Statewide, more than half of all renter households are rent burdened, representing close to 3 million New Yorkers. 1 in 5 are severely rent burdened, spending more than half of their income just to keep a roof over their heads. And when rents rise beyond what families can afford, the result is devastating. It destabilizes our neighborhoods, closes pathways to upward mobility, and sends families to homelessness and instability. Last year, more than 158,000 New Yorkers experienced homelessness, 1 in 5 homeless people in the United States. Our state now has one of the highest homelessness rates in the country. In Rochester, this included 3,024 K-12 children who experienced homelessness and another 100 young people ages 18 to 24 who also experience homelessness on any given night. The good news is we know what works. Research consistently shows that rental assistance programs reduce homelessness, stabilizes families, and improves long-term outcomes for children. In fact, federal housing vouchers reduce poverty by 43% for recipients, but only 1 in 4 eligible households actually receive assistance. That's unacceptable. One of the most immediate impactful steps New York can take is funding the Housing Access Voucher Program. HAVP is a statewide Section 8 style voucher that will help those at risk of homelessness stay in their homes and move those currently into shelters into stable housing. Unlike federal vouchers, HAVP is more inclusive, allowing people to qualify regardless of immigration status or criminal record. And it's not just the renters who benefit, landlords do too. HAVP provides a guaranteed rent payment, helping property owners maintain financial stability while housing low-income tenants. This is a solution that works for everyone. If fully implemented, HAVP could provide vouchers for nearly 13,000 households, preventing thousands of evictions and helping families find long-term housing. We urge the state to fully fund HAVP in this year's budget. In addition to funding HAVP, we must address another major issue, the shelter allowance. The current shelter allowance, which is supposed to help low-income families afford housing, is wildly out of date and no longer connected to the needs of individuals and families in our community. The shelter allowance has not been meaningfully updated since 2003. And I don't need to tell y'all that the rental market has significantly changed in the last 20 years. In Monroe County, for example, the fair market rent for a family of 3 is $843 more than the current rent shelter allowance. For an individual, it's $582 more. HUD has found that 0 inhabitable apartments in Rochester are available at the shelter allowance rate. We urge the state to update the shelter allowance so that it actually covers fair market rent. It is irrational to expect families to secure housing with an outdated, inadequate allowance that does not reflect today's rental market. Funding rental vouchers is a critical step, but for them to truly be effective, we need to invest in housing navigation and support services. And that's why our MAPI supports a $47.3 million investment to create a statewide network of housing navigators who can help families find housing, work directly with landlords to place tenants, combat discrimination against voucher holders, and support families for 2 years after placement to ensure long-term stability. These services have been proven to work in other cities, and we have the opportunity to make New York a national leader in rental assistance and housing placement. In closing, I urge the Senate to take bold action to address our state's rental housing crisis. Expanding rental assistance programs, increasing funding for housing navigation, and updating outdated policies like the shelter allowance are not just policy choices, they are moral imperatives. New York has always been a state that leads the way. This is our moment to ensure that safe, affordable housing is a right and not a privilege. Thank you for your time and the opportunity to share this critically important issue with you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Quick question, just you're an anti-poverty organization. You deal with a lot of different aspects of this, and you've spoken very eloquently about the need for rental assistance. Can you just talk how, if you're trying to sort of put this among the many priorities, how important is rental assistance relative to other things that we might do this year?
Housing is probably 1 and 2. I would say the other thing that we need to do is expand the child tax credit.
Okay. Well, we're working on that as well.
Yeah. So those are 1 and 2 for as far as I'm
For
concerned.
Rochester and Monroe, from your perspective. Any other questions from the panel? Okay, so we are running a bit late. We do appreciate we have your written testimony as well, and thank you for being with us and sharing your perspective.
Thank you very much, and good luck with the rest of your day.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're next up, we're gonna have Megan Stewart. And hello, Gail Brewer, council member. Ali? Okay, so can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, we
Good.
just got you onto full screen mode. Okay, so we're having 5 minutes of oral testimony. Feel free to be succinct. We have written testimony as well, and I don't think you can see the timer, so I may give you time signals if you get close to the 5. But if
I
you're ready, if you
appreciate
could introduce yourself for the record and then begin.
Sure. Thank you. Good afternoon, senators, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Sally Santangelo. I'm the executive director of CNY Fair Housing. We are a nonprofit fair housing organization based in Syracuse and serving 14 counties of central and upstate New York. We work to eliminate housing discrimination, promote housing opportunities, and ensure that everybody has equal access to housing. We do investigations of housing discrimination complaints, education and outreach on fair housing rights and responsibilities, and we provide legal representation to victims of discrimination and provide research and technical assistance for municipalities to improve housing opportunity in their communities. Our organization serves 1 out of every 9 people living in New York and 1/3 of the population upstate. And we serve rural communities, small towns, suburbs, and regional cities. And everywhere we go throughout our service area, we hear the same thing, that rising housing costs are driving housing instability and homelessness in our communities, and they're perpetuating economic and racial segregation. In Syracuse, family homelessness has skyrocketed, and with 2 children in every city school district classroom having experienced homelessness this year alone. In Cayuga County, in the city of Auburn, the Department of Social Services is spending more money than ever before to house people in hotels. In Messina, up on the Canadian border, the police department is putting out cots in their station because there aren't other beds available. Across our service area, this is a new trend that we haven't experienced really in upstate communities. And it's something that communities are really still trying to grapple with, the fact that homelessness is now something that's impacting their own towns. It was often unseen. You may have folks that were homeless, but they were often living in places like campers or camps or outdoors or staying in with family members. And now they're starting to appear more prevalently and needing to access services. Homelessness also presents a particular challenge in many of the sparsely settled parts of upstate New York, where there are no homeless shelters. Most of these communities use hotels and motels to house their homeless populations. For example, we had a client in Oswego County who was experiencing homelessness, and the DSS placed her and her family with her 2 young kids in a hotel in a rural area. She didn't have a car and had to walk an hour and a half to a grocery store and 3 hours to the DSS office. The only transit option is a bus that runs 1 time a day, once in the morning, and then you can go back in the evening. And this is a county that just got 7 feet of snow over the long weekend. So you can imagine, not having a stable home and having to stay in a motel and not have access to those basic services does for a family. We know that the main cause of homelessness is housing costs, and that upstate's housing costs are on the rise. Our post-pandemic housing market has been defined by skyrocketing costs. Central New York, the Syracuse area, is now one of the tightest housing markets in the country, after being widely considered one of the most affordable housing markets for decades. And to be clear, housing affordability and homelessness are fair housing issues. The people most vulnerable to housing instability are members of protected classes. When the housing market is tight like it is now, landlords have the power to deny rental applications and to evict for trivial reasons, because they know that they will always have someone else who's willing to pay the rent. We have clients who have lost their homes for asking for reasonable accommodations. We even had a client who was threatened with eviction for asking for a ramp. And in this context, it's dismaying but not surprising that people with disabilities, families with children, Black families, and veterans are all more likely to experience homelessness than the population at large. In the long run, we absolutely have to build more housing to bring down housing costs. But we have people and families and individuals that need help right now. They are slipping into homelessness now because they don't have time to wait for those larger housing projects, those larger developments to occur. So we need to provide housing stability now, which means providing rental assistance like the SAFE program and HAVP that can prevent homelessness in the first place. Right now in Syracuse City Court, 3/4 of all eviction cases are for non-payment, and the amounts are often really small to bring those folks out of arrears. The SAFE pilot program has already been successful in preventing evictions in Onondaga County, and the expansion of the program would help even more people. Similarly, HAVP would expand direct rental assistance to allow more families to afford a place to live. When folks call our office right now and they're struggling with rent increases, there's often very little we can do but advise them on how to become homeless. We counsel them on how to access services from DSS, how to enter the shelter, what that process is.
If I could ask you, just ask you to wrap up. We're a little over
Sure.
5.
Too often, homelessness and poverty are concentrated also in just a few neighborhoods in a community. NIMBYism excludes shelters and affordable housing in many places, and resulting in concentrated poverty, which our upstate cities are the worst in the country for. Rental assistance can help break that cycle by allowing people to find homes across a broader section of the community. CNY for Housing and organizations like ours are ready to enforce our source of income protections to make sure these voucher programs work. But more people, frankly, need access to rental assistance programs to have a meaningful impact in reducing homelessness in our community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. And I think some of my colleagues are going to follow up with you offline about a few questions, but we really do appreciate all of your work all over, representing much of our state, and we really appreciate your testimony today as well. Next, we're going to try to get back Ms. Stewart. Thank you. That was Sally Santangelo. We're trying to find her now. Here we go. We have her icon. Ms. Stewart? There we go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. Thank you for being here. So we're going to have 5 minutes of oral testimony. We do have written testimony from everyone, and we'll review that. And since you probably can't see the clock, I'll signal you when you're getting close to 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you for having me this afternoon and accommodating us coming remote. As you might have seen upstate, we've got quite the snowstorm going on. So I'm Megan Stewart. I'm from the Housing and Homeless Coalition of Central New York. The coalition is a coalition of over 35 nonprofit organizations, stakeholders, private citizens working to end homelessness and housing instability in Central New York. We also act as HUD's continuum of care for homelessness for Oswego, Onondaga, and Cayuga counties, which contains urban, rural, and suburban areas. We work to end homelessness by assessing community needs, creating community-wide policies and procedures, and ensuring an effective and efficient homelessness response system that works for all the people who need to use it. Since 2021, this work has become significantly more challenging. Prior to 2022, the Central New York region, unlike most regions across the country, were decreasing homelessness year after year, experiencing historic lows in 2021 when there were further eviction protections. But now that landscape has changed. New York State is obviously in a housing crisis, which has resulted in a homelessness crisis. In Central New York alone, homelessness has increased 29% in just the last year. I think you've heard already today family homelessness statistics for our area, but it has increased 192% since 2019, which is the highest rate it's ever been. Homelessness is a housing problem. It increases when housing stability decreases. I believe Sally Santangelo was on before me talking about our rental market and increased housing costs. resulting in families and individuals, especially the most vulnerable, needing to seek emergency housing options. We've seen significant strains on our homelessness response system in the length of stay people are experiencing homelessness. On average, we used to be able to rehouse families within 21 days of them entering emergency shelter. That has more than doubled to now an average of over 70 days for families to be rehoused into permanent housing. And all of that is just based on finding affordable housing that will rent at FMR that is safe for families who need it. Housing production is obviously a solution to the housing market, but people experiencing homelessness cannot wait for the time it takes to create new affordable housing development. Homelessness is already attributing to family instability, chronic absenteeism in school, and trauma for minor children. We collect statistics on why folks report entering homelessness, and eviction remains one of the top reasons reported. As you can imagine, 45% of people experiencing homelessness in the region report experiencing eviction in the past year. And many folks, that's just because it's been in the past year. If you go further back in their timeline, they've experienced homelessness or experienced eviction prior to that. And we've been able to develop effective systems to rehouse families, but our resources aren't enough to combat the rise in the sheer number of families who need resources. We're only able, through our federal programming, through housing and urban development, and through programs like eSHI at the state, we're only able to rehouse about 15% of folks in central New York who find themselves experiencing homelessness. We need to turn off the tap, for lack of a better way to say it, to keep people housed. We don't have robust rental assistance or homelessness prevention programming like there is in New York City. That's one of our chronically underfunded areas, so SAFE is extremely important. And housing vouchers are considered the golden tickets of the homelessness response system. Providers, families breathe such a sigh of relief when they finally accessed a Section 8 voucher or a voucher through the Continuum of Care program, because it does mean long-term stability. I think we heard a lot of statistics already about how that can prevent returns to homelessness and is the only way families are finding stability. So if we truly want to end homelessness, and I think New York State can be well on that way, we've obviously proven in central New York that that is something that can happen. Vouchers and preventing people from experiencing homelessness is the way to do that.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the panel? Okay, so we do have your written testimony, and we are running a bit late, so I think we're going to forego the opportunity for direct questions. But again, thank you for all your work for your testimony today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, we're going to have council member, former borough president, former employer of Brian Kavanaugh, Gail Brewer.
To be clear, I would not be here without Brian Kavanaugh.
Wow.
No question about it. Anyway, I'm Gail Brewer. I am delighted to be here. I represent the Upper West Side, parts of Clinton, and Central Park South and the Park. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Senate Bill S1457A, sponsored by the great Brian Kavanaugh. And as we know, that would raise the maximum income threshold for SCREE, DREE, C, and D to $67,000 and would require it to be increased according to Consumer Price Index adjustments going forward. I assume that's what the CPI would call for. It would depend on the CPI. In 2024, thinking that that bill might pass last year, and I'm so delighted that it's focused on this year, I introduced and the City Council adopted unanimously a resolution calling on the state legislature to pass and the governor to sign this legislation. Every elected official in New York City knows how important these programs are to constituents. I have a volunteer caseworker in my district office every Monday to assist constituents with applications and other paperwork just for these programs, and as it happens in your offices, people line up. People who come in for SCREE and DREE and the other programs are often retired teachers, for example. Our caseworker points out The retired city workers need the maximum to be 75,000 even. Many live off their savings until they run out. Then they are forced to leave New York City altogether, the city they devoted themselves to for decades. The caseworker points out also, not necessarily your issue, but it's a city issue, that the way information about scree and DREE is decimated is haphazard. People do not know the program exists, despite much outreach. In the past, landlords of small buildings, this is something even more challenging. In the past, landlords of small buildings have the information available and would share it with tenants. As these buildings are bought up by corporate landlords, we know this is a problem, tenants lose access to the information and wind up paying full rent. As a constituent advocate, our caseworker has to find the corporate office and point out that the client is eligible for the benefit. It takes time, effort, and in the meantime, the individual is paying full rent. Seniors make up, as you know, a significant portion of rent-regulated tenants. According to the 2-3 Housing and Vacancy Survey, 31% of all rent-stabilized tenants are seniors, and in rent control, it's 53%. Comparatively, 28% of renters overall are seniors, showing that the rent-regulated housing disproportionately houses aging population. The goal of the senator's legislation is to ensure that the older adult and disabled tenants can stay in their homes, avoid homelessness, and age in their communities with dignity and respect. The current $50,000 household threshold to access these benefits has not changed since 2014. In order for these programs to remain sustainable long-term and to be relevant and effective, income thresholds must reflect changes to the cost of living. I think we know also the other problem, not necessarily your issue, but because of memory loss and dementia, people lose the form. They lose it and they don't even know what it is. They get cut off, and we have to, along with your assistants and others, fight to get it returned. One constituent went from 775 to 1,100 for that reason. Another constituent who lives at Independence Plaza was over by 0.23, 23 cents, less than 23 cents, sorry. During the pandemic, constituents lost their benefits because economic stimulus payments pushed them over the income limit, another issue. And I have no other constituents who are no surprise to you. They have to deal with increasing costs of living, medical expenses. One had a grandson offered to move in, provide care, because she needed it, but his income would have pushed the household over the $50,000 limit. And a 77-year-old on disability since age 33 has been able to maintain stable living situations, afford necessities, and live with peace of mind and security. But she lost her scree benefit after Social Security pushed her income to approximately $52,000. So thank you. I'm so excited that this is a top priority for you in the Senate and the Assembly, particularly the Senate. And I thank you for convening this important legislation to be on your agenda.
Impeccable timing as well. We got
Thank you.
right to the 5 minutes. A couple of questions. So, as
you
you
know the
mentioned,
answers already.
for the record here, council member. First of all, your testimony is very important because, as we mentioned earlier, SCREE and DREE are a program where the state passes laws that permit localities to expand the program, but then the locality has to step in and pass a law to accept those changes. Last year, you did sponsor and pass a resolution in the council to support the efforts we were doing at the state level. Do you think that that's something, again, the city council could do in the course of this negotiation?
Absolutely. And I believe it would be unanimous, which is not often true.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. He doesn't know me, so they all do. How crazy
Does Senator
we are.
Brisport have a question? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Oh, wait. Cordell Clear has a question for you, council member.
First of all, thank you so much, council member. You mentioned dementia, and it triggered something in me. What would be the recommendation when someone does lose their benefit due to dementia, and what could we do to prevent that?
I think it would be a city issue, but they or maybe the state would have to legislate it. We need to have some, until you die, basically rent stabilized, rent control, you are going to be in that same situation. So I think we need to have regular, every single year, automatic renewals. Now there may be some opportunity if You have to figure out what ends that, death, nursing home, et cetera, but that needs to be put into whatever law, either regs or law. Thank you.
Wellness evaluations, maybe.
Yes.
Thank
Yep.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks again. Okay, next up we have a panel of Milton Perez, Gladys Pugla, Vivek Jimmy Vivekanandan. I think I got that right. Vivekanandan, sorry, and Kimberly Schertz, who's representing Mr. Vivekanandan, and Rachel Rivera. Don't want anyone posing as the council member. Thank you. Okay, so first of all, thank you all for your patience. I know we're running behind because we had so many questions and of prior witnesses, but we do appreciate your being here to share your experiences. So if you can just again state your name for the record and then proceed with your testimony. Again, we'll do 5 minutes for each person and then we'll go to questions.
I'm going to allow to go first.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jimmy Vivekanandan. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. Spending my 18th birthday after 1 year in 5 foster homes, I felt the weight of adulthood when my social worker handed me a packet of forms. After signing a handful of papers, I felt a surge of newfound hope. The promise of a home I could finally call my own was within my reach. All I needed was for NYCHA or Section 8 to call my name, which seemed to be almost any day now. Or so I thought, rather naively. Days passed, months passed, and now it has been 3 years, and the promise has yet to be realized as it lies dormant in some unknown spot on a never-ending wait list, which, true to its name, has only kept me waiting and waiting. And while waiting, I've lived in 5 more different places since I became an adult. In those years of uncertainty, I turned to college, not just as a path to becoming a doctor, but as a means to secure stable housing. Despite being accepted into the university of my choice, I had to find housing off campus since there were no dorms available. Armed with the promissory note from the educational support program College Choice, I made door-to-door visits, imagining my move-in date and how I would arrange my new home as I explored the various potential houses. Regrettably, akin to a child's insignificant sandcastles, the landlords dismissed me abruptly, valuing a deposit more highly than a letter from an unfamiliar organization, especially since it was expected that they wouldn't receive their rental payments until months after I'd moved in. After a long search, I had to settle for the only apartment, completely unfurnished, whose landlord was willing to partake in this arrangement, but the hurdles didn't end there. The apartment was about 2 hours away from my school by public transportation, so I faced a difficult choice between spending the vast majority of my stipend on car services or sacrificing 4 hours out of my already overloaded days studying, all for a round-trip commute. Additionally, the rent, as well as the stipend for my daily living expenses, was not provided until several months into the semester, and to further complicate matters, neither College Choice nor my foster care agency would pay to furnish my apartment. The most challenging hurdle came when I became severely ill from mold poisoning that I strongly believe stemmed from this apartment. The stress of seeking funds and furnishing and the fear of continued housing instability on top of my studies further exacerbated my illness. Even after realizing what was making me sick, I had no choice but to stay because it's not like I had any other choice. Eventually, my illness progressed so much so that I spent a month in the hospital and had to withdraw from college on medical leave. Due to being unenrolled, I was taken off of College Choice benefits. I no longer had financial support for my rent, and the lease was broken. As of right now, I'm temporarily in a transitional supervised independent living program, or SILP, through foster care, but that was only after 3 months of waiting for my application to be approved, and 2 different foster care respite stays, including one in the company of cockroaches and an unkind foster parent. No foster youth should have to choose between their future and a place to sleep. Yet that is a reality. My dream should not have to account for ifs, maybes, or so I thought. That is not a luxury I can afford. I was pushed to the sidelines and forced to watch my academic success crumble because of circumstances I had no control over, a situation I trusted my government to handle. While programs such as College Choice or SILP are crucial resources for this crisis, they are not without flaws. To make the path we youth walk on easier, I believe the Housing Access Voucher Program would greatly help, knocking off one more worry that shouldn't exist in the first place. Looking back on my own life, I could see it preventing the frantic goose chase I underwent before college or the lack of control I had over housing choices post-hospitalization, allowing me to focus on my academics and health without worrying about whether I will lose my home again. If this bill is passed, foster youth, among the other people it benefits, can finally look up in search of their dreams and not for a roof to live under. Thank you.
You. And I would just note that some testimony we got in writing earlier also touches on this issue of people seeking housing after being in foster care. And, so thank you for sharing that experience, and also for, touching on how challenging it can be to get the education while you're also housed and don't have secure housing. Next up, do we have, I think Milton Perez, I think Elizabeth Mackey is going to read.
Hello. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm testifying on the behalf of Milton Perez, who also is a leader of the Homeless Union. But my name is Elizabeth Mackey, and I'm also a leader of the Homeless Union of Vocal, New York. I'm going to kind of briefly read about his testimony as well as my testimony that may not be written. So we know that HAVP, which is the Housing Assessed Voucher Program, will establish a state-funded rental assistance program for New Yorkers who are currently homeless or at risk of homelessness. When implemented with sustainable funding, this statewide program will decrease homelessness and increase stable housing for people across not just New York City, but New York State. Milton Perez indicated that HAVP can help people pay the rent right now, whether that means helping someone get into an apartment from a shelter or the street, or helping people stay in their units even if they are in arrears and are facing a non-payment eviction. This means providing thousands of our fellow New Yorkers with the dignity and security of a permanent home, not in 5 years, but now. Housing is a human right, correct? Everybody agree? Housing does not discriminate, no matter your education, no matter your income, family, it doesn't discriminate. So personally, it did discriminate against me. I worked for the city for 29 years, working for ACS, Administrative Children's Services. So it's sad to see for this young man here, got to go through all this hardship dealing with housing. But again, who am I to judge? Because I became homeless. I became homeless in the year of 2022 to 2023. So I had to literally kind of break down the system to understand what is homeless, because I never experienced. And even though as a worker for the city will go to shelters to help clients, get permanent housing so they can get their children out of foster care. So here I am, 29 years working with the city, became homeless. So I do have a City Feds voucher. It took 1 year for me to get that, compared to me seeing many people in a shelter for 5, 10, 20 years. I couldn't understand that, because I thought shelter was temporarily. One thing about the shelter, hearing the panel prior, they don't have people to help you. They keep saying they got navigations. Where were they? Caseworkers, housing specialists, where are they? They will give you a voucher, and they expect for you to look for the apartment on your own. But then you got landlords discriminate against the voucher. So people continue remaining in there. So I had to navigate. I had to read about DHS, DSS, HRA, because those systems I never dealt with before. So I had to get aware of those systems. However, there are solutions. There are grounded solutions. And we need to stop, wasting money. We're wasting a lot of money, really not really putting the money into where it is needed. Homeless continue. We have 45,000 children that are in the shelters. We have now over counting the immigration, but 155,000 people are homeless. That's within the city. I'm not sure statewide. And then they say they have the lack of housing. No, they don't have the lack of housing. They got warehouse housing. NYCHA have over like 60,000 vacated housing. And I'm hearing like, what they're saying they're doing. If they're doing what they're supposed to do by going into them empty apartments, taking care of those empty apartments, then those 66,000 empty apartments, the people that are living in the shelter will be out of the shelter into these affordable housing. We definitely need to do better with that. It indicated like last year the Senate and Assembly and the governor worked together to make critical steps towards addressing the housing crisis. This year, we must expand on that progress of passing the HAVP. The good cause law can protect tenants, but what are they supposed to do if they go through a hardship and over rent? Far too many have now nowhere to go for help or for assistance. When you deal with Homebase is a contract agency, but they don't provide the services right then and there. The waiting list to see someone at Homebase is 6 months to a year. Is that right? No, that's not right. I've been trying to wait for a transfer for at least a year, but that didn't happen. But I think that if we pass, or if y'all pass, and we're going to continue fighting the HAVP bill, that will help a lot of people who experience homelessness not to be homeless. They will be able to keep their unit. They will be able to navigate their income, because everybody's income is different. My income is different than your income, But if we all sit around and do what we need to do to get this job done, we can fight this homeless crisis, because housing is a human rights, and if you're not a part of the solution, you're part of the problem.
That's a great note to end on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up, Gladys.
Hello, my name is Gladys Bugia. I'm a tenant in Bushwick, New York for over 25 years. I'm a member of Make the Road New York, and I want to thank you for inviting me to give this testimony to you guys. I am going to share my experience as a recently evicted tenant and the importance of passing a housing access voucher program. Like many fellow New Yorkers, I have struggled with the increases rent prices and the lack of affordable apartments in this city. Rent and food prices continue to rise even when our salaries continue to remain the same. As we age, I start to have new expenses. I have lived many years with a constant cycle of my rent rising and the trying to catch up to pay that increase year over year. Unfortunately, I was no longer able to keep up with this raise. I lived in a rent stabilized apartment with my kids. Rent was about $2,000 a month, which was more than half of my salary. And the last few years, I began having problems, and I had to prioritize paying for my medicine. My salary was not enough for these additional expenses, since I still have to pay for food, transportation, electricity, and more. But of course, rent has always been my biggest expense. I could not keep up. The back rent started piling up, but I had to prioritize my health, so I had to keep working and hopefully make up the money and stay in my apartment. But unfortunately, wasn't able to make that money even while working full-time. I looked for rental assistance opportunity, but never came. And just 2 months ago, I have to leave my home for 25 years. The place where I raised my children. I fought until the end and saved my apartment, but it couldn't be done. My daughter has given me a temporary space in her home so I could avoid into a shelter or becoming homeless. Thousands of low-income people like me in New York are living in similar reality. Finding an affordable apartment is very difficult. And we need programs that can help the over 160 people who are homeless get permanent housing while also helping people stay in their homes they already have. That is why we need programs like this housing access voucher program. HABP, this program could help me stay in my home, but it's too late for me now. But I hope they can help others, that I can also have the chance to make a new home in the near future. Thank you.
First up, Senator Clear.
I just wanted to thank each and every one of you for having the courage to come here and share the stories. You put a face to the issue. And I think people need to see that these are real people, real stories, and not just numbers. So I thank you for not just representing yourselves, and for representing the thousands of others who are out here who are without homes. And it is a human right. And I can tell you as someone, and I share this sometimes, I've been in a shelter in my life and been without a home, and it is probably one of the most destabilizing things that could ever happen to an individual. And it's not about income, it's not about who you are. It is a right, and you should have it. So thank you so much for sharing.
I just want to thank all of you. I feel your pain, and the pain I talk about when I go to shelters and I listen to the stories, and so that's the reason why we continue to fight. We will not give up on you, because after 25 years, no one should have to go through that. And Elizabeth, I understand your story because I met someone like you in a shelter when I visited one of the shelters, so I understand what you're talking about. Someone who was helping New Yorkers who were in need, and it turned out that she needed the assistance and had to learn how to navigate the system, which was a tough thing. So we will continue to fight, and I know Ellen has said this, we should make this our priority. We have made it our priority, and we will continue to fight, because the time is now. So thank you all. And Vivek, I commend you for not giving up. For not giving up. You, despite the hurdles that you have to go through, you're not giving up. And don't give up. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. So thank you all very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, Jason Hilliard, Patrick Boyle, and William DePue. Okay. Okay, I understand Patrick Boyle. We do have written testimony for Enterprise Community Partners, but he had to leave. But we do have, so if, Jason, you want to go first?
Sure. Hello.
Oh, they're reversed. Okay.
Help you out. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Jason Hilliard. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the Building and Realty Institute of Westchester and the Mid-Hudson region. It is a pleasure to testify here today at the joint public hearing on rental assistance. The Building and Realty Institute of Westchester and Mid-Hudson region is a wide-ranging membership association that advocates for sound, affordable housing solutions. BRI and its members are involved in all aspects of the building, operation, and maintenance of housing, and are committed to bolstering affordable housing options that are so desperately needed by countless families and individuals throughout New York. To this end, I am here to call upon you, your colleagues in the state's legislature, and Governor Hochul to enact the Housing Voucher Access Program. that provides rental assistance to tenants who are suffering financial hardship and are at risk of homelessness. New York housing crisis is dire. While we urgently need more supply, New Yorkers are on the brink of homelessness now. This bill establishes a housing assets voucher program which will provide rental assistance in the form of vouchers to individuals who are facing an imminent risk of losing their home. These vouchers will both be critical safety net for tenants who are struggling to pay their rent and a helpful new paradigm for housing assistance that sidesteps traditional squabbles between property owners and tenant advocates. Similar to Section 8 housing choice voucher, HVAP will be a statewide program dedicated both to helping homeless New Yorkers find stable housing and to preventing eviction for households at risk of becoming homeless. HVAP will serve more than 13,000 households in New York. This bill is backed by a broad coalition of over 50 organizations, including advocates for tenants' rights, landlords, children, immigrants, and criminal justice advocates. HVAP is the flexible resource upstate and downstate communities need to prevent homelessness and to get people the housing that they need. I do not want to just focus on the housing assets voucher, which is very important. I also want to mention another program that we think is a win as well. Today in Westchester, as throughout the state, those who are defined as shelter residents and individuals who are given a regular bed in shelter facilities where a person can leave his or her belongings, return each night, receive mail, build relationships, and access case management and other services are being threatened today. And this is because their income is being allocated towards the shelter system that they are participating in. We believe that this policy does not meet its purpose and that it's decades old. Such a blanket policy inhibits those who need services from accessing them and disincentivize employment for those who do not enter the shelter system. It pushed more individuals and families to become shelter drop-in overnight guests where there is no such contributions, but also no regularity or continuity for their belongings in such cases. In most cases, the shelter contribution calculation result in individuals being left with no material resources to cover expenses such as medication, transportation, cell phone costs, storage costs, or other incidental personal expenses. Whatever the reason may have been for implementing such a policy decades ago, it clearly has not served its purpose as the homeless population has only grown into intervening years. Instead, in Westchester County, some of our shelter services have seen a dramatic increase in length of stay since the pandemic. And at least one municipality, by nearly 3 times as many days, we are finding that people are staying in the shelter system. There has been a solution proposed to this. This includes A75, which is a bill in the Assembly sponsored by Assemblymember Levine, and S3787, which is a bill sponsored by Senator Myrie, which will eliminate the contribution entirely. We urge more thoughtful attention to this area, focusing on the contribution that people have to pay to the shelter system that they're involved in. And we feel that it's important as it is to prevent individuals and families from becoming unhoused in the first place. It is also important to create realistic policies for them to migrate out of the shelter system when they can. With that, I would like to thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is this on? Okay. Thank you to Committee Chairs Kavanaugh, Claire and Prasad and Senator Claire, good to see you again, and all committee members for the opportunity to testify. My name is Will Deepu, and I'm a senior campaign organizer at the Association for Neighborhood and Housing Development. ANHD is one of the leading policy, advocacy, organizing, technical assistance, and capacity building organizations. We maintain a membership of over 80 neighborhood-based and citywide nonprofits that have affordable housing and or equitable economic development as a central component of their mission. We believe housing justice is economic justice, is racial justice. I am here today to discuss the urgent need for residential rental assistance programs, including the Housing Access Voucher Program, to address the housing and homelessness crisis in New York. New York's affordable housing crisis continues to escalate, as we've heard today, with homelessness doubling since 2022. Nearly 40% of households are rent burdened, and eviction filings have reached alarming levels, leaving many families at risk. The need for affordable housing and effective support systems is urgent, as housing costs push families into homelessness, as we previously heard. Given the scale of the housing and homelessness crisis, immediate action is crucial to ensure that New Yorkers have access to safe and affordable homes. The Housing Access Voucher Program, HAVP, offers long-term rental assistance to low and moderate income New Yorkers at risk of eviction or homelessness. Modeled after Section 8, HAVP will provide critical subsidies to tenants and nonprofit owners to help stabilize housing and prevent displacement. Funding HAVP at $250 million could support 20,000 households, helping 50,000 people avoid homelessness. With homelessness escalating, New York City's shelter system has surged from 80,000 2 years ago to over 125,000 today. HAVP has become more necessary than ever. In addition, many of ANHD's members are mission-driven nonprofit developers known as Community Development Corporations, or CDCs for short, providing deeply affordable housing. For many of them, the average rent is below $1,000. These organizations face rising operational costs and mounting arrears, risking property deterioration and tenant displacement. Subsidies like HAVP are essential to bridge the gap between rental income and increasing costs, ensuring CDCs can continue providing stable homes. To fully support CDCs, we need immediate debt relief and operating subsidies to address the shortfall between rent collections and rising expenses. We urge the creation of the Housing Access and Preservation Initiative, short as HAPPY, fund within the New York State Housing and Community Renewals, the Low Income Housing Trust Fund, with $250 million allocated for the fiscal year 2026 to stabilize affordable housing and prevent further displacement. The time to act is now. Expanding rental assistance and providing operating subsidies will prevent evictions and keep families in their homes, reduce homelessness, and stabilize affordable housing providers. Thank you for your time and commitment to addressing New York's housing homelessness crisis.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of brief questions. Just first of all, for people who may not be familiar, the Building and Realty Institute of Westchester, you spend time doing policy and other things, but a lot of your membership and support come from property owners in Westchester. Is that right?
They are a part of it. We are a cross-section of the building and construction industry, including property managers.
Right. So I just want to emphasize, we've heard a lot today from tenant advocates and people who are housing homeless people in shelter, but also we have two people who are part of umbrella organizations of people who are providing housing and are here in support of making sure that we're providing the rental assistance. I think you're a very important part of this effort. Colleagues, a question? Yeah.
Jason, let me ask you, how many apartments do you have that you're have formerly homeless folks in? Do you know that number?
I can find out that for you. We have close to 400 and some members of our organization that manage properties. So I have to reach out to them individually. But this is a program all of them support because the number one cause of homelessness is the ability to pay rent. We feel that this is a win-win situation, that we can keep people in their homes and not go through the court system to get them involved.
Well, I thank you for that. It's not often that we, on the other side, we are hearing the owners coming forward and saying, we are willing to take a voucher, we are willing to work with you. So I commend you for your organization for what you're doing. And Will, I just want to thank you for the work that you're doing. We understand the need, and we continue to ask you to advocate so that, we get this over the finish line. We are not giving up on HAVP and the other programs. We're in the budget negotiation, and we are going to continue to fight to ensure that we have these programs in place. So again, thank you both for your time.
Thank you, Senators.
Great. Okay, so we're going to go slightly out of order here. We've got a lot of people have been waiting, both online and here, but since some people are waiting at their desks and some people are waiting in this room, we're going to have a panel now that will include David Cagle and Rebecca Garrard and Shakti Robbins-Kouas.
Come on up.
Okay, so thank you all again. I think you know the drill. 5 minutes oral. We'll do the three of you and then take any questions from the panel. Thank you.
All right. Is that my first? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Senators. I'm going to try to abridge this briefly just to leave room for questions. I do think I maybe have a somewhat different perspective from a lot of what's been said here. So my name is David Cagle. I'm managing attorney for legal assistance of Western New York's housing program. We really serve out west, so we're doing eviction defense out in Jamestown. We heard about Chautauqua County, Monroe County, Rochester, Ithaca, Elmira. A significant portion of our work is dedicated to preserving tenant housing by defending against evictions and subsidy terminations. My job includes training and guiding our teams in litigation strategies to preserve safe, stable housing and collaborating with providers of other services who contribute vital resources to this mission. For context, I want to note that when mounting legal defenses to eviction proceedings, our advocates are only able to accomplish lasting success when their work is combined with, one, ongoing access to affordable housing, and two, also resolution of rental arrearages. So I don't want to be redundant of a lot of what's already been said, but I do want to just highlight keeping tenants in their current homes is usually preferable and less expensive than losing housing and relocating under threat of homelessness. From our experience working with tenants who are at risk of eviction, Law New York believes that the voucher bill will be highly effective at preventing homelessness if funded in adequate proportion to the number of evictions statewide. I also just want to note, context-wise, that what's going on in Western New York and Central New York is there's a real problem in terms of connecting people to services, the network that exists between when somebody's facing eviction and the resources that are available to help them stabilize housing. The Senate bill S-72 would be far more effective if harmonized with and available during eviction proceedings in New York's diverse and widespread courts, where tenants often are not told that there are resources available. They're not told that there are attorneys available, oftentimes in a lot of these courts. So I just want to highlight that bill will be a lot more effective if it's harmonized in the court process in much the same way that social services in Monroe County has set up shop in the court to be available to take applications for assistance. And that's allowed tenants to be able to access resources in literally the same place where their housing is at risk. With respect to the SAEF bill, I just want to note that the income threshold really is for people who are just really right on a knife's edge of homelessness, and that money will keep them there at best. Our experience is that the 80% AMI income threshold for rental arrears assistance has been extremely effective in targeting families who are at risk of eviction, many of whom are unable to pay ongoing rent but encountered challenging financial circumstances that put them in arrears, and that's as distinguished from the 125 or 200% poverty level that you need to be eligible for SAEF. And again, that's a somewhat abridged version of the testimony I had drafted, but I wanted to leave time for my colleagues and for questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is this, oh yeah, I'm always too loud, not the other. Thank you, Senate chairs, for the chance to testify. I'm Rebecca Garrard, currently interim co-executive director of Citizen Action of New York. I will also give an abridged version for all our sakes. I know there's other people waiting to testify. I think I wanted to just actually start with saying I'm here, right, representing Citizen Action. You're going to hear my voice. And Citizen Action, if you don't know, has 7 chapters across the state, 1 in New York City, 6 outside of New York City. And so when we hear the really painful stories that we heard today, firsthand experiences, I want you to hear my voice and imagine that as something we hear throughout upstate from our members, right? Every time we're organizing, every time we're in the communities, the housing crisis, the homelessness crisis, the eviction crisis is not a New York City problem. It is a statewide problem. I'm going to talk about 2 bills. I want to pull just a couple of things. I'm sure everybody in there and their mother has probably mentioned Controller DiNapoli's report. I'm still just going to pull a couple of tidbits because I think they matter. So, he mentioned that we have these staggeringly high rates of homelessness in New York when compared to the country, and I think it said in it that we make up 20%, right, of the homeless population in the country. And we have some of the lowest, though, rates of unsheltered people, right? And so I really want us to lean into what these policies that we've all been talking about are, which are actual solutions to housing. Shelters, we do better than other states, and shelters are not housing. Shelters are not dignity. Shelters are not a long-term solution. Shelters are a really necessary but ineffectual Band-Aid, right? And so I really want to highlight that. The other thing that I want to pull from it is that, as I said, this is not a New York City problem, right? We know that in 2022, Rensselaer County had the highest eviction rate in our state. That is upstate. In August of 2023, Erie, Monroe, Westchester, Suffolk were among the state's highest in terms of eviction rates. We have a statewide crisis here. So let me speak to the Housing Access Voucher Program, just as many of my colleagues have, but certainly worth doing. We need vouchers like that. Both because of the number of people that need them and because of the superior structure of the program. We heard testimony today about how people are eligible for a voucher, and that does not translate into actually getting housing. And so the way this program is structured, the money it allots to it, the distribution is much more of a system that would actually make sure people get into housing, right? And I do want to point out, since I mentioned the shelter thing, data shows that shelter costs for individuals average $6,000 a month. So here we are as a state spending $6,000 a month for a temporary solution that is, and it's actually cost effective, right? To shift our resources into making sure people are housed. I do also want to mention the SAEF. Upstate has a lot fewer options, right, than New York City has. We've talked about SCREE and other programs like that. I will not pretend to be an expert on them. But we don't have, right, in upstate, we don't have these kind of additional service programs, right, additional interventions the way that New York City does. And so it's really important when we both recognize that the crisis is a statewide one to have numerous statewide solutions. So we would certainly ask that this program be codified, that it be expanded in the scope of its investment. The need is definitely there, and I'll stop. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Shakti Robbins-Kubas. I'm a senior policy analyst at New York Housing Conference. First, thank you to the chairs for allowing me the opportunity to testify and for staying here all day. Senator Prasad, it's nice to see you again. So New York Housing Conference is a statewide nonprofit affordable housing policy and advocacy organization. We're a broad-based coalition, and our mission is to advance city, state, and federal policies and funding to support the development and preservation of decent and affordable housing for all New Yorkers. And today we just want to express our support for both ongoing rental assistance and emergency rental assistance for the entire state. And we're also asking for it to be included in the budget. So in general, we support expanding rental assistance programs at all levels of government, city, state, and federal. Rental assistance is a crucial tool to creating a housing safety net and achieving the goal of ensuring everyone has access to safe, affordable housing. We know that cost burden is the main driver of housing insecurity and homelessness. I feel like I don't need to read off stats to you again, but I do want to lift up the comptroller's report again on cost burden, that it's an issue well beyond New York City. He found that at least 40% of renter households were burdened across every region in the state, and the highest share was actually in Long Island. Both the city and federal government have rental assistance programs, as you've heard about today, to aid low-income New Yorkers and prevent homelessness. We have city FEPs, of course, to provide rental assistance to households in New York City. We have federal Section 8 housing choice vouchers, which assists households all over the country. But New York State, we feel, is not doing its share. So we are also a member of Housing Access New York. We strongly support the Housing Access Voucher Program. We'd like to see the bill pass. We'd like to see the funding included in the budget this year. And we also support the SAFE Act to codify a state-funded emergency rental assistance grant program to prevent evictions outside of New York City. In New York City, we do have the one-shot program. They're a critical tool to keep people stably housed and avoid eviction and homelessness. It helps thousands of households a year. It helps households pay back rent. It saves the city money. We already know the cost of shelter, temporary shelter, and then, of course, all of the associated costs of housing instability and homelessness is more costly than simply paying to house a family. Evictions are traumatic episodes for children and adults, and one-shots are a cost-effective method to help people stay in their homes. I'll say personally, many, many years ago when I was young, my mom was able to get a one-shot deal during a rough patch that every working family goes through, and it made sure that it was just a bump in the road as opposed to something that spiraled into a situation that could have really disrupted our lives, and I wouldn't be sitting here most likely. And we think it's a tool that should be available to everyone in the state. Really happy that the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities testified today. I do want to lift up their federal analysis on the budgets that were proposed last summer. Obviously, we're dealing with a new administration now. We're expecting deeper cuts, and as others have mentioned before, even flat funding for a program like Section 8 is effectively a cut, and you can't continue to serve the same number of families. And we've already, unfortunately, seen some major disruptions in federal resources over the past few weeks without even the passage of a budget. So we really believe that the state should step in to make sure we have a housing safety net no matter what happens. Again, rental assistance keeps families stably housed, and we think that is reason enough to do it. But we have done an economic impact report in 2021. One of our big federal policy priorities is expanding Section 8 into a safety net that would assist everyone who qualifies. So we did produce an economic analysis back in 2021. And, we found that it would help the economy. It's kind of intuitive. We know people spend their money on necessities. We saw that the universal rental assistance would double a household's residual income, essentially the amount of money that's left over for them to spend on other necessities like food, childcare, transportation, and health care. we found that it would generate about $14.7 billion in increased economic activity, including 96,000 jobs. And generally speaking, we know that the ongoing impacts include increased earning potential for families, higher achievement in children, and better health outcomes overall. So we do think, given all of the data and the need, it's clear that ongoing rental assistance for the state and emergency rental assistance are desperately needed and would really benefit both individual households and the economy of our state overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Prasad?
I just want to thank you all for your testimony. Mr. Cagle, I just need to ask you a question, because we know that outside of New York City, the eviction process is just like, it's not the way New York City does. So when you're talking with your clients and the aim is to make sure they remain housed, do you find that the landlords are willing to work with your client if there's an offer of a voucher?
Thank you, Senator. The answer to that is sometimes, and often substantial legal advocacy is required to make sure that those offers are accepted, because a lot of times, usually, and this is what's so unique about this bill, the S-72 bill, is that it's combining arrears assistance with voucher assistance. And I heard Mr. Kavanaugh, Senator Kavanaugh, say that was a recent addition, and that actually, I think, is really the nub of why this bill can be so effective. I promise to answer your question. The issue is that when we're in court, we have these battles constantly with the landlord saying, I'm not going to take the rent, and us having to spend our time and the state, legal services money to get the other side's attorney to explain to the landlord that they have to take that money, and then to stabilize the housing with that payment being accepted. That usually is not then paired with a voucher too. Once we're refusing to accept a voucher, we're in housing discrimination world, and oftentimes that's not at the eviction point. That's at the point of trying to secure new housing. And right now there's litigation going on just to try to uphold that bill, the source of income discrimination bill against a Supreme Court decision that has undermined it significantly. The state is doing a good job supporting that bill nonetheless, and the law nonetheless, and I hope it will survive. The point being, landlords resist us vigorously. It's just a major part of our work to make sure that money is accepted, whatever assistance money it is we're trying to pair to prevent the eviction. And I think I just want to, I know I said this before, but I just want to double down on the issue of the arrears assistance, the voucher, the getting the landlord to accept it. That will be most effective. I'm not going to say it only works, but we're seeing people who are at the point of eviction. The bill mentions people who are at risk of imminent eviction. These are people who are in court. So it's just absolutely vital that the courts recognize that resource as a way to stabilize housing. Now, we have courts that are very supportive, like Rochester City Court, where they want us to have resources there, and there are courts where they won't even tell people that they have the right to counsel, let alone that there might be financial resources. Those are the ones where the evictions go very quickly, where there's frankly major due process concerns, Senator. We have, despite the codified right to pay off your arrears right now we're appealing a decision where the landlord said, I don't even want the money, I just want a warrant of eviction. We said, this is a non-payment case. You have to establish something that's owed. The court said no, it just issued a warrant of eviction, and it's evicting our client with no opportunity to pay. The appellate court isn't even staying it to let us get that money out there. So we're, churning very quickly to establish what those issues. And I apologize if that was a somewhat lengthy answer to your question. The other thing I just want to note while I have the microphone again, and I hope there are more questions, but the climate that we see, the backdrop is in the local municipalities, we're really punishing people for being homeless. Not only are we struggling to give people enough resources, but we're policing them. We're knocking down tents that people have set up for shelter. So I don't know how accurate our data if we're even capturing that.
Criminalizing poverty.
Yeah, and that's at a local level, and I guess that's a very deep concern of mine that I think really deserves some consideration in this context.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
They said the Supreme Court is going to criminalize homeless.
Right. Okay, just thank you. Senator Clear?
Thank you all for your testimony. Rebecca, I'd like to talk to you more about SCREE. I'm understanding that it's maybe not available in your area. That's so important. We have to put something there. Our older New Yorkers, your income doesn't usually go up. So there has to be something in place to protect them and protect their housing. So I'd like to talk about that. Your area is the Hudson Valley?
I live right next to the Capitol in Albany, but we have members across the state, so I'm easy to find though when you're a session.
Right.
That's
I
my
know
point.
I see you around. I see you all the time. Thank you. And thank you for sharing, Shakti. One-shot deals are very important, and they can help a family just get over that hump.
That's right. She's one of ours. But just to say thank you all for your testimony, for your work today. For we in a separate venue put some good money into making sure there are lawyers available for tenants all over the state. So it's very important. It's very good to hear the work that you're doing with those resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna go back to the remote panelists routine here. Do we have Karen and Ribicki ready to go?
Separate venue, put some good money into making sure there are lawyers available for tenants all over the state. So it's very important. It's very good to hear the work that you're doing.
Karen or Ribicki? That w- Commissioner?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know why my camera's not working. Okay,
There you
great.
go.
Can you hear me? You can hear me now?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so we're doing 5 minutes oral testimony. We do have written testimony, and I don't know if you can see the clock, so we'll signal you if you're getting toward 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I'll keep it short.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Karen Rybicki. I'm the Commissioner of Erie County's Department of Social Services, and my testimony today focuses on the value and administrative burdens that come with the SAFE program. I just want to lift up that a small amount of invested dollars can go far in Western New York, and I believe that the SAFE program will prove to have a positive impact in Erie County. In my county, there's approximately 140,000 renter households, and since the end of the pandemic, our county's seen an average of 900 evictions each month. So this has placed approximately 8% of our renter households at risk of homelessness each year. And in 2024, our temporary assistance emergency team assisted 1,554 households in crisis to pay back rent and avoid evictions through our EAF and our emergency safety net programs. Many more households were denied because they failed to qualify because they had received assistance through those programs in the prior 5 years or had defaulted on a prior repayment agreement or just did not have the ability to pay ongoing rent moving forward. And because of this, they were rendered homeless. There was a time that those programs met the need, but that time's ended by the housing crisis. Today, we see that the fastest path to permanent housing for a household facing evictions is through clearing those rental arrears and keeping them in place by connecting them with a rent subsidy program. Erie County launched our SAFE program in December 2024, and we estimate that $1.5 million in that SAFE funding allocation to Erie County will help approximately 250 households with the full 6 months of arrears at the current rental rate. To date, we approved disbursement of 12% of our allocation, and that averted evictions and potential homelessness for 44 households, that being 49 adults and 54 children. As of last Friday, February 14th, we had an additional 28 applications pending approval. And I just want to share with you that 90% of those approved applications were for minority households, and 88% of those referred were unable to pay the cost of ongoing rent. And most of those were working individuals and families. The number of homeless families that Erie County DSS currently has placed in temporary housing is the highest I've seen in my 25-year career with the department. The SAFE program is incredibly valuable for keeping families and children out of that emergency shelter system and stabilized in their home. So I would urge you to consider the continuation and the expansion of this valuable program. But I also want to express a few concerns faced by our county in implementing the program. The funds allocated to this program require the collection of no less than 30 points of data, and compliance and administrative costs were limited to no more than 10% of that allocation. While I understand that we want the funds to go into the hands of individuals to keep them housed, counties were not provided with an information system to be able to capture that required data, or evidence that we were unable to issue those funds through our existing welfare management and financial systems like BICS. This was also a similar issue we experienced when counties had to stand up rent supplement programs. This left our county responsible to develop all the programming infrastructure required to begin issuing the allocated funds on only 10% of an administrative cost, which meant that we had to do this in-house. We did not have the capacity to RFP this out for assistance. In both cases, this resulted in administrative delays in the launch of our program and made the programs expand the amount of time and paperwork required to help people. So as this honorable body continues to reform programs to meet the needs of the state and the residents we serve, we just need to ensure that closer attention is paid to how the programs are operationalized on the ground by departments at different scales of operation. There's many landlords in Erie County that refer their tenants to our offices because they want to continue to help low-income households. But when they face administrative delays in the issuance of funds, it further degrades the landlord's trust in low-income programs. We estimate that 52% of renter households in Erie County are potentially income eligible for the SAFE program, and expanding allocation to this program provides counties with the critical tools for homelessness prevention. And in closing, I just want to thank the New York State Senate Standing Committee on Housing, Construction, and Community Development, the New York State Standing Committee on Social Services, and the New York State Senate Standing Committee on Aging for your leadership and attention to this issue. Reform brought by the creation of the SAFE program was greatly needed. Thank you.
Thank you. A few questions. First of all, just so the money for this program was $10 million statewide. It was allocated proportional to need based on a formula that OTDA did. You got about $1.5 million. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And you were obviously we put this program in the budget, which was passed in middle of April, and then OTDA sent out regs at the end of September, and then you had to stand up the program after that. So first of all, thank you for all that work, and we know it's challenging to add something new. Last year we had attempted in the Senate to put $50 million behind emergency rental assistance. $10 million was a compromise, and in creation of the new program, and we appreciated the executive working with us to launch a new program. But if we were, now that you have a program running, and you mentioned the many households that might be eligible, if you got significantly more than $1.5 million in the new fiscal year, you believe you'd be able to use it effectively?
I believe we would. As I mentioned, on average, we're seeing about 900 families per month in Erie County that are facing eviction. With that 1.5 million, we only believe we'll be able to totally help about 250. So that leaves a whole large population of folks that could maybe potentially benefit for this program. And I also want to add, many of those folks are working families. So if additional funds could be put up for this, I definitely believe that the best thing we want to do is keep families housed and keep them out of our shelter system. So additional funding, if you could advocate for that, would be definitely appreciated.
Yes, we certainly will, and we appreciate that.
Thank you.
Have you had a conversation with OTDA about the regulatory challenges of implementing this and the range of data that you need to document?
I think, we will. I think the biggest challenge, again, is because it's separate from our temporary assistance emergency services kind of programs, that the data doesn't exist, the reporting doesn't exist with the pre-existing systems. So we're working off of like Excel spreadsheets to be able to manage this. So if this was going to become a program that gets like codified into like the OTDA budget going forward, there would definitely need to be additional funding allocation for those administrative kind of things that would need to be set aside for that.
Okay, and funding at your level as well as perhaps at the state level.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any questions from colleagues?
That was my question.
That was mine.
Apparently, we covered it all. Thank you again. Thanks for being here. Thank you for your patience, and
you for the
we'll be
opportunity.
in touch. Yep. Thank you very much. Okay, next up we have Paul Brady, who is the Executive Director of the New York Public Welfare Association. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Any questions?
Paul, can you hear us? Paul, can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
There we go. Okay, we hear and see you. So we have written testimony. We're doing 5 minutes of oral testimony, and I don't know if you can see the clock, but I'll let you know
Can you
when
hear
you're
me?
close. Yes, we can.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here this afternoon. Can you
Yeah, we hear you well. Can you just introduce yourself, name and title for the record, and then
can you
proceed?
hear me?
We can. Yes.
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us? Apparently not.
Yep. I've been following along.
Okay. All right. So we can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm gonna keep my comments very brief. You have my written testimony. All right, I seem to be on I'm having some sort of an audio.
He just muted himself. We can hear you now. I don't know if you can see.
There is some sort of a lag in the audio portion of my presentation.
If you can hear us, if you just proceed, we can hear you very well. Somebody call him. Ask him if he wants to. We can go to the next one and you can figure it out.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah, what's going on?
If he wants to just testify, it's fine.
All right.
Is he going to proceed? Did you tell him to proceed and to testify? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try to make the presentation. I'm obviously having a little bit of difficulty because I'm getting my voice coming back at me. My name is Paul Brady. I'm the Executive Director of the New York Public Welfare Association. Our members are from the 58 social service districts from throughout the state. As a matter of fact, you happen to hear from Karen Rabicki, the commissioner from Erie County, right before me. I'm here to summarize my written testimony on the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program. This is something that we've heard a little bit about. Karen went into detail about this. This is a program that we're very supportive of. We see a very definite need for the program. One of the reasons why it is so helpful to our members in the social service districts is because of the flexibility that exists within the program. Right now, when someone presents at at a local Department of Social Services with an eviction proceeding, we're basically making a determination around, are they eligible for emergency assistance to families? Are they eligible for emergency safety net assistance, or possibly emergency assistance to adults? There are restrictions that exist around those programs. And you've heard Karen talk a little bit around what they are. You know, some of them have to do with looking at a look back of a 5-year period. Also, if there has been a repayment agreement, particularly as is related to safety net assistance, that hasn't been honored, that could potentially be an obstacle to somebody receiving that benefit. You've also got the issues around just doing the evaluation of whether or not a family or an individual has a ability to be able to pay the rent prospectively. And SAFE takes all of that out of the equation. It makes sense that you have kind of a hierarchy of events that you have to go through when making eligibility determinations, because you want to be able to evaluate, are they eligible for, you know, a federally funded program like emergency assistance to families, or are they eligible for emergency safety net assistance? But there are a great number of individuals who, income-wise, would be eligible, but for some of the other activities that I've mentioned, could potentially be knocked out and wouldn't be eligible to get that arrear payment made. And, you know, a number of speakers today have mentioned this issue around prevention being really the first course of action that needs to take place. And really, I think the SAFE program ensures that that happens. You know, we like the idea that, you know, not only do you have to deal with the hurdles that I've described, it's also not assistance. All right, so it doesn't have an impact in terms of other programs that the individual or family may be receiving. So if they're on SNAP, if they're receiving HEAP benefits, or they're receiving cash benefits, none of the SAFE benefit is factored into a budget. You know, Karen mentioned the issue around the startup. That's something that I want to really be able to highlight, because every county had to kind of go through this process. You know, we are a state supervised, locally administered system here in the state of New York. You know, OTDA issued their guidance, so counties began the process of setting up the programs, and that has taken some time. You know, you have to make a decision around, are you operating it independently? Are you going to be contracting the service out? If you're contracting out, do you have to go through an RFP process? You know, once you've got that established, then you have to go through kind of the internal process of amending your county budget to be able to account for these dollars. And all of that has taken time. And so when you start looking at, you know, the benefits that actually are being issued into the communities, and then the claims that go into the state, I'm a little worried that there may potentially be a lag here, and that if someone were to take a hard look at the program, they may say, well, you know, you've got a number of counties that aren't submitting claims. They don't really need any additional funds for this program. But I'm convinced that, you know, once the program ramps up, that those dollars will be very effective at forestalling evictions and be able to keep people in their permanent housing so they never have to enter into the shelter system. You know, when we start talking about, you know, what we would potentially want to see out of this, I think, you know, obviously, you know, we would like to see a continuation of the program. You know, I heard early on that there was mention around an additional possibly $50 million for the program. I think that would be ideal. I think we'd also like to see New York City added to the program, because, you know, I know that they're currently excluded. You know, there's obviously been a great deal of discussion that took place earlier today around other programs that that they have in place. But again, you know, the flexibility that exists with SAFE, I think could be of potential benefit to them. That's why I really like to see, an expansion take place. I'm happy to answer any questions that anybody has. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to be here today. And I apologize for some of the technical problems that we seem to have run into. Typically, they're on my end.
Thank you. We appreciate. Can you hear us now? I'm not sure this is going to work. Do you want to just call him? Call him and tell him we can't. It doesn't seem like we have two-way communication, but thanks for the testimony. Just give him a call. Okay. But tell him thank you very much, and we'll follow up. Thanks. Just call. Yeah. I don't know if he can even see us in real time. There we go. Now we're going. Okay. Next up, I think we have Dr. Carl Gershenson. There we go. Okay, so can you hear us?
Yes.
Okay, great. We can hear you. We can see you. So we do have your testimony as well, but we are going to do 5 minutes oral testimony. I don't know if you can see the clock, so I will let you know if you're getting close to 5 minutes, and then we'll maybe have questions from the senators. And we appreciate you being here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm Dr. Carl Gershenson. I'm director of the Eviction Lab at Princeton University. We're a research center dedicated to collecting and creating the nation's first database of eviction statistics. So I'm here to give a bit of a general perspective on how New York is doing on evictions relative to the nation. So New York State has an eviction crisis, but it's a particular kind of eviction crisis. New York is the third least affordable state in the nation, but thanks to relatively strong tenant protections, especially in New York City, the state actually has a very average eviction filing rate. So New York City itself can boast of an eviction filing rate that is 3 to 4 times lower than the filing rate seen in more affordable cities like Memphis, Tennessee, or Richmond, Virginia. So here's the optimistic take. We have strong evidence right here that good policy can help prevent evictions. But these rosy top-line statistics, they obscure serious problems. Pockets of very high eviction rates, well above the national average, exist across the state, from Erie and Niagara counties in the west to Albany, Rensselaer, and Schenectady counties in the east, Suffolk County on Long Island, Westchester, and the Bronx in New York City. And here's what I think is maybe the worst news about evictions in New York State. An eviction filing in New York is more devastating than an eviction filing almost anywhere else in the country. So for example, Charlotte, North Carolina has an eviction filing rate that's twice as high as the Bronx, but Charlotte has a vacancy rate that is 15 times higher than the Bronx. When you get evicted in Charlotte, you have a very good chance of finding a new place to live, but the Bronx had a 2023 vacancy rate of 0.82%. And it's not much higher in New York City as a whole. So when you get evicted in the Bronx, when you get evicted almost anywhere in New York State, there's a very high chance that you end up homeless. A 2014 study by the Robin Hood Foundation found that 25% of New York City households receiving an eviction ultimately ended up homeless. That's a 10-year-old study. I believe that percentage is much higher by now. Accordingly, we should consider the costs of eviction prevention relative to the costs of providing homeless services. By some accounts, New York City spends around $271 per person day on homelessness shelters alone. This doesn't account for the high cost paid for inpatient and emergency medical care for the homeless, or for foster care costs for homeless youth. According to the Coalition for the Homeless, in 2023, the average length of stay in a DHS shelter was 437 days for families with children. So this suggests that preventing a family of 1 adult and 2 children from experiencing homelessness saves over $355,000 in direct shelter costs alone. Now, the average New York State emergency rental assistance payment was a little over $12,000 in New York City. So if we do a little bit of back of the envelope math, we see if every 30 emergency rental assistance payments to families prevents just 1 family from entering homelessness, then the cost of the ERA payments is entirely balanced out by savings to the homeless system. Now, these calculations are going to differ in the details depending on what county we're looking at, but in a general sense, this math applies across the state. So, we see here, once again, that even in stark fiscal terms, an ounce of eviction prevention is worth much more than a pound of homelessness cure. And it is so much better to spend this money up front, keeping families in their homes and making landlords whole, all while preventing the trauma of eviction and the mental scarring that we know results from extended homelessness spells. So if well designed, ERA payments can be a wise fiscal investment, as well as being more humane and more protective of human dignity than alternate ways of expending this money.
Thank you. Senator Clear.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that data. That was a little surprising, but I'm glad you broke it down and explained. It's easier to get a place in Charlotte because I was a little surprised by that. However, I just wondered, can you do or do you have any zip code specific data for New York City or race or ethnicity specific data?
We do. I can pull it up. Yes, I mean, the zip code specific data, evictions are going to be high throughout almost all of the Bronx, and there are some pretty bad pockets in Queens as well.
Yes, I do. And can you send it to me?
By race, there are more filings in Hispanic neighborhoods than in any other kind of neighborhood in New York City, according to our data right here. I know that nationally, though, 50% of eviction filings are directed against a Black household.
Right.
And when you intersect this with the presence of children in the household, those filing rates get really out of this world. I mean, we estimate that 1 in 4 Black renter households with children in them experience an eviction filing each year.
If you could send any of that to me at another time, I appreciate it. I'd like to really look at that, or if it's available online, just let me know where I can find it. Thank you so much.
Okay, and we're running very late, so I'm just going to end by thanking you for all of your work. And I spent some time at Princeton, so it's great to see Princeton is still carrying on the eviction lab and doing such great work. I think we will follow up with some data questions if we may. But
absolutely.
Thank you for being here today. Next up, okay, so we have now. Next up, we have Nick Rangel of the Legal Aid Society of Northeastern New York.
Thank you for being here today. Next up, okay, so we have now, next up we have Nick Rangel of the Legal Aid Society of Northeastern New York.
Yes, hi.
Hi, Nick.
How's it going? Thank you, chairpersons and members, for inviting me here to testify today.
Thank you. So we're doing 5 minutes oral testimony. We do have written testimony from folks, including from yourself. And since you probably can't see the clock, I'll let you know if you're getting close to 5, and then maybe we'll follow up with some questions.
Perfect. So my name is Nick Rangel, and I serve as the Executive Director at Legal Aid Society for Northeastern New York, and also as a board member of the Legal Services Access Alliance, known as LSAA. LASNY is an LSC grantee. We serve 16 counties from Columbia County to Canada, which is about 30% of the state geographically. The LSAA represents 7 of the largest providers of free civil legal services outside of New York City, collectively serving every county beyond the 5 boroughs. And we employ over 900 legal services workers. You've already heard from some of my colleagues in legal services here today, including David Cagle from Lonnie, and you have a written testimony, so I do hope I don't repeat too much. But I'm here today to speak about the Shelter Arrears Eviction Forestallment Program, or SAEF, SAFE. This program serves as an essential safety net for our most vulnerable residents who are facing housing instability, but may not qualify for traditional emergency assistance programs. Let me share with you 3 recent examples that demonstrate this vital impact of SAFE funding. First, consider a single parent who fell behind on rent while battling cancer and dealing with financial abuse from a former partner. Through SAFE, Lasney secured $1,710 in assistance, which prevented their eviction and allowed them to focus on their health and family. Second, we helped a disabled survivor of domestic violence maintain their subsidized housing through the SAEF payment of $3,252, ensuring that they had a safe place to call home. Third, we assisted a disabled client who fell victim to an internet financial scam. By combining safe funding with regular emergency assistance, we preserved both their housing choice voucher and their tenancy. What makes these cases particularly significant is that none of these tenancies could have been preserved through regular EA alone. Without SAFE, all 3 households would have faced eviction and in 2 cases would have lost their housing subsidies, likely leading to chronic homelessness given the gap between local rents and their limited resources. A crucial feature of the SAEF program is that these payments are not treated as recoupable payments, unlike traditional assistance. This means recipients aren't forced into burdensome 12-month repayment arrangements with their county, which would only perpetuate their financial instability. We are grateful to be working with some social services districts like Clayton County that have been able to jumpstart this program since the end of the year when it was rolled out by our partners in OTDA. Not all districts have, though, and in fact, some have not started distributing funds because they assumed the program was duplicating efforts already being offered, which is not the case. Nonetheless, all of these districts will likely run out of funds quite quickly as it was not fully funded to meet the full need of those applicants. We have heard from some districts that the funding available falls woefully short of that need and that additional funding would be necessary to achieve the goals of the program. We also hear that increasing the eligibility requirements from 200% of the federal poverty level to 80% of the area median income could make that funding more accessible to tenants in need, particularly in areas with higher costs of living. We are experiencing higher rates of poverty across the state and a recent explosion in homelessness. Many families are increasingly difficult to house, sometimes due to larger family size or blended families, and the distance between demand for safe, affordable homes and the availability of safe, affordable housing is becoming as vast as the Grand Canyon. We know that there are rising foreclosure and eviction filing rates across the state. It's also well known, and we heard here today, that the shelter allowance has not increased in 20 years and comes nowhere near the fair market rents anywhere in the state. Code Blue funding and other homelessness supports are also underfunded. At the federal level, many programs intended and created by Congress to help lower income and vulnerable people are facing drastic cuts. Several, maybe most, will be defunded, and soon. As those funds dry up, low income and vulnerable people will be turning to the state for help. The SAEF program is more than just financial assistance. If fully funded, it could become a vital tool for maintaining stability and dignity for our most vulnerable residents. As New York continues to face a housing crisis, programs like SAEF are essential in preventing homelessness and ensuring all New Yorkers have a safe and stable place to call home. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. Question, you mentioned that Clinton is a county that has made the funds available and others are a little behind. To your knowledge, is there any county in your sort of catchment area that it has sort of declined, is saying they won't participate in the program?
To my knowledge, no one is saying they will not participate, but there are some districts that are a little slow to get the program rolled out. Keep in mind the memos, I think, only went out at the end of last year, and some offices are just as understaffed as ours. And I think some programs are just a little slow to get that up and running.
Yeah, no, that's we heard that there was one county where the county was formally suggesting they might not implement this, but other than that, we think that, it's been slow, and it is, as we've already heard today and some other testimony, challenging to get this program up and running. So we appreciate the work that you're doing to work with your partners and the social service districts, and we appreciate the work they're doing, and a couple of them have been represented here. do you have?
Yeah, and I would note that some counties are receiving, $45,000 as their allotment, which if you take the 10% in administrative allocation there, $45,000 doesn't go very far and is quite pretty expensive to get up and running.
Right. So do you, we have your testimony and heard you said orally today also that you're suggesting we increase the income threshold from 200% of federal poverty rate to 80% of AMI. Are you also suggesting we change the way the administrative costs are allocated?
In order for a program to be effective and efficient, organizations need to have some flexibility in the cost of administering and staffing the program, and a 10% administrative cap can make a program very difficult to manage. There are other sort of provisions in the legislation that I think can make it a little bit challenging for the program to be effective, like it allows local districts to have its own plan as to whether that district requires that the applicant seek sources of funding or support elsewhere. Some of those components can make the rollout of a program that's otherwise kind of funded in this manner or at this level challenging as well.
Gotcha. Okay.
And can create extra burdens for those clients.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to say hi, Nick. Thank you for the great
Hi.
work.
Aye. So, we may follow up with you other questions, but we appreciate your testimony. Thanks for your patience also, and we'll talk to you again soon. Thanks.
Happy to be here. Thank you.
Okay. Do you want to do the ones in the room?
Yes.
Again, with greater respect for those who have waited patiently in this room, as we also appreciate people who are waiting online, but since those folks are presumably at their own desks, I think we're going to call up the remaining witnesses who are here in person, Rebecca Nicole, Beth Finkel, and Beatrice Diaz Terrenas. And again, with great apologies that we've gone on so long today, but there was obviously a lot of interest in this topic.
And if is there anybody's name that wasn't called?
Do you want to come up and quickly? Okay. We'll take it.
And she can be added. What is her name? Thank you. How you doing?
Thank you. Okay, go ahead.
I'll start. Hi, my name is Rebecca Nickel. I'm a tenant organizer at Tenants and Neighbors. It's the New York State Tenants and Neighbors Information Service and New York State Tenants and Neighbors Coalition, two affiliate organizations that share a common mission. We empower and educate tenants, preserve affordable housing, livable neighborhoods, and diverse communities, and strengthen tenant protections. I don't want to belabor the excellent points that other folks have made all day, but I did want to speak my piece. So I organize tenants in regulated and subsidized housing across the city that is at risk of loss of affordability. In the buildings where I organize, the story is the same. Every day, I speak with New Yorkers who are living on the edge, trying to hold on to their homes amid rising rents. These are not just statistics, they're our neighbors, our elders, our caregivers, and our community members. Tenants and Neighbors has always been a firm believer in the SCREE and DREE programs. We were a fierce advocate for the original SCREE laws in 1970 and have always remained committed to expanding protections for the most vulnerable members of our communities. These programs have saved the homes of tens of thousands of low-income New Yorkers. However, they need reforms to live up to their purpose. We support all of the proposed reforms to SCREE and DREE, which will address long-standing problems. Firstly, the programs have been underutilized for quite some time. When I go into buildings, many tenants, especially non-English speakers, do not know they are eligible. We also get many cases of tenants who reach out to us once they are in dire situations, faced with rent they cannot pay, or are already in housing court for an eviction. These situations could be prevented through S561, which would require notices to be sent to tenant households to inform and educate about screen DREE eligibility. We also support S1457A, which would increase the maximum income threshold for eligibility and index it to inflation thereafter. The last time the eligibility threshold was increased was in 2014. Since that time, inflation and the cost of living have dramatically increased. I work with tenants every day who make slightly too much money to be eligible, but who live in poverty because their rent keeps increasing. They are put in inhumane situations of having to choose between paying for ever-increasing groceries, medical costs, and rent. Much of this burden would be eliminated if the Screen DREE programs kept up with inflation. Also, for too many seniors and disabled renters, this program freezes their rent at unsustainable levels. Currently, when a tenant applies, the rent is frozen at the legal regulated rent. However, there is no assessment as to the affordability of that rent for that tenant. For example, a senior I work with has a monthly Social Security income of $950, but her rent is frozen at $712. Although the rent is frozen, it is frozen at a very unaffordable level for her. She only has $200 left to live on and has been forced into debt just to feed herself and take care of her medical needs. There is no option under the current law for this frozen rent to be lowered, despite the severe rent burden, unless the senior was to experience a decrease in their already very limited income. Rent should be frozen at 1/3 of household income to ensure true affordability. It is essential that where we can help keep people in affordable housing, we should spend the resources to do so. We support S3563 because it recognizes that family members who care for disabled individuals need rent relief. Those families face similar hardships to those already eligible for this program. And additionally, we support further reforms to exclude Medicare premiums, veterans' disability, and workers' compensation as income. This mirrors federal practices of determining eligibility for Medicare and ensures a more accurate representation of income for these groups. Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. I'm gonna go.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Claire and Senator Kavanaugh, for this opportunity to submit testimony on behalf of Catholic Charities. I am Beatriz Diaz-Taveras, the Executive Director for Catholic Charities Community Services. We support families and individuals residing in New York City and the 7 counties of the Hudson Valley who are at imminent risk of homelessness due to loss of employment, unexpected financial hardship, and overwhelming rent burden. Our agency operates 4 home-based offices in the Bronx and 1 in Harlem, all funded by the city and the state of New York. Through our home-based program, we provide comprehensive eviction prevention services to stabilize households facing financial and housing insecurity caused by unemployment, disability, and other crises. We offer direct financial assistance to cover rental arrears and facilitate access to critical housing subsidies available in New York City. Without these essential programs, thousands of working-class families and individuals would face devastating housing instability, leading to a surge in homelessness. Catholic Charities Community Services is dedicated to empowering seniors and disabled tenants by helping them maintain their independence and enhance their quality of life, access essential support services in a timely manner. I'm going to join my voices to all the others who have spoken on Screen DREE. And in essence, we are asking for 5 major proposed expansions. So we're asking to adjust the maximum income threshold eligibility for Screen DREE, SCHG, and DHE by any increase in the Consumer Price Index. As you know, many seniors are just above that interest, and there's so much needed. We want to allow, number 2, allow localities to reduce renters' contribution towards the rent to be no more than 1/3 of their household income under Screen DREE. Number 3, set Screen DREE rent to the original date of eligibility with an eligible look-back period of up to 2 years. 4, expand eligibility to include the parent or guardian of a person with a disability in the definition of head of household under the Disability Rent Increase Program. And 4, protect long-term stability by ensuring senior citizens can continue receiving rent increase exception benefits even after a period of ineligibility. I'm going to conclude there. So thank you so much for allowing us this opportunity.
Thank you both. You're both representing organizations that I have a very long relationship working with, and it's really terrific to have you here advocating for this. And particularly, Catholic Charities and the Archdiocese
Yes.
have been advocating around this idea that we should be setting policies so people are not paying more than a third of their income or 30% of their
Are
income.
no rent poor.
For a number of years now. So we consider this to be, a significant part of that. Obviously, that'll be an ongoing fight. But we appreciate all the service you do, all the work you do, and you're here advocating today. And Tenants and Neighbors, for organizing tenants and working on so many issues that we care about. We appreciate it. Do you have questions or?
Just thank you to both organizations, shouting out the Kennedy Center in my
yes.
district. Thank you for that, and thank you for supporting the work that Senator Kavanaugh and the committees are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you again for your patience as well. Okay, next up we have Ted Rosen, who is the mayor of the Village of Great Neck Plaza, which is a village that has implemented SCREE in their community.
Again for your patience as well. Okay, next up we have Ted Rosen, who is the mayor of the Village of Great Neck Plaza.
Deja vu.
Village that has implemented SCREE.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee. As you said, my name is Ted Rosen.
Ted Rosen, who is the mayor of the Village of Great Neck Plaza. Deja vu.
I am the mayor of the Village of Great Neck Plaza. And can you hear me? Good afternoon,
Yes.
Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee. As you said, my name is Ted Rosen.
Tell him to turn off the audio on his.
Turn off the live stream.
I'm getting feedback from.
Turn off your live stream.
Yes, he's hearing it 30 seconds.
Members of the committee.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to turn off your live stream because what you're doing is you're responding to the live stream and not the Zoom, I'm told.
She's not going to hear that for 30 seconds.
Well, better late than never.
There we go. We have a guest check.
The Great Neck Plaza. I'd like to thank the chair and the members of the committee for inviting me to speak and to lend my support to the SCREE program. I will say at the outset that I do not have the expertise that many of your previous witnesses do have in the area of housing and the housing crisis. And listening briefly to some of the prior testimony, I was very impressed with what was being said. But I do speak today, I'm here to speak today about the importance of a program, of the SCREE program in our village. We are a small village, very active village, but a small village in western Nassau County. And we, the Village of Great Neck Plaza, has been administering the Senior Citizen Rent Increase Exemption, or SCREE program, since 1975. As you know, the program allows eligible senior citizens, 62 years and older, to stay in affordable housing by freezing their rent. Now, it's true that today, 2025, our village has fewer seniors on the program than it did back as compared to in the 1990s and back when the program was conceived and started in our village. However, the program does provide a lifeline to those who are on it. As you, I'm sure, know, the current housing crisis is particularly acute for many of the seniors throughout New York State, and certainly that's true as well for some seniors in the Village of Great Neck Plaza. They rely on fixed incomes in many cases, It makes it difficult to pay their rent, while the cost of other items, as we know, such as food and groceries, healthcare, are rising. Without this program, the SCREE program, some of these seniors, possibly all of the seniors on the program, would possibly end up homeless. In fact, our village has just recently added one person to the SCREE program in our village who is actually pending to get onto it, who without SCREE might very well wind up homeless. The Village of Great Neck Plaza recognizes the need, the very strong need, to provide support to its seniors so that they can remain in the community and stay socially connected as they age. And I think although the extent of participation in the SCREE program in our village is relatively small, it remains a very important program for us. And I'm here today, as I said, to express my support for this program. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak before you.
Thank you for joining us, and also more importantly, thank you for your participation in the program. We, as I mentioned earlier in the hearing, we make these laws available so that localities that are interested can opt in and make the service available. So we greatly appreciate localities that are thoughtful and that take advantage of these opportunities that we provide at the state level, because what we do wouldn't matter so much if there were not uptake in our community. So, and thank you for being here and sharing your perspective, and thank you for all the work you do.
Thank you, senators.
And ditto from Senator Clear. Okay, and so thank you so much. We'll get to the one last witness. We have Valentina, I think it's Jokai, who is from the Small Property Owners of New York, or SPONY. Hi, Val. Can you hear us?
Quite shy. Close, though.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can indeed. So why don't you go ahead? So we have your written testimony. We're doing a max of 5 minutes for oral testimony. And then I don't know if you can see the clock, so I'll let you know if you're getting close to 5 minutes. And then if we have questions from the senators. And again, thank you for your patience. I know we're running a bit behind schedule here.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon. My name is Valentina Goichai, and sorry, can you hear me? Because
We can hear you.
okay.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Valentina Goichai, and I serve on the board of SPONY. I would like to thank the Housing Committee for inviting SPONY to testify today at the joint public hearing on rental assistance, specifically with regard to SCREE and DREE programs. For over 40 years, SPONY has been dedicated to advocating for the supporting small housing providers. As an all-volunteer organization, we offer valuable resources to small landlords who actively manage housing across a broad reach in New York. This extensive coverage reflects SPONY's understanding of housing in New York City. Many of our members are multi-generational owners, with some members operating housing for decades. Our members are immigrants, like myself, and the children and grandchildren of immigrants who are dedicated to the neighborhoods where they are providing housing and are offering stability to those neighborhoods. The SCREE and DREE program is a well-intentioned program that is working under archaic procedures. Under its current construct, the program is failing at-risk and vulnerable tenants and housing providers that would like to offer this benefit to their tenants. Evaluating existing bottlenecks, establishing new procedures, and expanding the program would result in a more efficient and effective program. SPONY submits 3 recommendations for your consideration. Expand the program. SCREE and DREE is only available to tenants who reside or currently reside or will reside in rent-stabilized apartments. We have many tenants in need that do not reside in rent-stabilized apartments and therefore do not qualify for the benefit. automate the process, allow an owner to submit leases and other pertinent documents to facilitate the process, similar to the Section 8 program. Currently, a tenant is required to submit information. The elderly and the disabled are left to navigate the system on their own. Many times they have difficulty understanding the documents, how to complete the forms, who to go to, or just difficulty getting to these different agencies. If this information is not submitted to the tenant's account, the account is not updated, and it results in arrears, forcing an owner to take a tenant to housing court, which unfortunately has become not only the only available option for any tenant to obtain financial assistance. Rental assistance. I have many tenants on the program who are not receiving the full financial benefit that they are entitled to. Many on the program are only receiving a benefit that's less than 10% of their income, well below the standard rule of 30%. Our elected officials are tasked with creating a system that works for both the housing provider and the tenant. The current screen and tree system is not doing that. The inefficiencies are putting financial hardships on small property owners like me and causing instability and housing anxiety to my tenants. My financial stability directly impacts the senior and disabled residents I house. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. In your experience, so you deal, Spony, you are a property owner in your own right, and also you deal with a lot of property owners through Spony, your organization, which is an organization we're in touch with pretty regularly to get the perspective of property owners on various policy proposals before us. In your experience, recognizing that there are some technical concerns you have with the program and limitations, but in your experience, generally speaking, this idea that we freeze the tenant contribution to rent and pay the difference with a reduction in property tax, your experience in general, that's something that property owners are interested in principle, in participating in?
It's very much so. It's unfortunate that we can't expand the program and assist tenants in getting the full benefit of the program. As I stated before, I have tenants who are only receiving 10% of the rent benefit. For example, I just have a tenant now who has gone through the process, and she's only getting $91 towards her rental assistance through the program. She's on a fixed income. She's on Social Security. Makes no sense that SCREE will only pay 10% towards her rent. And then marrying that with the voucher system, I don't know if SCREE can or can't afford to cover more of her rent, but maybe if tenants who may be applicable to using SCREE or DREE can also somehow marry the voucher program with them as well would be great.
Yeah, and so one of the reforms that we're considering today would allow the state, would allow localities to increase the amount so that the tenant's contribution to the rent is no more than a third of their income. So as you note, currently it can be tenants can be paying almost all of the rent and then only getting a small benefit from SCREE. From your perspective, that would be from the perspective of property owners, that would be beneficial.
Yes, very beneficial.
Good. Okay. Again, I'm gonna. Do you have a question?
I do.
Senator Clear has some questions.
Yeah, I have a comment and a question. I think this is a great recommendation. I probably just would like to see how we could automate the process in a way that landlords could submit the documentation. That would make it a little easier for some of our tenants. And in the case of the person that you said is only getting 10%, they're receiving a benefit less than 10% of their income. Do you think that there was some glitch in the paperwork, or maybe they need somebody to help navigate them through? I don't know.
I don't know because I don't see her paperwork.
I see. Right.
So she's going to whatever agency it is that's helping her through it. I'm not very familiar, but if there was a way that I could help her, it would help me as the owner. Here I've got her in housing court. because she can't afford to pay the rent. It's the only way I can navigate it, because that's the way the system has been set up.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and she's a senior citizen and she needs the help.
Yes. Well, it's something that we need to look into. It might just very well be because that's where the freeze is, and the legislation that's being proposed would help that as well, if that's the case.
See, with Section 8, at least we can reach out to their leasing division and say, hey, what's missing here, or there's a miscommunication. But with Scree and Dree, there's no one that we can really communicate with.
Right. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Again, thank you. Thank you also for your patience. I know we're running pretty far behind, but we appreciate it. And we will follow, because a lot of the administrative aspects of this are at the at the level of the localities. We have your written testimony, and we will raise some of the concerns you have about how data flows and how the application processes work, and see if we can get some improvements in that based on your testimony. But we do appreciate, once again, your being with us today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, so with that, we have come to the end of our oral testimony. As I noted, we have received written testimony from a variety of other witnesses who were not here in person. All written testimony will be available on the New York State Senate website. And I guess just, it's been a long day. This is going to be an ongoing discussion. We do hope to advance legislation in this area across the three topics that we've discussed today, and hope also to have some success in the budget process, putting some resources behind these issues. But for now, let me just end by, again, I'm State Senator Brian Cavanaugh, Chair of the Housing Committee. I want to thank my colleague, Senator Clear, who chairs the Aging Committee, and Senator Roxanne Prasad, who chairs the Social Service Committee, and all of the members of all of those committees, some of whom were here physically in New York, and others of whom have been, active partners on these issues as we go forward. And I'd like to thank all the witnesses, again, especially, those who spent a lot of time waiting for their turn to testify here. It was a busy day, but we do appreciate all the points of view that were expressed. And as I said at the top, we really are committed to using all the tools available to us to address what is really one of the most visible crises in our society, the intersecting crises of evictions and rent burden and housing unaffordability and homelessness that are really challenging our basic, commitment to our values and principles, and are making New York and indeed the whole country a lot more difficult place to live for a lot of people. But with that, we'll conclude this hearing. I'll give my colleague, Senator Clear, a chance to say any remarks, but I also want to end by thanking the many staffers who worked to get this together. Our great tech team that handled our work in this room, as well as bringing remote testimony from as far away as Sacramento and all over the state. My own staffers who worked on this, Hallie Chu, Coco Marcel, Dan Byers, Stanley Davis, Emily Lang, our chief of staff, who's here, and also our interns, David, Lauren, Rocky, and the central staffers that are working remotely from this room, but play a big role in this. Our housing and finance team that have worked diligently with us on this effort, both in preparation for today and on an ongoing basis. And if Cordell, do you have any further?
Thank you for convening this with myself and Senator Prasad. And I want to thank my own staff, Lucas Paskina, who's here, and Chris Labarge, who put their effort into this, as well as the Aging Committee staff, central staff, your staff, everyone who has been. Emily, thank you. It's been wonderful to do this today, as well as our technical people. And I want to thank everyone who came and testified, both virtually and in person. I know some people couldn't stay, like AARP, Beth Finkel, who was here earlier and had to leave. But we thank them for coming, and we thank them for submitting testimony. Look forward to doing this work.
Great, thank you. And I don't know, I was rattling off names. I don't know if I mentioned Shui Lee. Did I get you? Okay. She was in the corner working the timer as I was rattling off names, so I didn't catch you. But so if I mentioned you twice, thank you twice, and if not, thank you the first time. But anyway, again, so that adjourns this meeting, this hearing of this joint hearing, and this conversation is obviously to be continued. Thank you very much.